finishing shot. They've strung together between them 4 holds of serve. These top players, 3 points. That's beautifully played. Smooth mover around the court. She's above average. Turn points one.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
A very warm Melbourne good morning to everyone out there. Day number 9 of the Australian Open animated here, and continuing what is round number 4 here for our men's and women's singles. Yeah, we're seeing it narrowed down now. There were 16 yesterday, still a couple more to play. Of course, a number of people have already booked themselves tickets into the quarterfinals, and some of them have done it without dropping a single set. Right now, there are 3 remaining men's singles players who have not dropped a set in the Australian Open 2026. And the last time someone won a man won the Australian Open without dropping a set was all the way back in 2007 for Roger Federer. For the women's, it was a little bit more recent. It was back in 2024 with Arena Sabalenka. But there's a lot more women as well right now currently in their singles tournament that have not dropped a set. About 6 out of the remaining 12 have yet to drop a set. And 2 of those players are actually going to be coming up against each other this morning. Jess Pegula and Madison Keys are 2 of those women's who have not yet dropped that set, and going up against each other, 6th seed and 9th seed there to start off our day. That's going to be on our Rod Laver Arena. Continuing down on what is going to be all the action will follow, we could see our second women's singles here, Wang up against Anna Samova over on Cain Arena. Then we're going to be seeing our men's singles, Musetti up against Fritz back on Rod Laver. Rybakina up against Mertens will be played later on Margaret Court Arena. So we're really kind of just jumping around everywhere to make sure you guys are getting to see what is the tail end of the women's and men's singles. And then, of course, the last 3 remaining matches, an Italian standoff there between Dadiri and Jannik Sinner. Our women's singles seeing Madison Keys, our last Australian woman in the women's singles, coming all the way from the qualifiers, now having to face up against Swiatek, 2nd seed, and closing out the day is our men's singles, Ben Shelton up against Casper Ruud there too. There's a lot to look at when it comes to matches we'll be watching, but as well as where players could be going. Looking at the bracket here for Jessica Pegula or Madison Keys, whoever ends up getting the win here for themselves will be advancing and having to go up against either Anna Samova or Wang, and we could see what their matches were beforehand. And like we said, yet to drop a set for Jess Pegula and Madison Keys. So we'll see then just how even the playing field really is between the 2 of them. The fact you can go not having dropped a single set yet in 3 rounds, now looking at your 4th round, coming out onto the court with the roof opening, it takes a different sort of meaning, and I'm sure neither of them are really thinking about that aspect for themselves, the fact that they're in quote-unquote undefeated so far in any way, shape, or form at the Australian Open. It's one of those small things that isn't always really focused on or thought about too much there. We know that Anna Samova has had an amazing few matches. Madison Keys has had a amazing few matches for herself, defending champion as well. She's been just on the top of her game, the way that she's been able to play under all sorts of different weather conditions. And we're going to have a look back at how these 2 came to the 4th round.
Please welcome Oksana Selekmetova. And now our 6th seed from the USA, Jessica Pegula.
AO is called. Fantastic. There we go. Player.
I'll
Receive?
I'll play.
Okay. Great.
nice injection of pace. Pegula was happy to trade. What an outstanding finish to the opening set from Jess Pegula, who's been extremely efficient. Oh, couldn't put her away. What an exceptional... Did she get there?
No.
Yeah, James Kiathavong's all over that. Just 66 minutes required for Jess Pegula to book her ticket to the last 16 in Melbourne.
Karolina Pliskova. And their opponent from the USA, Jannik Keys. Tall figure of Karolina Pliskova followed out under the lights here on the Rod Laver Arena by the defending.
So Arya wanted me to ask you, Madison. AO. AO? So you can flip the coin. AO? Receive? Good match.
Well, a start as hot as the forecast for the defending champion. Keys breaks the first possible chance. That's so good from Keys. In she comes again, Keys. But that is job done for the defending champion. Keys blazes her way into the last 16 on a scorching day.
Yeah, Madison Keys in that last round was just phenomenal. She had a lot of big serves for herself, able to have really good medium length rallies as well. And so I feel like they're two of the things that she's going to want to try and bring into this matchup against, you know, a pretty familiar opponent in Jessica Pegula. And the weather conditions aren't necessarily playing towards that. It's sitting at about 22 degrees. Obviously, it will get a little bit warmer throughout the day, but definitely nothing compared to what we had 2 days ago, where it was hitting those high 30s. And you know, there was that talk and that contemplation around if roofs were going to be closed. So yeah, nothing like that, just a nice balmy 22 degrees. And a fun little fact, Madison Keys' favorite food is tacos and favorite movie is Imitation Game, which honestly I give that movie choice a 10 out of 10. That is a fantastic movie. I know a lot of people say that you know, the classic movies like The Notebook and whatnot are tearjerkers. I'm telling you want a good cry, Imitation Game is good for that one. That ending had me in tears for sure. And look, hopefully no tears are going to be on the court at all, but we are going to get on down into it as we're going to get to see the fun action that is two women who are yet to drop a single set in the Australian Open 2026 is Jess Pegula up against Madison Keys.
And a woman.
And it's interesting, you know, this one is a bit of a toss-up, although I think on paper you might give Madison Keys a little more of the advantage. But both these players, they hit the ball so cleanly, good movers around the court. The Keys serve is bigger, that can get her more free points. So, you know, maybe that's a nod on her side of the ledger, but there's so many intangibles between these two, and one of them for me is who can get off to a good start, who can settle in as quickly as possible. You know, the nerves that are there, we saw it for Keys in her first round, wanting to come back and do well, and she's worked some of that out, but they can still come in and out of matches, and you just got to deal with them.
All right, on a glorious day here at Melbourne Park, we are just about set for the kickoff of women's 4th round here. Madison Keys coming in as the defending champion. So much to play for, up against her great friend and fellow compatriot, Jessica Pegula.
Ready? Play.
Both these players have had a number of wins coming into this AO, and on top of it, winning their first 3 rounds. Very good rhythm here, start of this season.
30 love.
A little bit different for Keys this year, where she played in Adelaide, won that event this year. She played a couple of the weeks, played in Brisbane as well as in Adelaide, getting the quarterfinals there in both events. Pegula got to the semifinal in Brisbane, the only lead-up week that she played. There's always an interesting formula for players, and each season they may do things a little bit differently. You want to come into a major with enough matches, but not too tired or fatigued as you get to a second week potentially.
Oh, it's a perfect start for Jess Pegula here on Rod Laver Arena. 1 love, and we'll take this opportunity to check in courtside. We've got Coco Vanderway joining us. Coco, very good morning to you on what seems to be beautiful conditions courtside.
Good morning, and yes, it is absolutely perfect conditions courtside. I even had time to go get my coffee, and I don't feel that the coffee is going to overheat me out here. So both of these women couldn't have better conditions to both have the opportunity to move on to the quarterfinals. I'm excited to see this. An amazing start from Jess Pegula. If you notice, really early picking on the Keys forehand, testing that wing, not allowing Keys to run around the middle of the court. So we'll see if she can keep this up.
Have you got a tip for us? Who do you think goes in as favorite for this one, Coco?
It's hard not to bank the defending champion, but I think the way Jess Pegula has played throughout this tournament, I feel like she's got to be slightly favored, but only maybe like 5%.
Okay.
That's another good sign for Pegula, moving forward early, just putting it on Keys' mind that he's going to take advantage of anything a little shorter in the court. That's going to be part of the formula as well. Attacking serves. She's got these short, compact backswings, Pegula, and it means she can regulate her contact point pretty consistently. That was beautifully struck.
Has played well, Jessica Pegula, in that match against Gessler McCartney on centre court early in the event. Sort of just signaled to the draw that she was in good form. So a couple of break points here for Pegula. Oh, it's the perfect start for Pegula. She has come out of the gates fast. And that is some sweet ball striking to get the early break.
Very calm and measured from Pegula. The movement compact there, able to get out of the corner pretty quickly, and that allowed her to get a jump on that last forehand angle. A couple of serves in the middle of that game where Keys wasn't hitting quite at full throttle, and Pegula able to take full advantage of it.
Love Fiji.
This is not the start you want to have right after breaking. A couple of quick points from Pegula, and Keys threatening. First serve is going to be important for Pegula, but she's also got to hit her targets. Can't just be getting that serve in. But if she can mix it up, keep Keys guessing, give her some opportunities to hold serve just a little cleaner.
And Chanda, you're absolutely right. Having played both of these women, Jess, when you play her, if you get a lot of looks at a second serve, it really becomes attackable, and she starts backing up right away to defend that second serve. So definitely something that you'll see from Maddie Keys. Her going after the Pegula serve, constantly asking the question, do you have the confidence to stay up in your serve and not retreat back behind the baseline too quickly?
This would be a really nice lead if you could just get to 3-love, because we know that Madison Keys can get hot in matches where she can quickly turn scoreboards around.
And Pegula not giving up any ground on that baseline. I mean, she's staying tight to it, shortening up, hitting the ball with equal force.
It is the perfect start for Jessica Pegula here. 3-love, first set.
These two, of course, played in the Adelaide final last year, 2025, and it was Madison Keys who won that match. It was 3 sets, but Keys down the stretch really found the formula, and a lot of it had to do with her first serve placement. As you can see, spreading the court pretty nicely on the deuce side, but going a little bit more out to the Pegula forehand, went more to the forehand on the ad side as well, 67% of the time. That's the fastest serve for Keys as well. So she was able to get those additional aces, and it kept Pegula on her heels. Didn't really allow her to play on balance at the start of so many of those points, and it allowed Keys to run away with that third set.
So much is built around the serve of Madison Keys. She serves well, she plays well.
Time.
Picture perfect day here at Melbourne Park, where the defending champion just down one break, 3-love. It's a great start for Pegula. Coco, conditions seem pretty lively. The ball seems to be shooting through.
Yes, it certainly is, especially after the hot day that we had. I think the conditions are going to stay lively. As the center court gets played on more and more, the conditions are going to just get faster and faster. Both really work well for both players.
That did not miss by much, but Keys can maybe hope that Pegula will come off slightly of this rhythm she's in at the very start. And Keys has got to find ways to get on the front foot here.
It's most unusual.
Yeah, completely mistiming it, catching it on the edge of her frame. That's one of the things we've been kind of watching from really the first match. The serve of Keys lost a little bit of rhythm in her opening match. She started to find it.
Let's not forget, she changed her service motion at the year-end championships in Riyadh, but back to her old motion here at AO.
Oh, that's great stretch recovery. Just needs to get on the board here to feel like you're in the match.
Yeah, if you remember last year, she had changed from a platform serve to bringing her right foot up, and that seemed to help her with the rhythm, help get her up and out into her serve. That run to Adelaide title and the Australian Open title, you could see the difference it made. And then she adjusted again towards the end of last season, bringing her arm up. And as Coco mentioned, she went back to the standard. So it's not easy when you're kind of playing around with the serve a little bit. It takes time for, you know, those technical changes to really solidify. And I think here she looks a little more confident, a little better rhythm with it, especially if she can hold here.
Yeah, well done. Much needed hold of serve for Madison Keys. 3-1, Pegula.
Pegula leads 3 games to 1.
A lot more backhands cross right now. The backhand line, she's just going to throttle you cross. That's all she's going to do. So every backhand line you take, you're going to run there. So just start taking them cross. On returns, come on, make her feel you. She's hitting 100 miles an hour. Let's go, Maddie. Come on.
Let's go, Maddie.
Let's go. Serve is nothing. Come on.
You can hear husband and coach Bjorn just saying, attack the serve of Pegula.
He also mentioned, you know, the backhand line, and to really be aware of that, assuming from Pegula with how well she's been hitting it so far.
It's all well and good to be aggressive and have that mindset, but you have to make it as well, don't you? Because if you're not getting it in the court, you're not building any pressure.
Placement has been impeccable so far from Pegula, and some of her best serving. I mean, she has barely just lost 1 point when she's gotten that first serve in these first few games now. And that one threw her off. Just a slight kiss of the tape as that ball crossed the net. And Pegula not able to time it. The Pegula team with Mark Merklin in the forefront, just to the right.
Give yourself time, give yourself the space you need to crunch forehands. Come on.
Not this time for Madison Keys, so it's still Jessica Pegula up a break in this first set in this fourth round, 4-1.
Well, the thing about a match like this one, it can go very quickly because of how big both these players hit the ball. Obviously, they're both trying to play first strike tennis, and it's barely been 15 minutes on the clock, and already, you know, it's 5 games played. That's the type of tennis each knows they're going to have to counter and produce on their sides of the court. And sometimes there's something a little freeing about knowing when you get an opportunity, you've got to take it immediately. And right now, Pegula has been the more free-flowing player.
So, let's find our lucky winners.
Time.
Rod Laver Arena in this fourth round clash. Another beautiful day here in Melbourne. Very pleasant for the fans and the players. Just around 20, 21 degrees currently. That will warm up as the afternoon goes on. Supposed to get around a top temperature of 30 degrees here on Australia Day. And Coco, that's the difficult end to serve from, down the end where Maddie Keys, just due to the sun.
It is. The sun really does get in your way, but she's had an opportunity to already serve down on this end, so she should be able to figure out whether she has to move her position or start moving her toss around to be able to get that sun out of her eye line.
This is disastrous for Keys right now. Remember, one of her serves, she caught the top of her frame similarly.
Coco, do you think that's the sun? And it looks like it.
It certainly did. It's hard to believe that a professional player of Maddie's caliber can miss, but it just shows, and everyone at home can say, well, Maddie Keys just missed that, and it doesn't look so bad when I do it at my local club. But that could also oddly relax Maddie. You laugh at yourself at what a ridiculous miss that was, to be able to calm herself down, because it's with the pace of play that's going on, the aggressiveness from the baseline, it's almost like no one's been able to catch their breath.
That's just too good.
Madison Keys made a string change as well in the off-season. Just gone to one where she feels she can get a little more control. Certainly doesn't lack the power.
Yeah, and, you know, she has fiddled with her specs as well before the 2025 season. It was remarkable when you saw how well she served during last year's Australian Open. You know how big the forehand is. That is the weapon on the court, and she gave herself plenty of time on that one.
Light reserve.
But she had gone to a different string pattern, along with kind of changing from the platform position to bringing that right foot up. Went to a wider string pattern to get more spin.
Well, that was huge from Madison Keys. Down love 30. Gets out of trouble.
That's a big time hold, and she had to work for it, Keys, especially after that miss hit off her frame, you know, to settle back in and reset enough to hold. That is truly one of the big differences in her mindset over the last couple of seasons. There's the opportunity. Second serve, set up in the box, and Keys all over it. And you look at how she hits that return, and it doesn't look like it's overly big. I mean, she can do that all day. Give herself margin and lean on it.
Well, you can just sense that Pegula's very keen to go back in behind Madison, get her to have to prop and stop and change direction and go back. So this is intelligent play from Pegula.
And that was a first serve, and it was handled.
15-13.
Didn't quite move Keys enough. She had to take one step, but that is some supreme hitting. And you just kind of have to take your licks sometimes if you are Pegula, not get too discouraged. Keys is going to hit some big shots, some winners that you can do absolutely nothing about. But Pegula just staying the course, getting right back to the first serve.
Madison Keys in full flight. Just so hard to defend against this free-flowing power, aggressive play. Gives herself plenty of space here. You could hear Bjorn say, give yourself space on that forehand. And certainly has executed that and earns a break-back point.
First bit of adversity on serve for Pegula, and gets herself back to deuce. She was looking for it, Keys, and Pegula, she tried to put a little more on that second serve, but you can only do so much. Still not risk the double fault, and Keys, no hesitation. A little frustrating miss from Keys. A good serve from Pegula, but still just want to give yourself a bit more margin over the net.
Advantage Keys. Fault.
Well, this time,
Cain.
Madison Keys does get the break back, and we are back on serve here on Rod Laver Arena. 4-3, Pegula leads.
New balls, please. Pegula leads 4 games to 3.
Maddie Keys settled in now in that last game, just biding her time, kept giving herself opportunities, and has started finding her rhythm on the backhand, staying beautifully through that one low, that left knee almost touching the court. But it was a couple of big backhand returns that really set her up for success in that game. The last one, she was following it into the net just in case Pegula did get her racket on it. But that has been one of the improved shots in Keys' game as well. Forehand has always been a weapon, but the backhand can't just go to it.
So many people in and around the grounds here at Melbourne Park on what promises to be a fabulous Australia Day here. So we're back on serve, and that was just the third game, or the third time that Jess Pegula has lost serve all tournament, just due to the ferocious ball striking from Madison Keys.
There's something freeing about knowing you can break serve. Takes a little pressure off your service game, and for Keys, that's already a shot that can get her some free points.
Coco, how important do you think the first set is for either player in this clash?
You know, I think it's more important for Jess Pegula, having lost the last 2 meetings to Maddie Keys. I think it means more to her to get that lead and to play with the lead. For Maddie Keys, she runs so hot and cold that I think it really doesn't matter as much.
They play so quickly between points as well. One of the fastest players on tour.
Having played Maddie, you can feel really rushed, not only from the ground strokes of getting back, getting your legs into these points, but also there's no time to recover because you can't really think of a way to really get into her service games because she does play so quickly.
Well, she's got herself in a little bit of trouble here. Just overplaying. And it's 2 break points now for the 6th seed, Jessie Pegula. Yep, that is the break for Pegula. Took advantage of the new balls, and she will now serve for the opening set here.
5 games to 3.
Come on. Get back to it. You're going to have every single chance in every single one of her serve games. Start crunching some forehands on second serves. Make her see something different on the return, and do not hit your backhand down the line right now. Come on.
Come on, Maddie. You got this.
Go, Maddie.
Come on.
Coach and husband Bjorn Frantangelo just stressing to Keys not to add risk to her shots down the line over the high part of the net. Just keep it cross court, give yourself a bit more margin. but Pegula has been so clean. I mean, even the game that Keys broke, she had to come up with the goods. Just 4 unforced errors so far. Partly why she's in this position.
Yeah, it's such a fine margin with Madison Keys when you watch her play it. If you can just play it just a little, just tighten it up a little and play a little safer and take those lines out of play.
Until you get something where you are inside the court and you've got the space, as she did at that last backhand.
30.
I mean, you've got to kind of use your judgment when you're out there as a player as well. Your coach may be telling you one thing and you're following it, but then very quickly an opportunity can arise where you have to do something different, and that's the balance you have to find.
Now it's dropped in. It just throws a bit of pressure back on the Pegula serve here at 30 love. She was looking stress-free. Now the heart rate is back up again.
I'm sure Chanda can attest how frustrating that is to see a return go by you in that manner. It wasn't the cleanest hit of returns, but still equally as frustrating.
Oh.
Well, it was a brave second serve. She went for it. 155km/h second serve with aggression.
40-30.
And that is Jessica Pegula bringing up set point here. What a start for Jessica Pegula here on Rod Laver. In 32 minutes, the 6th seed has wrapped it up 6 games to 3. Well, just getting the ice bags out, trying to keep cool as temperatures heat up, and this is part of the Australia Day celebration down under here. The typical traditional flyover from the jets, where people are lining up along the banks of the Yarra River right next to Melbourne Park here. And that was a really impressive set from Jess Pegula.
It was. I mean, she had clear strategy and she came out and implemented a lot of first serves. 69% of those first serves made.
Yeah, we can see the stats coming up here, and just what they were talking about, the first serve percentage just slightly in favor of Jess Pegula, but what really made the difference is how many points how many serves were converted into points for her compared to Madison Keys. It feels like a little bit slower to start, especially when she was 3 loves down there in the first set when it came to games, but she was able to bring a little bit back. I think Jess Pegula just having a little bit more firepower and oomph earlier in this set there, and so we're hoping that Madison Keys bounces back, defending champion. There is that expectation of her, of course, but Jess Pegula just really knowing her opponent and coming out of the gate absolutely flying.
A pumped up Jessica Pegula here has got off to a flying start as the Roulettes are celebrating Australia Day here in one of our greats there in Rod Laver. It's an iconic photo and statue of the man who has this stadium named after him, from Rockhampton in Queensland. Went on to win all 4 majors in a calendar year and collect the Grand Slam. He did it twice back in 1962 and 1969.
Well, the work is nowhere near finished for Pegula if she wants to book a spot in another quarterfinal. The start of this set also crucial. It's what she did so well the first set. Started quickly and was up 3-love before Keys could hardly blink. And for Keys, she can hold, get off to a good start, and continue to pressure Pegula's serve a bit. That's been the formula for her so far. The players pausing just a bit for the flyover as well. That's so good. Ball not only hit with some purpose and pace, but it's tailing away from Pegula as well. Just a little bit of that side spin that Keys is able to get when she brushes over the ball.
Yeah, the players were made aware that this would be part of the celebration here today, so they have expected it. They knew about it.
Coco, you know, sitting courtside, you look at how well both these players hit the ball, but what are some of the slight differences in what you can see in terms of maybe height, flatness versus the spin?
Well, to me, Maddie Keys has the most variety in her game, especially on the forehand side. She gets a lot more topspin. That's something that she worked on coming into the 2025 season, where backhand very flat from Maddie Keys, comes up low over the net. Jess Pegula is flat off both wings. Not much variety unless it comes in a form of a slice.
And there's the slice, just changing the pacing, changing the speed slightly. And it throws Keys off just enough.
Advantage Keys.
She can't miss that one, Keys. Yeah, trying to remind herself to stay down. Just lost a bit of control of her body. Just pulled off of it too quickly.
Advantage Keys.
To be fair to both the players, it is very distracting with the flyover. As much as they were warned and prepared, it is still quite consistently, and it sounds pretty darn close to the court when they do the flyovers.
turning into a really important game we sense here. First game of this second set.
Light, second service.
Two double faults in a row. Just lost a rhythm a little bit here.
Yeah, this would be more challenging for Keys on serve.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good recovery. Got up and out after that serve. Bit more.
Lights for service.
And the ball is off of Keys' racket so quickly. And there's a kind of a fine line with it. You want to keep it on your strings as long as possible, but you could see it is just jumping off, and she didn't quite hit it solidly in the middle of the racket.
Just pressing a little too much here. And that gifts the opening break here to Jess Pegula. So it's a set and a break.
First game, second set.
Another quick start for Pegula, and she's just been so solid. She's not expending a lot of extra energy. She's not giving away a lot. And that's also been part of the challenge for Keys, who has lost her last 7 matches against top tenors. Did beat Sabalenka, the last top 10 win, of course, #1 in the world at the time.
What does that tell us, do you think, that she struggled to
I mean, I think last year, after winning the Australian Open, didn't have as good a year as she would have hoped. Still was solid, still made the tour finals, but maybe just trying to play with a different mindset after winning her first major. Struggled with that.
15 love.
Coco, do you think she's just overplaying a fraction here, Madison Keys, just being a little too aggressive?
Yes, but that's nothing new when it comes to the Maddie Keys' game. She's got one style of play and kind of goes with what works. When it works, it's unbelievable. It's unstoppable. We saw her win this title with this game. But when it's not, what's the plan B, and how do we get there to regain our rhythm?
Good point.
30 love.
And we thought that Bjorn, last year when Maddie brought her husband Bjorn and coach more full-time, he was trying to get her more margin, more spin on the forehand wing and on the serve to create that bit of breathing room for her in her game, to be able to use her power, to bide her time before she pounces on the strike.
And then a shot like that where it's well hit from Keys, but she's essentially hitting herself out of the point. If the depth doesn't beat Pegula, she has no way to recover and close off that court.
40-15.
It's the depth from Keys that did more of the damage, and she was ready to pounce.
A solid service game from Pegula. Has been very disciplined today. She's gone about her work beautifully.
Kick, you know, so you're all over it. That's it. Come on.
Mark Merklin there in the white cap, coached by Mark Merklin and of course Mark Knowles in tandem. Two of the good guys of men's tennis. And Chanda, this is where Madison Keys just has to keep it tight on the scoreboard. Keep it close. Don't give too big a lead away.
Keep holding serve and focus on the first couple of points of each service game. First and foremost, that's been where she has shined. When she's winning that first or the first and second points of her service games, she is holding almost 100% of the time. Want to play from ahead. You want to release a little bit of that tension and be able to swing more freely. That's so smart, and you could see Pegula just waiting for the opportunity and times the move forward perfectly. Not necessarily playing for the big knockout blow, but just little cuts to get Keys off the court.
Yeah, nice adjustment steps here from Madison Keys. And I like it when she plays like this, not taking a massive risk, just picks a really strong big target, cross court. Let the power do the work.
Game.
Well, she needed that service game, and it was a great service hold from Madison Keys just to stay in touch. Pegula set and 2-1.
Jessie Pegula has been very accurate with her serve so far, and that's part of what has been the challenge for Keys. Here's a look at the first serve placement of Pegula. Balls in blue are the aces, but that area, the blue area right next to the line around the service box, that is about 60 centimeters, just under 2 feet. She is serving 50%, over 50% of the time in the deuce side, very accurately, and half the time in the ad side, and that has allowed her to play on the front foot to get some balls that are more hittable on her second balls, and it's put Keys on her heels a bit more often. Pegula doesn't serve as big as Keys as consistently, but the accuracy has been doing so much of the damage.
Time.
Second week of a major always is exciting for players. And of course the fans as we progress through the draw. The draw is absolutely stacked on the women's side. All the big names have survived.
Love 15.
Another smart serve that is so close to the line, and it was tailing away from Keys.
15 all.
I certainly didn't have it in my bingo card that we would be seeing Jess Pegula outserve Maddie Keys in this match.
If you're looking at, if you're Pegula's team, you're looking at what she needs to do well to give herself the best shot in this match. The serve would have been first and foremost. That would have been the goal, to get a lot of first serves in, to move the serve around the box. Not let that serve be a liability, or let Keys see a lot of second serves.
That's the shot that has done a bit of damage here. The backhand down the line, she's executing this beautifully. It's just a simple take back, got the forward momentum. Fourth time we've seen that in this match. Break point.
Use. Advantage.
Wow. Again, Coco, it's the serve, isn't it? It's been a little surprise.
And it's not like Maddie Keys has been getting a racket on it and has been missing returns. Maddie's been held pretty much just stationary and having returned just a serve. It's not the craziest serve to return at all.
Oh, she'll love getting out of trouble here. That is great stuff from Pegula. Just 3 games away now.
3 games to 1.
You know, one of the other things Pegula would have been looking at was how to go toe-to-toe from the ground with someone who hits the ball a little bit bigger than she does. And she's done it, Pegula, with control and, again, with accuracy from the ground. She's still hitting the ball with some good pace, 123 on the forehand, 108 on the backhand. But she's placing her shots better, and it's been that combination.
And this has been a successful play. The play back in behind Madison Keys.
Light for service.
She continues, Pegula, to massage the ball around the court. I mean, we've got a total so far of 7 unforced errors. Now, some of those numbers are subjective, but she has missed so few shots relative to the winners that she's hit thus far. 24 Keys.
Oh, well, it's going to take some sublime shots like this to keep Madison Keys in this one.
15-13.
There's the winners, 21 winners for Madison today, and this is one of the better ones of the afternoon.
Definitely
Feel that Pegula would want a second break if she can.
If you can
grab
manage it. Get some insurance, just get that in your back pocket.
Yep. Just timed it to perfection. She's been so disciplined today, Pegula, trying not to make any unforced errors, and this is a rather large point in the context of this match. Break point. And she gets it. That is huge for Jessica Pegula's hopes here at the Australian Open. Playing magnificently. A set and 4-1.
I'd like to think if you are Jessica Pegula that the double break, feel pretty good about your ability to close out this match, but you still can never count Madison Keys out. And you mentioned, Josh, the discipline that Pegula has played with. That has been the story of the day for her. It's been a high level, and she's not backing off. You know, she's not pushing the ball. She's still going after a shot. She's still hitting the ball with a level of freedom, but the accuracy and the control, and that's all part of this disciplined tennis we're seeing from Jessica Pegula.
Full house here around the grounds on what is another magnificent day here. The Yarra River in the backdrop. All courts in action here as we start the second week of the Australian Open.
Time.
So the defending champ in a spot of bother here on Rod Laver Arena, because it has been so impressive from Pegula.
Returns on second serves would be huge.
You can just hear the coach of Madison Keys there in the background saying, look for forehands on return, especially the second serve. He would feel she's absolutely not out of this just yet. Hasn't put a foot wrong, Pegula.
15 love.
Making the body backhand.
Oh, she gets that to fall. She had so much spin on that forehand. Gave her that little extra bit of push. Dribble over the net.
They're in trouble here. Overcooked the drop shot, didn't get it right. And that is a couple of break points here for Madison Keys, desperately fighting, trying to stay alive at this year's championship. Brilliant from the defending champion, Madison Keys. Gets a break back here on Rod Laver Arena. Keeps her hopes alive.
Yeah, this was a screaming forehand, and Keys knew exactly what she wanted to do.
At least get the rally speed that you're looking for to then crunch forehands. I feel like it's a little bit too fast right now. Try to slow down the pace some.
Let's go, Maddie.
Yeah, you can hear Frantangelo just encouraging Keys to slow down the pace, not let things go so quickly, especially when she's missing. But here's a look at why Pegula has broken 4 times already today.
Yeah, 21% today, but previous rounds at 35%.
Well, she was getting a lot more first serves not coming back. Today, Pegula's been flooding the court with more balls. It's put pressure on the Keys serve more often, and it's been part of the formula for Pegula.
A nice bit of momentum and positive body language here from Keys.
Well, and you could see she kind of just rolled the ball a little bit more, especially on the backhand in the middle of this rally right there. She didn't go for it so hard and flat. And then, of course, the squash forehand earlier, the drop shot there, just changing the pace enough. And that's part of slowing things down as well. Yeah, she didn't have to make it so close to the line, Keys. I mean, her regular forehand is big enough, especially if she's trying to get into the net and get in position.
A good couple of games here from Madison Keys just to stay in touch. But it's Pegula, a set and 4-3. And Coco, that might just shift things a little bit out here as Madison Keys just works her way back into this match. Pegula still with a break, but that will certainly get Jessica Pegula's attention.
Oh, definitely. Tennis is such a momentum type of sport that even though Jess Pegula had the insurance break, the double break, it's all about going into these next couple of games being sure, being confident. And for me, Maddie Keys has switched that momentum more into her side of the court than Jess Pegula has, because Jess Pegula still needs to find answers to how to get these next 2 holds that she needs to win this match.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how she can show strength and determination and self-belief to get over the line here.
Time.
Such a beautiful sight. That is the Yarra River that just meanders through this fabulous capital city, Melbourne of Victoria. What is a picture-perfect day here at Melbourne Park, where things are just tightening up a fraction here for Pegula. Was up a set and double break and is coming out to serve with new balls, still with 1 break in hand. Needs some first serves here, you would imagine.
It always changes, shifts things when you get broken back immediately. It almost completely negates the break of serve, and that's what Pegula is dealing with now. It's 2 games in a row for Keys. She now has a bit of momentum on her side. How does Pegula slow it down? That helps.
It's a real gift when you're serving up a break. You know you're just 8 points away. Any point feels so big at this stage of the match.
Well, and she went for that second serve a little more side spin, tailing it away from Keys' forehand. A little bit of risk, and it paid off. And that's where you hit the second serve. You try to get enough spin on it, and Pegula did. Kicked up just enough, and you just hope that you can catch up to whatever's coming at you. Keys not maybe getting quite as much depth, and Pegula able to hold her ground.
Find that first serve at the moment. She's lost. She hasn't made a first serve yet in this game. She desperately tries to get a free point on serve at this stage of the game. And there it is. Yep.
An excellent first serve. That's been a valuable serve. Out wide, getting on the outside edge of the ball, moves away from Keys. Again, just forces her to take an extra step or 2, not hit on balance. Such a good return. Keys raising the level of intensity here these last few games now, and that one helped produce that return. There's been a few net cords now from Keys, and they have pretty much been to her advantage. That one throwing Pegula off. again.
Thank
You
you.
can hear the crowd really getting involved here. So it's a break point for Madison Keys.
Oh, no. It jammed her keys, and that's when you do not want to add risk to the return. Just get it back in the middle of the court and force Pegula to have to come up with something there.
A really good second serve. This one was shaped well. It kicked high off the court.
Advantage, Pegula.
Made it difficult for Madison Keys to attack on. That's got to feel huge for Jessica Pegula. Such relief to get through that service game, facing a break point, and now one game away from the Australian Open quarterfinals.
You don't often get a lot of emotion from Pegula when she's playing, but after holding serve there, you got the fist pump, and you could see it in her body language how huge she knew that game was, and the relief to get the hold.
An hour and 11 minutes so far.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play. Love 15. Pitino.
That's a good 1-2 shot from Keys. Didn't go for the outright pass, but dipped it just enough to make it a difficult volley for Pegula.
Yeah, well done from Madison Keys here, playing a tight game, doing everything she can to get the hold here and force Pegula to have to serve it out. The second serve's been problematic today. Just won 4 of 15 points on second serve in this second set. 7 of 22 in the match.
Game.
It's going to get interesting here because Jessica Pegula, the 6th seed, has a chance to serve into the quarterfinals.
Pegula leads 5-4.
She got out of a tough service game her last time at bat. Pegula would like to make this one a little cleaner. needs a few more first serves, especially at the beginning of the game, and that would set her up for more success. But Keys has that ability to dig in. She's been able to turn some matches around. This shot often is a big part of the story.
It's free-flowing, it's natural, it's so hard to defend against when she's in full flight.
And somehow Pegula has been able to blunt some of the weapons of Keys, but this is the ultimate test. Match on your racket, can you close it out?
Time.
So it's the moment of truth here for Jessica Pegula. Never easy to serve a match out. She's attempting to do it against great friend and defending champion Madison Keys.
Now.
Really well played. Great footwork. You could hear it and you could see it for Pegula, trying to stay really intense with the footwork here. And that's the perfect point.
Keys didn't make it easy for her, but good feel. And she made it look almost like she sets up her topspin forehand.
Oh, I got enough of it. Just got that racket out in front. Much to her relief, because that was a rocket from Madison Keys. An hour and 18 minutes of play. Jess Pegula with 2 match points.
Thank you.
Jessica Pegula moves on into the quarterfinals here at the Australian Open in a stunning display of tennis against her great friend Madison Keys.
This was a masterclass performance from Jessica Pegula. Understanding how she needed to come out and play the match, and she just went through the checklist. She got off to a good start. She played a disciplined match. Appreciation for the 2025 Australian Open champion as she leaves the court this year. Acquitted herself well all tournament long, but came up against a game opponent in Jessie Pegula, who also had weapons, who had firepower from the ground, but so beautifully managed her tennis from start to finish.
She's got to be loving life, Jessica Pegula. That's got to feel pretty good, because she didn't put a foot wrong today. She was disciplined from the start. Up against
Yeah, Jessica Pegula just putting up an absolute performance against defending champion Madison Keys there. And for the fourth Australian Open quarterfinals, she'll be seeing she'd done it before back in 21, 22, and 23 for herself. So getting back into that round has got to feel fantastic, especially taking out defending champion in the way she did. A lot of big serves coming from her, able to close things out in short rallies. It was just a beautiful display from Jessica Pegula. And whilst I wish it was going to continue, just keeping the dream alive for herself here, not dropping a single set still, even after winning that match in round 4 there. Looking to see if she'll be coming up against Wang or Anisimova in the quarterfinals, and we're hoping to be seeing that matchup later on. But now we're going to jump to a break. We come back. All of the action around the men's and women's singles round 4 will continue. Well, the Australian Open action is continuing for the women's singles round 4, as we're seeing Jinyu Wang taking to the court, as well as Amanda Anisimova. There you go. There's the intros right there. So both of them are going to be coming out on to the court. And for Anisimova, she's in that record that we were talking about at the start of today, where she has not yet dropped a single set in the Australian Open this year. So we're going to see exactly what is on the cards for her today, coming up against Wang, who has had almost a similar sort of heroic way to her round number 4 as well, with having only lost one set earlier on in round number 2, otherwise also having some pretty good wins for herself as well. So we can listen on in, see what other information is being brought to the table here, and hopefully we get to catch that coin toss too.
The incredible rise for her last season.
It was an incredible season, and I think what I've said this numerous times, what impressed me the most was getting her to her first final at Wimbledon, and the way that went. She obviously had a lot of nerves going into that final, but the way she bounced back after that and got into the next slam final right away at the US Open at her home slam, I mean, that is some impressive mental strength.
Ladies, well done. Video review available for the boxes, towels. You can get the white, you can get the blue. Any questions? No? So we have the player mark, also an open, AO. AO? The player, Amanda. So, can we just take a photo, please, on that side? Perfect, just in the front.
Yeah, we have 3 of the world's top 6 already through to the quarterfinals, and there is a distinct possibility we may have every single member of the top 6 come the end of the day. Jess Pegula was a winner earlier on today. She knows that she's locked and loaded to take on the winner of this.
That would definitely be a crazy feat if we had all top 6 seeded women making it into that top 6 sort of realm. Then we're going to have a look at a bracket to see just how possible it really is. Jessica Pegula getting the win earlier today against defending champion Madison Keys in straight sets 6-3, 6-4. And we're looking at 4th seed Anisimova to try and complete that top 6 seed, making it into the quarterfinals there. And you can see what is left still to be determined in that bottom bottom half of the bracket there too, with Rybakina up against Mertens and Inglis up against Swiatek there as well. And the commentators were briefly mentioning how Anisimova at the end of last year, or the later half of the slams last year, made it to 2 slam finals back to back. And so a lot of questions about how her form is going to be continuing coming into 2026. And we've said it before, I'll say it again, not having dropped a set yet for herself. Having a quick, detour here and talk about the weather, where it's increased just a couple of degrees. We're now looking at 27 degrees in the tail end of the afternoon here. Pretty sunny too, so no cloud coverage at all. Hopefully it still stays under 30, gives the women a nice temperature for themselves to play here. And very quickly, also talking about Jinyu Wang, how she's made such a phenomenal run for herself in the Australian Open right now, after 2 years back-to-back, getting knocked out in that first round to now make it to the 4th round. Look at the possibility of a quarter final, while we're looking at our Rod Laver Arena walkouts too. So that's our men's singles round 4. It is Musetti up against Fritz. That one's going to be what we'll tune in a little bit. But yeah, we could focus on back at our John Cain Arena matchup and the women's singles until the men's singles on Rod Laver is ready for us.
Men's singles 4th round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from the USA, Taylor Fritz. And their opponent from Italy, Lorenzo Mazzetti.
Mentioned that it is a spectacular day here on Australia Day, and I'm going to waste no time in introducing one of Australia's finest, who is sitting courtside, just to get a general feel as to how things are down there courtside. Wally Masseur, good afternoon, Wall.
Robbie, how are you? And I can tell you it's reasonably warm. Obviously the arena is a bowl, it seems to be gathering heat. I just spoke to somebody in Team Musetti. I asked him how Lorenzo went after his tough match previously. They said he's fine, he's ready to go, he's absolutely looking forward to it, and he's in physical peak shape.
Lorenzo, we have Tom to help us out. Just for me, of course, the clocks are in the corners and up on the scoreboards. For the towels, blue. On this side, white. On this side, video review. Just ask me if there's something you want to check. Any questions? All right, Tom, who do you want to ask? Asking Taylor. AO or Mark is the question. AO is the call.
Tom Sweeney and Aussie appropriately in the chair today.
We've got Mark Edmondson. Receive. Last of all, just a photo this way.
And of course, Mark Edmondson was the last Aussie man to win here back in 1976. 50 years ago, hence the coin bears his bust.
A little bit of time is needed for our players to warm up on Rod Laver Arena, but nearing the end of theirs that we were just talking about is over on John Cain Arena. We're going to check in with them, see how they're settling in, and hopefully get to catch their first point, their first game of their first set here between Wang and Anisimova.
First set, Amanda Anisimova, 2-0.
The current world number 4 to get this round of 16 match going.
Yeah, Amanda's been impressive this tournament. I think from the first round, I would say didn't play her best, but she's really played into some great form. That match against Stearns was so solid.
Just a little bit when both players came out here today, there's no doubt that Wang Qingyu had a number of people. She has a lot of support out here today, even more so than Amanda Anisimova when she walked on the court. So that will be something Amanda is fighting this entire match.
He's been pretty dominant from the back of the court through the opening 3 rounds. When you look through the statistics of the event so far, only Goff and Pegula have won a greater number of baseline points than Anisimova to this stage of the event. She's been pretty tough to break as well. Just a couple of times, there's some members of her team up in the corner.
Yeah, when her serve is firing on all cylinders too, it just goes into her entire game. She exudes confidence when she can get those easy shots, that first strike on the ball.
So for Wang Qingyu, Jill, what would the game plan be today tactically? What do you think she will have been told to try and execute out here?
To be honest, I think it's going to be pretty similar to Amanda's. I think she's going to want to try and get a high first serve percentage and try and get aggressive right on that first strike of the ball, try and spread the court and get Amanda moving as much as possible. We know Amanda's strength is that backhand side, one of the best backhands on the tour, but sometimes you have to go to the strength in order to open up the opposite side of the court. So right there, you could see her trying to create more of an angle on the backhand, got the mistake.
Just got to look at Goran Tosic, who is the coach, the Serbian coach of this lady. There he is on the left-hand side. Been with her a while now.
Using the slice to spread the court off the serve. That was excellent accuracy.
To be Ostapenko and Noskova back-to-back, two of the biggest hitters in the women's game. She's had to fend off a fair bit of firepower through the last couple of rounds. response would look so early from Anisimova.
I love that Wang looks down the other end to indicate, should I have let that go? Was it going out? I'm like, your people are all the way down the other end of the court. Like, they could not make that decision for you. Oh boy, what a great start though.
Win predictor right now, reasonably heavily in favour of Anisimova. To be expected given the ranking golf.
Well, I like the attacking return from Wang. When you have someone that serves so big, if you get that second serve opportunity, got to get aggressive, trying to put pressure on Anisimova.
Very proactive return. Laying down an early marker.
Yeah, that's what she has to do. Keep playing that aggressively. And I like the attention of looking to already take that first ball out of the air. She saw Amanda on the stretch and moved and transitioned inside the court very quickly.
$30-15.
Doing their best to try and stand up tight to the baseline to the first serve. We'll test the timing though, especially on a quick day, a hot day. Balls will travel.
Guys, you can hear immediately every time Wang wins a point, the support she has in this arena is significant. And that's going to be certainly something that Amanda Anisimova has to really stay calm with today.
So the American, twice a runner-up at the majors last year, with the early advantage on serve, 2-1.
A very small lead there for Anisimova in set one, 2-1 there. We're going to shift our focus, though, over to Rod Laver Arena, where the men's singles round 4 has now begun between 5th seed Lorenzo Musetti and 9th seed Taylor Fritz.
He felt he was transferring too much of his weight onto his left foot, Brad, and wasn't getting a uniform push-up with both legs, not maximizing his lift.
I like that play. He's got a beautiful slice. And look, the last thing I'll just say on the serve, I think Musetti's serve, you know, you change the start of the serve, but he's two arms up together. If you watch Taylor Fritz, it's a very strong ball toss arm, and then the right arm trails and then catches up really fast. I much prefer that style of serve.
Yeah, there was another Californian,
13.
Wally, who served almost identically to that, and he was pretty good. #1 in the world, 14 majors.
Are you talking about arms one up, one down? I thought you were
Yes.
talking the other way. Well, obviously knew who you were talking about. Petey.
Sampras. What a motion, almost identical to Taylor's.
I have to say that I don't mind the two arms up at the same time. Arms down together, arms up together. That's a bit of Tommy Paul, to be honest with you. Good ball striking from Taylor.
30-40.
You see Musetti shaking the arm out a little bit.
Opportunity beckons early doors for the American. Well, that is interesting because he's done the right thing here. We both know, Brad, Taylor's not that fond of coming forward, and I'm just curious as to whether missing that volley on such an important point might put him off in future forays forward.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most uncomfortable area of the court for Taylor. I mean, he almost had to come in on that ball. The court was open, and he got a good ball to volley. Good first serve there from Musetti, but I'm interested to see the interplay as we continue. Also, Wally mentioned it earlier off that first drop shot that Musetti played. Be interesting to see if Musetti tries to draw Taylor forward a little bit in the match or on a more regular basis. I think that's a good plan from his standpoint.
Game set.
And we saw him there again with the drop shot. Fritz is phenomenally good at the basic fundamentals of ground strokes, return, serve. A little bit more lacking in the intangibles. Transition shots like this little ball here. And still needs work and technique improvement at the volley. Positioning as well. He just gets lost a little bit at times at the net.
Served 13 aces in the previous match. Of course, he topped the ace category last year on the ATP Tour for most aces out of anyone.
He's sitting on 69 aces for the tournament right now.
I don't know about you, bro. When I watch Taylor serve, I get the feeling he can serve at such a high clip for set upon set upon set because the motion is so smooth. The feeling I get when I watch him deliver.
We see one of the things tactically that I think Musetti is going to want to do throughout the match is use the slice backhand. He's already used it quite a few times just in these first early games. That one, that time, getting him a good look at a forehand that he hurt Fritz on.
15-14.
So that's where that deeper return position comes into play for Musetti. Lets the ball drop into the strike zone on the one-hander, and he's able to lift and create a lot of rotation. One of the things about hitting a one-handed backhand is that you're able to create a lot more rotation, a lot more shape on a ball generally than guys with two-handers.
Always like a little bit of general knowledge when we're commentating on matches. And one of the ones, if you're listening at home, is the number of players ranked inside the top 100 with a one-handed backhand. I've got it at 6. Checked it a couple of times. I hope I haven't left anybody out, but test your knowledge. Test.
Good serve there from Fritz.
The nerve of Fritz having to save 2 break points thus far. Of course, this guy's one of them.
Yeah, we would have gotten him, I think. Great first serve there again from Fritz. Another ace to erase that break point.
Advantage.
Take your homework on the Fritz serving patterns. You'll know that he likes that serve out wide on the deuce 60% of the time. Maybe a shade more.
Turning into a battle here in this game.
I'm all for the one-handed backhand. I mean, it's beautiful to watch, and we saw Fritz play stand in the previous round, but I just feel on the return, having 2 hands on the racket, particularly against a server of this quality, would be handy.
Magnificent. Advantage.
Taylor getting the better of the forehand-to-forehand exchange that time.
But it's interesting because he's playing so deep, but yet he's not hitting that forehand with depth. You'd think it'd be a little Casper Ruud-like, where he'd toss it up very high and deep. That would be the purpose of playing deep.
Cheap points there from Musetti.
Fritz leads by
has allowed Taylor to settle into a 2-1 lead. Well, I want you to have a think as well, Wally, when we come out of the break. Players inside the top 100 with a single-handed backhand. And between you and Brad, I want to see if you can find the other 5, because we know Lorenzo is one of them. The Rocket on Australia Day.
The Roulette.
Perfect formation.
I've got a little bit of an advantage in the one-handed player because Tommy's played a couple of them already in these first few weeks on this year.
Yeah, well, on Australia Day, given how many great Australians there were with single-handed backhands, let's try and name the 6 that are currently in the top 100. Lorenzo's 1. Who you got, Brett?
I'm gonna go with Tommy's first match of the year in Brisbane. That would be Mpechi Pericard.
Yes.
That's a tough one. Wally would not have gotten that one.
No, well, look, I might have, because I'm scrolling through the ATP rankings. I'll throw Tsitsipas at you.
Yep.
15 left.
Halfway there, boys.
All right, I'll go with Tommy's first-round opponent here in Australia, Alex Kovacevic.
Correct.
And I'll raise you with a Grigor Dimitrov.
Yes, there's one more.
And I'll go with, we practiced with him, practice sets twice during the off-season. He spent his off-season in South Florida. Oh, tough pickup for Musetti. And I think maybe the prettiest one-hander on the whole tour.
Oh.
Altmaier.
Correct. Daniel Altmaier. Germany. Those are the 6 that I've got. There were a couple more, but they've just dropped outside of the top 100.
Nice serve from Musetti. I think it's interesting that historically we had a period last year where when Dimitrov dropped out of the top 100, where we
top 10,
sorry, that we didn't have any one-handers in the top 10. And historically, although there for a long time now, tour was dominated by two-handers, but we had quite a few one-handers that were in the top 10. Top 10, top 15, top 20.
Yep.
Said he got away with a little bit of a mishit on that first ball. Created a little more angle than what he was necessarily trying to do. Worked out perfectly. Spread the court out.
It's a beautiful liquid whip of a forehand.
2 games, sir.
So always spoken about his admiration for Roger Federer. It's too dissimilar in his shot making. That head stays nice and still behind the ball. The flowing single-handed backhand. Technically so sound. It's got the bandana on, cool hair. Taylor's girlfriend, bottom left, is physio, just next to Morgan. Wolfgang Oswald, and on the far right we saw Mike Russell, his coach. Of course, the main coach of Musetti is not here. Had to go home, did Simone Tartarini, because his mother passed away early last week. The entire tennis family sends all their best to Simone. There's Paul Anneka, just rocked up.
I've commented a couple times, done Taylor's first round match, his second round match, and now again here, and it's been interesting to me that his team, Paul and Mike especially, and Wolfgang, what a return, have not been sitting in the coaching box. They've been sitting up in the friends and family area.
Yes.
And you're not allowed to coach from up there. You're only allowed to coach from the designated coaching area.
Nice footnote, Brad.
I asked, I actually messaged Paul Annacone about it and asked him if that was Taylor's request. And his answer was that Taylor coaches us more than we coach him. He said it was actually Mike's call that they wanted the team all to be together, and that Taylor looks more for support necessarily than
Taylor was always one of those players who was very much against the coaching change, wasn't he? He loved the mono of tennis.
What a point this was, Rebby. The last couple points, we're seeing a little bit of the Musetti clay court style neutralizing the pace and weight of the shots from Fritz and being able to come out ahead.
See ya.
Game assist.
To get the first book. Relentless hitting. Lorenzo rewarded for his power and patience. He leads 3-2.
She sort of semi-tried to play it safe there by going through the middle of the court, but you still have to hit it. I like the fact that she's thinking that way, but you still must keep accelerating the racket head.
I saw a few frustrations surface against Siniakova in the second round, got through those. And again today, just a little early sense of some exasperation that she's feeling.
Long-time coach, used to coach him since he was a young kid. Simone Tartarini had to go fly back to Italy together with the physio, actually, who wasn't well.
That's a great read by Musetti, who's following that in.
15.
Kind of delayed and then started coming forward.
It was interesting, that break point in the final game when Fritz served, because Fritz has that extreme grip on the forehand. He likes to hit his forehand with his elbow pretty close to the body, and he doesn't like to hit the low ball. So Musetti dragging him wide with the forehand and keeping it low with the slice. He got a result.
Yeah, really good play tactically, I think, Wally. He went slice, slice, and then stepped in and cracked the backhand.
Way to mess up your rhythm.
That's not an easy ball for him to deal with that grip.
No, and he's a huge man. I mean, Taylor's a big guy, so anything below knee height with that Western, full Western, and I think that's part of his problem with the volley too, the grip change he has to make from full Western to sort of neutral or continental to hit a forehand volley. I mean, he's got to do a lot of that in practice to be efficient at that in the match.
That's just fun tennis to watch. The running backhand that Musetti hit, defending on that forehand down the line from Fritz, was so impressive. And then such an interesting change of pace there. High lifted backhand.
This guy's skill set is so wide and varied. His defensive skills, attacking prowess, He's definitely got the best defensive lob out there. He's taken over that mantle since Andy Murray retired. I mean, how many good ones did we see, Wally, against Thomas in the previous round?
No, and it's already paid dividends once in this match. He tossed it up high and Taylor missed the smash. And it's not a shot a lot of players spend time practicing, the bounce smash. So it's effective for him. But he's a silky player. I mean, I think if we've seen him step up in the court and take the ball on the rise, Musetti, already in this match. But if he can start doing that a little more and find a way to play a little more on the front foot, I mean, he's going to be absolutely dangerous on any surface.
Yeah, and it's proven to be the case. Brad and I were just highlighting how much he's improved on hard courts over the years. Of course, his first major semi-final was at Wimbledon. Brilliant clay court season last year. No surprises there.
Well done from Fritz.
15 love.
But that's where he loves the forehand, isn't he? You can see the elbow close to the body. He's backing away into the backhand corner. He can go either way with that. But on the run, when he's got to extend his elbow away from the body with that grip, far more problematic.
I watch Musetti take on that second serve, and I wish that somebody like Steph Tsitsipas will take a note out of Musetti in that department. I think he has way too many backhands on second serve returns, Tsitsipas. He's so good at running around his backhand, and I think he needs to do exactly what Musetti does on the second serve. The soft skills of the Italian are just so easy on the eye.
Yeah, I'm sitting here courtside and I'm just seeing, you know, the metronomic hitting of Taylor Fritz. Everything's powerful, but it comes through at one pace, one height, and the opposite is true of Musetti. There's high balls. Every chip has a different amount of spin on it. Every forehand has a different amount of spin on it. Very talented.
Simply stunning.
Amazing angle created there by Musetti. Fritz on that last ball. This is a bit of a pet peeve of mine in the game nowadays, that Fritz is here on defense and he plays up the line from that defensive position, and the court is just wide open for that cross-court ball.
Game set.
Well, normally so effective at saving break points. The Fritz serve has been under attack. And it's a double break for Musetti. Serve so bad. That's what he's saying. And that's why. First serve percentage is way down. Of course, first serve points 1, excuse me.
But I'm not sure that's all of it, Robbie. I don't think he's necessarily. Musetti's not crushing him on the returns. It's what's happening behind the serve. Taylor's given away a few points. I think that slice is definitely bothering him. Musetti's doing a little bit better job tactically of just creating what he wants on the court. Obviously, first serves would certainly help. Taylor starts dropping some bombs and hitting some aces.
Time.
to today's match, Fritz had saved 65% of his break points on serve. Already been broken twice here. Lorenzo trying to serve out this opening set with new balls.
15 left.
Mentioned his serving woes against Thomas Mahach. In his first set, he was down at 43%. But then there was a nice uptick in set number 2 to 63, a 20% improvement with the first serve. And Wally, he's just above that number today already, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, and he's serving with pace, you know, 198 above 200, and that's what he was striving for against Mahach, but he couldn't find the margin. But today, much better rhythm. And interesting, Taylor had the roof closed against Stan when he served those 30 aces. With a few more variables, it's not quite the same. But I agree with Brad. I mean, I just love what Musetti's doing. Once the point is in play, he's not playing 2 points the same. No 2 balls the same. Just breaking the rhythm of Fritz beautifully.
15 out of the last 16 points for Lorenzo to bring up 3 set points.
Game in, first serve, Musetti.
Clean and ruthlessly efficient. What an opening set of tennis from Lorenzo. Just over half an hour to win at 6-2. Well, Brad, I didn't have that one on my bingo card. What about you?
Yeah, can I switch up my win predictor? That was an impressive set of tennis from Lorenzo Musetti. It
was.
And we're not wrong. You know, Fritz was only winning 44%, I think, of his first serves there. And that number is obviously extremely low for him. But again, I think a lot of that didn't have to do with Musetti's return. It had to do with what he was doing behind the ball. And we see there he's serving at 86% first serves. That's that's first serve points won. That's just as good. We'll take that all day long.
Yep.
And he's just playing. He's playing tennis. He's not just hitting balls. He's playing tennis. He's using, like Wally said, he's changing spins. He's giving all kinds of variety. And I think especially that slice, like Wally said as well, to the extreme Western grip of Fritz is causing some damage.
Beautiful combination of shots using the full dimensions of the tennis court. Wouldn't you just love to copy and paste that opening set here into set number 2? But I'm sure Fritz will have plenty to say about it. And bet your bottom dollar that first serve percentage of Fritz will improve as well in the second stanza.
Nicely done. Robbie, can I give a shameless plug?
Sure.
Just a random fact that I happen to know, that Lorenzo Musetti just signed a new deal with the watch company that he's wearing.
Oh, nice.
Same watch company that Tommy Paul wears.
Okay.
The one Lorenzo is wearing is an absolute beauty. It's called the Steel Wheels by De Bethune. But his is in all gold.
Very nice.
Just more class for the classy Italian.
Of course, a lot of these players are prime candidates for all that cool kind of sponsorship stuff.
Brad, you at the sit-down, you said you're enjoying watching Lorenzo play tennis, and I absolutely concur. In this age of power, when you start to see that blend of power with court craft, you know, it's so good to watch. Just a little wild on a couple of forehands there, but I covered Lerner Tien yesterday against Daniil Medvedev, and I mean, it was just beautiful to watch. I mean, Lerner is, some guys are great ball strikers, some guys are great tennis players, and Lerner's a great tennis player. This guy, Musetti, is a great tennis player.
Okay, that's the beautiful thing about the scoring system in tennis. You can
second set.
wipe the slate clean at the start of a new set, but always mused about the fact that after playing for half an hour, Fritz is starting from 0 again. Even though you've won a couple of games and a couple of points means absolutely nothing, whether you lose a set 7-6 or whether you lose at 6-love. You start the second set where you started the match.
But it does put just that little bit of extra pressure on you, doesn't it, Robbie? When you're a set down, the break point just carries a bit more gravitas if you're facing one.
And while you have a look at players' win-loss record when they win the opening set versus when they lose it, it's a massive barometer of success winning that opener.
Yeah, I think it's also so psychological for both guys, but Musetti especially coming off of a 5-setter. You lose that first set and you probably feel a little bit more tired than you even really are. You win that first set and you feel a lot less tired than you probably really are.
Gee, that maybe skipped off the line, a little lucky there. The other thing too, of course, is, you know, we spoke about Taylor coming forward. He came forward and missed one forehand volley, but at no point did he throw in a heavy kick serve and come in behind it, given that Musetti's actually returning from the shadow line. Just little things like that. And, you know, Taylor's just as likely to find the rhythm on his serve and get on top at some point. But a plan B was needed in that first set, and it wasn't found.
Brad, do you want to be the one to tell Wally?
Wally, Robbie and I have some secret information in here already. In the entire tournament so far, Fritz has served and volleyed 0 times.
And he hasn't needed to yet, but maybe there'll come a match where he might.
Oh, yeah.
You would think with a couple of those matches where he was up early, holding comfortably, up breaks, that he may have thrown in a serve and volley here and there, just where it was way more comfortable than having to do it on some kind of a big significant point.
Yeah, it's not a tap you can turn on. It has to be practiced in the off season, and it has to be practiced for years, as you know, Brad. But yeah, I'm just curious, you know, because you see the Hanchanovs of the world and the Rublevs of the world, and obviously Taylor Fritz, and you look at them, and you know, even Steph Tsitsipas, you know, a guy that has this awesome game from the back of the court, and you think, just add that little dimension, you know, it may help you. 3-5% could be the difference. Well, he's out of sorts, there's no question about that. That's a shot he would never miss.
Oh, you can see it there. First time I've noticed it. There's a big patch under his right rib as he's going to wipe his face there. There's definitely some kinesio tape or some sort of taping on the upper ab section.
But that was 216, so as we suspected when he played Stan Wawrinka, it's more when he's stretched wide to the backhand. When two hands wide to the backhand seems to be problematic. I mean, at 216 there, that Rube must be feeling okay overhead.
Fair enough. Faster serve. And even against Stan Wawrinka, someone who chips a lot of returns back in play. We didn't see tape. There's the tape. Didn't see Taylor serve volley once. I think it would be a matter of course, just logical, just to throw it in there every now and then.
There's some serious depth and weight on that return. Nothing coming particularly easy for Fritz right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to compare the speed and spin of both their forehands, Brad. Fritz has got the hold. It's 2-1 in the second set. We've been at it for just over 40 minutes.
Unconvincing, wasn't it?
It just got so safe there. Anisimova completely pulled off that backhand, lifted up on the ball, just trying to place it rather than accelerating through.
Yeah, just sort of planted the feet pretty early. I don't mind when you get set, but you have to have quick feet getting into the shot, and she did not do it on that occasion. And these are pivotal moments. Now, if I was coaching Amanda, I would tell her to keep finishing her ground stroke. She has a tendency to pull up. And there's sometimes, Jill, as you know, you just need one cue word. And the word that I would say to her is finish the shot. And if she does that, she'll get the spin she needs. If not, it flies on her every time.
It's so tough.
Fast forehand. Fritz's, I would say, is normally very fast, but we see only a 4-mile-an-hour difference, but a 400 RPM difference.
Yes.
So Musetti hitting it almost as fast, but with a heck of a lot more weight on the ball. And that relates to the shape as well. Ball jumping off the court at Fritz.
Watch out for that backhand down the line of Lorenzo. You can't see it coming.
And he loves it.
Oh, yeah.
He loves that shot. Again, that slice in the middle of that rally, just changing the pace, but also forcing Fritz to have to lift. Every time Musetti slices, ball stays down, whether it's a forehand or a backhand. Fritz has to lift the ball. Nice serve. And when he does lift, that gives Musetti a chance to then step up and crack the next ball as it comes up into his strike zone.
skills from Taylor.
He's a competitor, isn't he, Taylor? We go back to the slice forehand he hit in the opening point of this game, and then out of nowhere, little drop shot, and manufactures a little bunt up the line, so he's fighting.
Beautiful control, end of range. Both players with the perfect view.
So that's tennis, isn't it? You know, Taylor Fritz, he wants to hit club big backhands and big forehands, but sometimes you just got to get a little down and dirty. So what does he do? Comes up, finds a drop shot, finds a slice forehand on the run. Manufactures a bunt. Sometimes you just got to kick or headbutt the ball over. Get yourself in the contest.
First break point of the set for Fritz.
Yes.
Precision there from Musetti.
Always nice when you can keep that stat perfect.
Brad, what do you think? I mean, I guess you got to make that ball, but 138 second serve, it's probably worth having a ride, isn't it?
But that's Fritz's game. That's Fritz's bread and butter right there. Standing in on the second serve, taking it early.
Yeah, just execution.
Just didn't execute the way he wanted to there.
Tell you what, that is some good dexterity in the wrist there to put off that shot, Brad.
Yeah, well handled that time. I think Musetti telegraphed that drop shot just a little bit that time, and Fritz got a good break to it. Watch him start coming forward.
It's actually a little higher than what I initially thought.
Threaded the needle up the line, though. Incredibly good defensive skills on that very first ball for Musetti. Fritz hit a really good return deep through the court, pushed Musetti back, did a little dance move to get away from the ball and hit a good slice deep that neutralized that return.
Just hasn't calibrated his forehand properly today as Taylor. Just a little off, as you guys were suggesting. $17 in forced errors. Of course, already a father of 2 young children is Lorenzo. Haven't seen Veronica around. I presume she's back home in Italy watching.
Thank you.
2 boys he has. Her son was Ludovico, came in March 2024, and tail end of last season, Leandro arrived.
So we're sticking with the L's.
Of course, it's the same as the Fanini family.
It's an Italian thing.
Yeah. I always check it's one of the reasons that he really liked Flavia Panetta. BF.
That's just a bit of a wild swing from Fritz. As you said, Rob, he just hasn't been able to calibrate exactly where he wants to be with the forehand. He's a little bit off there with his feet, never really got himself the right spacing around the ball.
No, and it's coming in with a big loop, so it hits the court, it's jumping up at him. It's not necessarily coming onto his racket at a nice height and pace. Thank you.
First one,
Thank you. Come on, baby. Well, why not? You've just got to find ways to win points, and he jagged a couple of good points in the previous return game. So he's just got to grab everything in his bag and try to find a way.
Absolutely. I say all credit to Fritz. He's pulling it out because he's in a little bit of trouble here in this match, and he's struggling to find ways to win points from the back, not dominating the way he would normally be comfortable. At the same time, it doesn't need a written invitation to come in behind that first forehand. He was on top inside the court. That's a serve and 1 and/or a serve and 2 for Fritz. Hit that forehand, come in and finish on a volley.
And
said he pushed so far off the court there.
A topspin volley.
That's fine.
He's coming again.
As we used to call that in the old days, Wally, the Bali volley. That was the Bolletari. That's what they taught. That's what they taught at the old Bolletari Academy back when Courier and Agassi and Krickstein were there.
Yes.
This whole swinger.
And of course, the benefit of that is you don't have to change grips, just forehand grip, bang.
Yeah.
I think he'd do it quite well. Big serve there, 203. Gets back to deuce. This is an important little stanza, little passage of play for Taylor. He's just got to hang tough.
Advantage. Fritz. Game Fritz.
Shanks a lot. That helped him out. Tough service hold for Taylor.
Fritz leads by 3 games. I need
A real nail biter of a set number 2 happening on Rod Laver Arena, but what has concluded over at Cain Arena is set number 1 in the women's singles round 4 between Wang and Anisimova. And when you're looking at these numbers, it feels like maybe it was all too easy for Anisimova, but it was only by small margins she was able to get set 1 and went all the way to tiebreakers. So she eventually does win the set 7-6, winning those tiebreakers 7-4. And a lot of that detail came down to the medium rallies. That's where she was able to get that slight advantage over Wang. They're just about to start their set number 2, but we're going to head on back to Rod Laver and keep a closer eye on what's happening between Musetti and Fritz.
Well, even if Wang somehow manages to get out of this game, I mean, Anisimova is applying a great deal of pressure to the Wong serve.
Yeah, 14 points played already in this opening game. Crunching two-hander to bring us back to deuce. And again, direction on the serve was lacking, wasn't it?
When you go into the body of Anisimova, it's got to have a little bit more pace than that as well.
That time she either fell off it or it was only 122 Ks.
She was already running back on the serve, yeah, just desperately trying to get the serve in the court, and she fell backward.
Just makes no sense. She's been serving so well.
Yeah.
Unless something physical that's just happened to her in the last 20 minutes, it makes no sense. And also, why would you serve it to the strength of Anisimova, particularly after she'd hit some just absolute beauties in that particular game?
Yeah, I agree.
Looks like it's something a little bit different with Taylor. And you guys saw the last match. You said he looked like he was grabbing a little higher up in the rib area.
Yeah, it was just under the ribs and seemed to be when stretched wide on the backhand more than anything. But he's got tape on both sides today.
Madison, an update on that for you.
Maybe the tape was just becoming a bit of an irritation. Are they going to retape, or pretty hard to retape when you're all sweaty like this?
Yeah. I don't know about you guys. I don't know how that tape actually helps, Brad, because the amount of force that is going through that abdominal area is unbelievable, and how something so superficial is going to keep it in place. I struggle to get my head around that. But I'm no medical doctor.
I don't want to, you know, reduce the sales of Keno tape for any companies that sell that stuff. But I don't know. We've talked about it here and there during different times with our physio.
Yeah.
And he said that there's really not much benefit.
All I can say is,
Wally, are you taped up right now?
I kind of agree. I mean, I've never had it, I've never tried it, but I just find it hard to believe, knowing what it's like when you've got a little tear or a little strain. It's complicated, you know, and I just can't see how a little bit of tape would help, but what would I know? I'm just a sideline commentator.
okay. Well, we're on serve here in the second set. 2 breaks of serve to Lorenzo in the first.
15 left.
This is a 4th round action. A couple of winners yesterday who made it through to the quarterfinals. 4, I can tell you. 5 actually, because one was a walkover late last night. That was Novak Djokovic. That's too good at the expense of Jakob Menchik. We're speaking of abdominal problems. That's what the reason was for Menchik putting out of the event.
His was a classic, as we're talking about. I watched his match because he played Ethan Quinn the other night, and we could see that he was a little bit hampered. Oh, goodness gracious.
That was very naughty.
40.
But
left.
oh, so nice.
That doesn't make you feel good if you're Taylor Fritz, doing all that work to get that ball up and down. You thought you hit a pretty good shot that had him in a bit of trouble there.
We've discussed a lot of things about Musetti, but seriously, how well does he move without seeming to be in a hurry? This last one here, he was actually just backing up, trying to play a soft volley, so that he came unstuck. But the rest of the point, he was gliding around the court.
Game, the second.
Brad, we see the tape on Taylor Fritz, and, you know, obviously it's been articulated that he struggled, his pre-season he struggled with tendonitis of the knee, so couldn't have a full pre-season. He plays a loaded United Cup, he plays a lot of tennis. You think that kind of affected him overall, to be in this position in the 4th round with these problems?
I would say someone else, potentially, yes, Wally, but Taylor always plays a lot of tennis. He's a guy that that in the off season he plays exhibitions. I don't think he well, let me put it the other way. I think he likes being on the road. I think he likes playing. That's hard work. That is hard work from Taylor Fritz's end of the court.
15 love.
Trying to generate all the pace on every single one of those slices is not easy.
Probably the patience we need to see from him, though. He's got to work hard for a period of time here. Can't just pull trigger. It's not all flowing for him.
Forget the first time that Fritz was a mainstay on the tour. The ranking was guaranteeing him spots into the main draw of all the ATP. Always remember Taylor playing a full clay court schedule when most Americans didn't.
14
I'm just looking back, Brad, at 2018, played almost every week there. This is early on in his career. And 2019, again on the clay. He played Houston, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Estoril, Madrid, Rome, Lyon. Every week, Roland Garros.
Game Fritz.
Yeah,
It's more like it.
It's Rafa's schedule, except for Houston.
Fritz leads by 4 games.
4-3 to the American. Now, I'm not sure Rafa needed to play as much as Taylor on the clay.
No, but he really does. You know, you talk about off season, and he'll do.
Another instance where it's just sitting there for Amanda. We were praising Wong's serve in the first set for how accurate and how well she was hitting her spots, but so many now are just going in the middle of the box. That was better.
13-14.
Moving the ball around the court well. And once again regaining control of her game. And once again finding herself a set and a break to the good.
Carlos Alcaraz next, and then also in that section, Zverev and Luna Tien. One of 3 Americans still alive in the tournament. Together with Shelton and
Love
Fritz. Also got 3 Italians in the mix, Donnery and Jannik Sinner. We'll duke it out later today.
I love our vantage point here, Robbie.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just amazing. But to see the development of the points from here, I mean, to see that kick serve from our angle and the angle that Musetti was able to create off that and open the court it's amazing. It's fun to watch from here. We have an extra seat. Got any friends? Want to come watch?
I tell you, I like Taylor, though, in the second set. You know, he's scrapped and scrounged, and we've seen a few different things from him. He's competed, and he's just there or thereabouts. I mean, he's probably still not hitting the ball exactly as he would like, and that's got a lot to do with Musetti, but he's riding it up to his ears. He's finding a way.
Third shield.
Oh, 99% out.
100% in. That's right.
Take off.
That one looked like my slice, Wally.
Well, we saw it with the previous volley when he was kind of backing away and he tried to play a little slice angle volley. There he was backing away trying to play a slice. So that's not always so easy, particularly with the poly strings. Can just fall off your racket. Just not enough racket head speed and not enough strength in the legs. Really, the slice is about the legs carrying it through.
Such intelligent tennis.
Lorenzo looks to me as if he's going through a little bit of a moment here. Physically, which maybe is leading to mentally, but he's grimacing a little bit. Stretch the shoulders out there just a bit.
Yeah, that last match against Mahach, 4 hours and 27 minutes, to your point, Brad.
New balls, please.
Taylor's got to come forward there, doesn't he?
You would think so, right? Ever there was an opportunity, it doesn't get more glaringly obvious than that.
And I think, Brad, you know, if you come forward and make it hash the volley, that's okay. I mean, he probably could have volleyed that, to be fair. That's okay. But what you then do is you send a message to Lorenzo. When you're at full stretch, you can't just float it back because I might be coming. So then he tries to do a little more at end range, maybe makes an error. It's just an implied threat that I think if Taylor, we saw one serve volley, but I think if he just did it occasionally, it would be to his benefit. But I kind of agree with you, Brad. I just hear courtside. I just sense a little dip from Musetti. He's not quite as sharp as he was at the start. And Taylor's fighting. You know, he's fighting to find a way. It's not coming easily, but he's not far off. If he keeps up with this sort of attitude, he might just find a way.
Thank you.
Oh. Interesting little side note there, Wally, as the guys both went and changed rackets for the ball change, and Jose Perles called Musetti over, has his towel over there in the box on that side, and signaled for him to come over and gave him a little bit of push, inspiration, maybe some tactical things, but definitely give him some input there. Maybe him sensing as well that game he was pressing or not feeling. Look at him now. He looks alive and ready to go here. Quick love 30. Jose Perles has been around for a long time.
Coached a lot of great players.
And has coached a lot of great players.
Carlos Moya, Albert Costa, Nika Almagro, Dusan Lajovic.
And also you think about that comparison where Fritz has no one in his coaching box. Seeing the chess match happening there.
15-30.
Familiar faces on the left there. Eduardo Ortoldi and Elena Capellaro, of course, managers of Novak Djokovic for so many years, 13 years I think they managed Novak's affairs.
Fritzy digging one out there.
Shield.
This is exactly what we're talking about. He's done so well. The Marines are not even to get a look at that passing shot.
40-30.
Could be a massive play in the context of this set. And as you said, Wally, it's not how many times you come in, you choose the right moments. You don't have to do it a whole lot, but it could have a huge effect on the outcome. Such an important hold in the context of this match.
Fritz leads by
that backhand volley put a big asterisk alongside it as Fritz holds for 5-4.
Time.
Fritz has been to the quarterfinals of the Australian Open on one previous occasion back in 2024. Austin Novak. Musetti had never been to the round of 16 here. So naturally, trying to make it through to the quarterfinals of this major for the first time. And in doing so, he would complete his Grand Slam of quarterfinals.
It was interesting that last game at Love 30. He probably played one of the more negative points I've seen from Musetti. There was a couple of forehands that he just didn't hit with conviction. He played them pretty much down the centre of the court, just rolled them in. It was almost like he was waiting for an error. It's probably one of the few times that he's gone into his shell and hasn't played to win.
Wally, do you think that potentially is based on how he won the first 2 points of that game? He won the first 2 points off of errors from Fritz.
It was almost like he was baiting him to go for a little something extra. But, you know, Fritz is competing, and boys, that's feathery soft. That's like one of Robbie's little chips out of the bunker.
Game was set.
I'm actually surprised. I don't know what the temperature is, but I'm sitting facing the western sun. I mean, it's reasonably warm, that the guys wouldn't wear a hat in weather like this. I mean, it's got to be somewhat beneficial.
Taylor never wears a hat. Wally, never. I don't think I've ever seen him play a match in a hat.
He's got a lovely head of hair, but you
yeah,
just
I think he likes to show it off.
Yeah, but I mean,
and he's always been a headband guy.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, I don't remember ever seeing Lorenzo playing a hat.
But you're with me, aren't you, Brad?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand the physiology of it. There's no doubt that there's a benefit to covering your head.
Rod Laver used to put a cabbage leaf underneath his hat. True story. Keep him cool.
I believe you. That's a great one. Could be an increase in cabbage sales.
50.
So they used to wear the big white floppy hat, and Rod would have a cabbage leaf. Because, of course, Rod was a redhead and a little bit fair, heat affected, and that's how he kept cool.
Yeah, we know about redheads that struggle in the heat.
Two balls, he had to generate pace, and that last one he needed to be a little more twinkle toes to give himself some space. And that's the interesting thing for me, Brad. He doesn't, when the ball's coming on, he's very adept, but sometimes on the slower ball, he just doesn't give himself the time and space he needs. It's almost like he reacts to the pace of the ball.
Defense to offense. Musetti doing what a great clay court player does. Defending, retrieving, finding a way to stay in the point, and then coming up with an amazing forehand.
Game was set.
How about that for a break? The skill, the artistry, the athleticism The Italian goes up 6-5 in the second and will serve for a 2-6 to love lead. It's an interesting discussion that's going on between Taylor and Mike, and I think Taylor's saying you've got to come in, and he's saying, well, I shouldn't have missed those first 2 forehands.
Yeah, it's... He's not wrong. He shouldn't have missed the first 2. Musetti has done an unbelievable job throughout the entirety of this game, not just the spectacular last 2 points, but the previous points. Depth on the returns, defending off of the first serve of Fritz.
Turn.
I don't know the racket head is there.
Oh, what a game Musetti played to break Taylor. A little bit of everything, and it really was just a beautiful choreography of how he plays this game. The chip returns, the slices, the majestic forehands, the athleticism. Let's see if he can put a bow on the second set.
Robbie, you invoked, when he hit that forehand up the line, you invoked the name of Michelangelo, and of course he carved the statue of David out of a block of marble from Carrara, where this man is from.
Good knowledge as well as...
Is Musetti the new David? I mean...
I like it, Wally. I like your thinking.
Some smart serving in the last couple of games. Last game as well, he went second serve wide to the Fritz forehand, which he hadn't done a lot of. We see him going there again on that one.
Oxígeno, oxígeno. Si no, morimos.
Portilla.
7 points on the bounce. Broke to love. And now 3 set points for the Italian.
Game end, second set, Musetti.
Finishing with a flourish.
7 games to 5, Musetti leads by 2 sets to love.
Seals the deal in set number 2. And Lorenzo is looking very good now. Just see the frustration coursing through the veins of Taylor, just tapping his leg a couple of times. I think he's still thinking about those first 2 points on serve in his previous service game, because it contributed massively to the break. Musetti made him pay. Unforced errors kept those relatively low. Good job of playing with height and flight, does Musetti. Good hands at the net. One of the fundamental differences between the two in this match, that additional option that the Italian has.
was an unbelievable turn, but an amazing pickup from Wong on the baseline too. Just quick reactions, but Amanda up on that ball on the forehand. 144 kilometers an hour.
She made it.
No, I think she just missed. What an effort. Excellent use of the court from Wong throughout that rally.
What an outstanding end to that game. Anisimova unable to secure a double break. It's loud once again inside Cain Arena. It's 4-3.
So guys, if this does go 3 sets, and the heat rule is in effect, so if Wang Shiyu knows that and needs a bit of a break, she can push, she will get that 10 minutes. Just been told by the referee.
Interesting.
Time.
Certainly been the toughest test so far for Amanda Anisimova at the Australian Open. And she looks to reach the last 8 here for the first time. Trying to make it 3 successive major finals. What an achievement that would be. There's a lot of obstacles in the way before she can lock that down, though. And to finish here still with a break lead in the second.
Taylor just does not enjoy that ball that gets away from him on the forehand side when he's got to extend his elbow. He just doesn't cover it with as much spin as he might when the ball's a little closer to him. It's that second bounce value of the Musetti forehand that is troubling him.
Taylor getting the better of that point, but that's how hard he has to work right now. He's got to be willing to do that over and over. It's such a cat and mouse right now watching Fritz trying to find balls where he can add a little gas and pump the ball through the court on a lower trajectory, while Musetti is constantly lifting or slicing and changing the location where he has to be hitting from. And also serving, he's found his serve. Closing out that last set, hit 2 aces, finding another one here.
Oh.
Set.
So important to be able to back up the break. Just keep that momentum going. To claim his very first career straight sets win versus an ATP top 10 opponent on hard court. That's the important part. Surface specific.
Guys, I also find it really interesting. As a coach on tour, from a coaching perspective, that before the start of that third set, Jose Perlas just motioned and Lorenzo Musetti came over about 3/4 of the way towards his box. They exchanged a few words and constantly in his ear. And I think when coaching is available as it is now, and you hire someone who's an expert in their field, that it would seem to me that it would be advantageous to have them in a position where they can help you through this. Part of our coaching job now is actually to help players make adjustments through matches.
And you might not like, in Taylor's case, the rule, but
take advantage.
100%.
Take advantage. You've got Paul Annacone, one of the most experienced coaches in the last 25, 30 years on tour. Mike Russell, that are up there and just aren't able to express themselves as much as they would if they were in the coach's box.
And I can tell you, I'm actually sitting up the end of Jose Perlas. He is constantly talking to his charge. And even when Musetti's down the other end, he tries to catch his eye. There's little hand signals. It's ongoing.
It's a nice service game. And Taylor gets a meaningful digit alongside his name in this third set. But he is down a break. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. What the heck does oi mean?
Yeah. I think it's when they call somebody. Oi.
Oi, you, get over here.
I'll have to default to Wally on that one. To all of Australia, and if you're an Australian somewhere, we are wishing you happy Australia Day here from the Australian Open. 26th of January it is. And we have been blessed with some gorgeous weather. And right now it's the Italian fans who are loving life. They're having their day out here with Lorenzo Musetti. from both players.
Amazing court coverage from Musetti.
I mean, how good are his defensive skills?
Unbelievable. He played this backhand pass from right in front of us, and Fritz covered the line well there, and then great job by Fritz to reflex that ball.
It doesn't get better than that, I can promise you. The shape of that shot. He is finding all the angles at the moment and answers.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robbie, I'm also really impressed with where he is physically and mentally after that 5-setter, and then chasing down all those balls in that rally and watching him step up and play the next point. He looked fresh as a daisy. Not breathing hard.
Take off otra vez. Vamos arriba, eh.
Up to double digits on aces now. Still in front of Fritz.
There's that implied threat. So Wally often refers to just that motion of coming forward causes the error. And just some interesting info, Wally, from our good friend Adam Peacock, who's part of our team. He just said to me that the heat index reached 4 on the heat index barometer, which means the players could have taken a 10-minute break after the 3rd set, I believe, but I think it just missed that window to Taylor.
Well, Robbie, I think the heat index needs to harden up a little bit. It's not that bad.
Okay.
It's 32 degrees, according to my iPhone, but there's a little breeze. There's plenty of shade.
Couldn't agree with you more, Wall.
Ice towels, side of the court. I mean, come on. Summer. I mean, I get it when it's getting up to 40, yes. But 32?
Second.
Of course, there was a big call, though, a couple of years ago, Wally, for player health and safety in extreme weather conditions. So, you know.
But the pendulum might have swung just a little too far.
Yep. Always about finding a balance, isn't it?
Jose Perlas is right in Musetti's ear here. Has not stopped talking this game. Just urging him to strive for the double break. Wants him to look for forehands on that second serve. Not that I speak Spanish, I'm guessing.
There's Jose on the left. Got a lovely demeanor about him.
¿Ya estás? ¿Ya estás con energía? ¿Sí? Ven. Eso es.
14-15. Game, Fritz. New balls, please.
Good solid hold from Fritz, much needed.
Set he leads by 3 games to 2. Time.
Oh, what a beautiful aerial view of Melbourne Park, the CBD in the background, the Yarra River that snakes its way through this wonderful sporting city. It's one of the greats, if not the greatest, with the MCG just around the corner. It's also accessible. 3 retractable roofs. Of course, Taylor Fritz has come back on a couple of occasions from 2 sets to love down.
Love 15.
4 times in his career, most recently at Wimbledon. In the very first round against Giovanni Mpeci Pericor. Also did it the previous year at Wimbledon against Alexander Zverev.
So fun to watch there. Fritz hitting the ball over his shoulder, then hitting the ball at his knees. Then another ball over the shoulder, another ball over the shoulder, another ball at the ankle. Musetti just changing the strike zone on every ball. Taylor was satisfied there to rally at a little bit of a lower pace and then tried to inject some pace into one of the forehands. Musetti just absorbed it.
You're right, Brad. It definitely was a more patient rally from Taylor, and it's just a shame it didn't pay dividends for him, because at no point of this match has he checked out. It's not his day. Things have not gone well, but he's in there fighting, and he's trying. He is trying different things.
Yeah, it's not in his DNA. Got to give credit to Fritzy for that part of his game. He's such a good competitor. And this guy has got such a beautiful skill set.
14-15.
He's using all the colors in his palette.
What hasn't he done in the match so far? Because if we ask Jose to tell him to do it, he probably will and can. He's got everything available to him.
9 of 13 points, 1 at the net, Brad.
Game or set.
But should we be surprised at the silkiness of Musetti? I mean, this is the country of Ferrari, Ducati, Ferragamo, Versace. I mean, we should expect it, shouldn't we? It's top end.
You own all of those, don't you, Wally?
I wish.
Yeah, we're not surprised. We're not surprised. We aren't. Maybe people at home that haven't seen him play before as much are. You know, and Taylor, who tends to be much more of a kind of a one-hit wonder in how he plays his game. He's a little bit metronomic at times, but he just hasn't been able to find as clean a ball striking as what we're used to seeing from him. But a lot of that is based on what he's receiving from Musetti. There's no expectation whatsoever that Fritz is going to go away. He's going to fight to the end. Got up on top of that one.
He's almost loosened up a little bit given the scoreline, down 2 sets, loving a break. There's not a lot of tension in his body when he's serving. He's serving better for it.
I think that point right there was an example of what we expected to see a lot more of from Taylor.
Game, Fritz.
Those kind of service holds are always a warm welcome.
Leads by 4 games
when you're playing catch up and just trying to maintain a presence in the rear view mirror of your opponents. It's 4-3.
Time.
Well, he's been striping a couple of his backhands today, this guy. And I can tell you we left out to one single-handed backhand in the top 100, Brad.
No. It's your fault. You said there were only 6. We didn't think about the 7th. I'm blaming it on you.
Just need a double check. The single-hander, though, serving. A break to the good in the 3rd. Dennis.
Oh, my goodness.
Shapovalov.
Not just a one-hander, but the leaping one-hander.
Yes.
Musetti's opened the door a little bit these last couple of games, giving Fritz an error on the first point to open the game. Was able to get through and hold last time. that kills.
It does.
Fritz. It's got to hurt him inside. A look at a second serve. He wants to take it early and do some damage off that ball, and makes the air off of it.
In this match, Musetti has almost won 70% of the points behind his second serve.
And that's an astronomical number.
Yep.
Especially against Taylor Fritz, I feel. You kids at home watching this match, start working on your slice backhands.
You call for it, and he's finally answered.
Third teal. Great point from Fritz. Behind the 8 ball, he has to manufacture an opportunity here to break. Ace of the match at a pivotal point.
First serve percentage in the set has been outstanding. Very healthy, 75%. Wonderful clarity of thought and big moments. Decision making crystal clear.
By 5 games to 3.
I mean, I think most people would go the 3/4 heavy kicker wide, and get in quick. That was 206, flat bomb. But he got in awfully quick on the floated reply. As you said, Robbie, great thinking.
Too far away now for Lorenzo. It doesn't get much better than that. Boundlessly imaginative.
This is a nice bottle of Chianti right here. He was absolutely playing the lob tweener there. Wally, that was the same one. Fritz has got to take that ball out of the air.
I believe so, yeah. Just charge it. You take so much time away. For every metre forward you are, it denies him a metre of recovery. But look, it's just been that sort of a day for him. I mean, he didn't hit that badly. It clipped the tape, but he's got to hang on here. He must make Musetti serve it out. As we all know, they're the tough games to close.
See him just creating, building in the points.
Vamos ahí. Cuando lo tengas. En carrera es muy difícil. Ven. Bien, 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 bien.
Gee, Taylor did well there. That was a vicious return. That was nasty. Played the half volley beautifully with depth. That was a huge point, and you could almost see Lorenzo turn to Jose Perles there and just say, I need to calm down. Got a little excited on that forehand. It wasn't necessarily on.
$40-30.
Se ha aprendido, ¿eh?
Yes.
Vale. ¿Cómo se dice? Se ha aprendido en italiano.
I was just thinking as I'm sitting here, Taylor needs to work on his net game, and he needs to develop a high, heavy ball himself, because he's so persistent with the pace and height of his shot. And all of a sudden, he just threw one high, drew an error. First real ball that he's flipped up high with spin, with shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, trying to stay in the match, and it's the first time that he's played that shot.
Game, Fritz.
Fritz will get one more crack, at the very least, of the Musetti serve, as Lorenzo comes
Musetti
out
leads by
to try and serve his way into the quarterfinals here for the very first time. And he played for it, as Brad said. We could see it right in front of our vantage point.
You could see Fritz as he was going back. He was clearly, I'm going tweener back at you, buddy. Oh.
Oh, there's trouble. There's trouble.
These guys kind of scare me. Yesterday, they were chasing people around on the grounds.
Oh, yeah. Got a nice bit of food. You keep it away from those goals.
Time.
That could be traumatic right there.
They're a nuisance. Musetti has been a real nuisance and thorn in the side of Taylor Fritz for the last 2 hours. He's been teasing and tantalizing his opponent today. He's been mastery in all areas of his game.
I don't care who you are, this is a tough game to hold.
Serving for the match.
15 left.
Maybe. But you're right, Wally.
The heart rate just lifts that little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going for the heat. He wants the 3 points. If the execution's there, well, there's nothing Taylor can do, but he's just got to find a way to get the ball back and get himself in the rally, Taylor Fritz. Yeah, he's really tense.
He's really tense. He's putting the final brush strokes on this masterpiece.
I mean, I could see the veins in his teeth as he hit that. He was so tense.
Tennis in the Alex Honnold mold. Calculated, fearless.
Unbelievable right now. think of and we associate Taylor Fritz with power tennis. Lorenzo Musetti is showing us that you can win in other ways.
He's got 3 match points, Brad.
Match Musetti.
Baini, Bidi, Bici.
6-2, 7-5,
Lorenzo Musetti is through to the quarterfinals at the Australian Open for the very first time. And for the very first time, he's able to beat Taylor Fritz on a hard court. And he has done it with authority, artistry, and jaw-dropping athleticism. 6-2, 7-5, 6-4 in just over 2 hours.
What a last game, Robbie. Ace, drop shot, drop shot, drop shot. All executed to absolute perfection.
Well, Wally, your thoughts on that performance today from the Italian?
I think Brad just said it. Executed to perfection. I mean, he had a plan to disrupt, to play all the different shapes and spins. Just didn't get it wrong. Just executed beautifully, and that's pretty audacious, isn't it? 3 feathery drop shots when usually the tension starts to creep in your body. And also, too, I think the serve at 30 love at 213 might have been his fastest for the day. Just about the perfect match from Lorenzo, but Taylor did not go away. He tried.
Yeah, Wally, I love that word. That last game was audacious. 3 drop shots.
It's actually a little bit scary, isn't it?
Voila, we're going to get a chance to chat with the winner. Jim Courier is with Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, congratulations. You're into another major quarterfinal. You've done it at Roland Garros, you've done it at Wimbledon, but you've never done it here in the Australian Open until now. So congratulations. So what does it mean to you to finally make the quarterfinals here in Melbourne?
Well, honestly, I feel very proud, honestly, because I know Taylor very well. We played many matches, many battles. Last time, you know, in Turin he was the winner. So I came here with a different mentality. I think today it was really working well, the serve, and I think I made probably one of my best performances with aces in my career so far. So I'm really happy. And I think, you know, when I finished pretty late the season, last season, of course the goals were, you know, to start well the year, because for me, as you mentioned, I never, you know, surpassed the first week here. So, you know, making the final in Hong Kong, winning doubles in Hong Kong, and now being the quarterfinal for me is really a dream. So I want to thank my team over there and the team at home to be there every day for me. Thanks.
Oh, well, look, we're certainly talking about just how much it really means to him. Obviously had a good end of 2025 for himself, so wanting to kick off 2026 in a similar sort of fashion. And he does, making it to the quarterfinals. And in the way that he did as well, he also mentioned that he felt like he had some of the best serves, some of the best aces of his career. Well, 13 went his way there. So you could really see it in the stats, just how much he put into this, the different mentality he talked about there coming into his matchup against Taylor Fritz. And that means our 5th seed, Lorenzo Musetti, going on to the quarterfinals, knows that now he is going to be going up against 4th seed, Novak Djokovic there. And so yeah, there's a lot of prestige when it comes to the quarterfinals, not only making it, but who your opponent is going to be as well. Big fight for him. That's not going to be happening today. That is still a little bit away, and so is our next match at the Australian Open Animated. We're going to have a bit of a small break. When we return, it's going to be with the women's singles. Rybakina up against Mertens. Yeah, we don't keep you waiting too long here at the Australian Open Animated. As you can see now, tuning into Margaret Court Arena, our round number 4 of the women's singles. Fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals continues here. Right back in our 5th seed up against Mertens 21 seed? That's not how you say that. 21st seed walking out onto the arena, out onto the court, getting ready for their matchup here. And it's one of those ones that we had earlier today. Both women not yet having dropped a single set in their women's singles run. Of course, Mertens does also play in that women's doubles, doing quite well for herself currently. And we're going to listen in, see how the coin toss plays out, who's going to end up being that server and receiver.
On that particular occasion, they know each other very well. It has been Rybakina that has the better of Mertens in their previous head-to-heads. But Mertens has been exceptional returning serve at this year's Australian Open, and against somebody like Rybakina, that is going to be absolutely crucial. What's crucial to your enjoyment for the next couple of hours is that you don't just listen to me. It's Chandra Rubin next to me. How are you? First time this Australian Open.
First time. We're second week. We have been apart for too long, but I'm excited for this one.
I'm super excited for this one. Two very clean ball strikers. Let's listen in.
Hi. Same conditions. We have the heat rule in, so you can have a 10-minute break at 1 set all, okay? If you can be white for the towel, please. And if you can be blue for the towels. Questions? Questions? No? She wanted you to ask me, you...
AO or player?
AO? AO?
Serve?
Serve? Good match. And a photo, please, that side, if you turn around.
A bit of a slip of the tongue from the hot shot there, but we're all guilty of that these days. AI, it's in everyone's mind, not AO. As for both of these two players, Janet, they've actually started the seasons very nicely. Of course, Rybakina finishing the season in 2025 on top of the mountain, the best of the best in Riyadh.
Yeah, it was the second half of the season really for Rybakina. Had gone through some injuries the previous year. In the first half of the year,
Well, we're going to have a look at how they're doing right now in the Australian Open, because we know that they've made it to the 4th round here. What they had to do to get here, both getting those clean, straight set wins for themselves and looking to either be facing English or Swiatek there if they do make it to the quarterfinals. For Mertens, making it to the quarterfinals would be a lot, because she hasn't really seen that last week of an Australian Open since she debuted all the way back in at 2018. Whereas on the other side, Rybakina has made it to the finals before at an Australian Open in 2023. So not as long of a wait for her if she were to make it into that quarterfinals. But both of these women are going to be extremely eager and extremely hungry to be able to get in, have a good win for themselves, and of course, give us some great tennis. We're checking in now with the weather as well, because earlier today it was just nice at 22 degrees. It warmed up a little bit towards 27, and that feels like right now 28 is the highest it's going to get. It's hopefully going to cool off a little bit in the evening there. But something that, was mentioned during the coin toss, the heat warning is in effect. So that means that if they do go to a third set, at the end of set number 2, they will have that 10-minute break for themselves. That is extra little bit of a refresher. So we'll see if that's how long this matchup is going to go for, or if either side is going to be able to close it out in straight sets.
These conditions suit her. Obviously, she's been to the final here. That was just a couple of seasons ago. She's currently back inside the world's top 5. That was a huge move, and she's confident again. She had a couple of, tight events where she had match points, couldn't close it out, and this happened in back-to-back weeks. So you kind of wondered, but she has turned the corner, and I think when you consider the conditions, it's warm, it's quick, I think it suits her, but she's got to get off to good starts, not make these matches more complicated than they need to be. But she is one of those players who is a real contender for this title.
Confirmation of a run through there. It's been pretty clean for both of these two to get through to this stage. So even on this hot day where the heat stress index has topped out at 4, which means there would be potentially at the moment a 10-minute break between sets 2 and 3. They're both physically coming in here feeling extremely strong. Rybakina will be feeling very good about the kind of matchup in styles when you look at the head-to-head. 6-1 the last meeting last year in Cincinnati, Ohio. It was a barn burner though, 7-5 in the third set.
Yeah, that was one of the tightest matches between these two. And Mertens maybe can take a little bit of hope from the fact that she has beaten Rybakina, although it was way back in 2021. But, on any given day, even if it was 6-0, on any given day, you have to feel like you can play well enough to get the win. And that has to be the attitude that Mertens is taking into this one.
28 degrees. I think it feels like the mercury just starting to go the other way. It's been rising as we've gone through the day. Topped out at about 30, 31 on my way over to Melbourne Park, but that sign there would suggest that maybe we're losing a little bit of heat in the air. Two of the most successful women on tour about to tee it up in the 4th round of the Australian Open. Place in the quarterfinals on offer. Inglis and Swiatek tonight will be the opponents, potentially, that either of the two victors in this match will meet.
Elise Mertens also had a very tough win in doubles yesterday. Match tiebreak in the third. They got through it. And you always just want that positive energy when you're going into the next day with singles. So maybe a little bit of an advantage for her in that department as well, if she's ready and physically fit.
Just about Eamon, who is looking after Elise. Last bit of advice. There'll be a fair bit of chatter between those two as we go through. As there will be with Stefano Vukov and Rybakina.
Elena Rybakina to serve. Ready? Play.
We know how important the serve of Rybakina's is, and she is one of biggest, most consistent servers in the women's game. Smooth motion, not a lot that can go wrong. It's interesting, Petch, because the Mertens serve is deceiving. I mean, it's a sneaky quick serve. She can get free points. She hits her fair share of aces, and it's a shot that can put her on the front foot. And I see what comes into play most often in this battle.
Great depth. That's what she's got to be looking for out here, Mertens. And one of the keys today clearly is going to be for Mertens to be able to return well. And that doesn't mean fast, but it does mean deep. And maybe try and stay away from the forehand as often as she can. Because if she gets set, she is about as good as anybody else out on tour.
Well, and especially off that backhand side, it is a stable shot. She's so confident with it. And I mean, both these players, they maybe like the backhand a little bit better, but Rybakina, she can give it a ride.
Look at that contact point. Second time that Mertens has fired one into that last third of the court. That was very nice. There is Vukov on the left of your picture.
This game a little more complicated. Rybakina just slowing up the arm slightly on that serve. Didn't really accelerate through the contact point. And on those second serves where you're trying to get a little more spin, you actually need the acceleration.
That's where you want the ball to be if you can get it to Rybakina down below the height of the net, just where she has to bend down and she's got to give it a little bit more lift. Plus, just quite a high take back on her backhand, Rybakina, in terms of her racket. So it's got to come from quite a high point to low. If you can skip it through there, what a chance here for Mertens.
Quickly erased. That is the danger of the Rybakina serve, and you've just got to bide your time if you're Mertens. Try to get as many balls back in play and look for some more opportunities that you can maybe capitalize on.
It's a nice forehand. I think Mertens going to be a little disappointed that she didn't time her split step slightly better. Was just chasing into the space.
Every so often, the forehand of Rybakina isn't quite as stable, doesn't have that extra hand on the racket the way she does on the backhand, and it can just get a little army and get away from her slightly.
Just running through some of the credits, and they're impressive credits in terms of return games won, second serve, points won, returns made from Mertens. And against players that she will feel like she should have beaten, those numbers are in the right place, but it will be very interesting to see how they look compared against somebody like Rybakina, who serves as well as she does.
Yeah, and that's maybe been the challenge in this matchup, because Mertens, it negates her returns a bit. The serve of Rybakina.
Nice solid start. Nothing too out of the ordinary, just having a look at her average first serve speed. That's sitting around exactly where she has had it, 179. Previous 3 matches, 177 today, but opening game, you would imagine she's looking to try and get a high percentage in, which is exactly what she's done.
It's always a little bit tricky navigating those first few games, trying to get off to a good start, especially holding serve, really feel like you can settle in and you're into the match. That game got a little shaky, but Rybakina in the end able to get right back to business.
Our favorite part of the match here, Chanda?
Win predictor, 65%. I was wondering what you were talking about. No, I knew. For Elena Rybakina, the favorite. And I think that's pretty spot on. I might even make it a little higher, but I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I think given the 6-1 head-to-head, that probably could sit around 70%, but I actually think the win predictor has been very good this year.
High praise. So Mertens with an initial double fault. The second serve, her first serve is excellent, Mertens, but the second serve can get a little shaky when she's got to go to it too often. You have some players that have a really nice kick they can go to, or they've got a little more margin on that second serve. Mertens, she still kind of slides it in the box, and sometimes if her toss goes a little awry or doesn't quite contact it in the right spot, that second serve can get a little too flat. Have to mention that it has gotten warmer out there, and it may start to go the other way at some point, but it is still pretty steamy as we see Mertens' coach and partner, Christopher Hyman. Got to manage the body, manage your temperature. Lots of stuff going on.
This is one of the problems that Mertens going to have today. If she doesn't locate the ball well enough in the service box and it comes in at the right pace, at the right sort of width, Rybakina is equally as deadly on the return as she is with her first serve. And it is going to be back onto Mertens as quickly as possible. Chances for a break. Average in this tournament, incidentally, for the WTA players in breaking has been 46% of the time. Rybakina sits at 75.
Oh, that was a beauty. And that was an impressive point. Rybakina with the little slice to move forward, put herself in position. But the hands from Mertens keeping herself in this rally and had just enough time. That ball wasn't quite as deep as maybe Rybakina was trying for, and that lob was spot on.
Came in with one more ace than Rybakina into this fourth round encounter. Incidentally, she had 12 coming in. That's 13th.
Let's second serve.
Is Rybakina an underrated returner?
Yes.
I mean, we don't necessarily think of her having big return games because of how good her serve is, but breaking that percentage of times, that is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. I was actually on the court with her at Wimbledon pre-tournament on court number 1 when she was practicing with Emma Raducanu. So I had a good look at ball speed, how quickly she's in position. If you don't get that ball out of the hit zone, you can be in trouble on the back foot straight away, even off a good first serve. And even though Mertens can average around 170, it's probably not quick enough to trouble her often enough.
That didn't miss by much.
Interesting to see whether she sits around that kind of number on her second serve. That's just sort of drifted in at 129. She's averaged Mertens around 140. Whether she feels as though buying herself a bit more time to set up and defend off the second serve will be a good way to go. We'll find out. That serve was a bit quicker. It was back at her a little bit quicker. And whatever plan she did have for the second serve in terms of trying to defend it, Mertens, she's having to utilize it very early on. Hasn't found enough first serves. Good hustle.
pretty much knew she just needed to get there. Got a little extra something behind that last backhand. These first couple of games, now this one, an extended one, but critical for Mertens to try to start on the right foot.
Yeah, I don't love that serve on the second serve, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's easy in hindsight because you just crushed a winner to say that, but I do feel as though you're not got a quick enough second serve to get it past her, and you just give her the geometry of the court.
I mean, it's a risk, and this is what Mertens is going to have to calculate as this match goes on. You don't necessarily want to go to the backhand with that second serve speed that sits there, but if you're going to go to the forehand, you got to get a little more on the outside of the ball. It's a more risky serve, but you're almost taking that risk by going to the forehand anyway.
Yeah, I almost feel like she needs to hit it as an almost first serve, as a second serve to kind of, as you say, to get it off the court, because if she goes in at as she did at 140, Rybakina's going to be able to just lean in on it, and eventually, the former finalist here getting an early break.
Yeah, so often on the court, you're making these calculated risks, and you're dealing with your own nerves and your own tension, and you're hoping that the reply you get is something you can work with, and Mertens just did not get what she was hoping for.
15 left.
Third ace. Talk me through this motion. What you can't teach height, we all know that, but what you can't just be tall and serve well.
No, I think it's the rhythm. She's got a really nice rhythm. It's continuous. There's no weird stops and starts. She almost gets it up. You see some players that abbreviate their motion to try to keep it continuous and get the arm quickly. She does it with still a little more of a standard motion. Her arm gets up quickly. She can go up and out after the ball, so she gets it at kind of full contact, her full height, so consistently. And when you consider at 6 foot, using every inch of her frame, there's plenty of advantages to her service motion.
Great exhibition of spot serving. Looking to make a 7th career Grand Slam quarterfinal, and Rybakina has made a very promising start. 3-love. Makes life easy when you don't have to any ground strokes. Just throw the ball out of the hand, crack it down, and put another game on the board. Here
I
we
wouldn't
go.
know what that's like.
No.
It looks great when you're watching it, and it's the serve of Rybakina. We have been talking about how simple it is, how smooth, how continuous. It's got a great rhythm, and she gets the right arm up quickly. She goes, it's not quite an abbreviated motion, but it's straight up. It keeps it moving, and she's able to get full height and extension behind that toss. It allows her so often to hit up and out. She can hit down and get that extra pace and the trajectory that gives so many players problems. I remember talking with Lindsay Davenport, who is another incredible server in women's tennis, and how she would work on her spot serving. Call the serve out of the toss, you'd have to change it at will, and that's another way to improve it.
That's where we are, right inside that beautiful sort of golden brown orange roof, the Margaret Court Arena. Rybakina starting fast. Mertens is going to have to chase her hard.
It's distinctive, that roof over Margaret Court Arena.
I've been told that it should have been called terracotta.
I thought it was perfect.
Yeah.
It's fancy, but
there's always one in the gallery that wants to tell you that you didn't get it right. Rebecca got that right, flushed it right out of the middle. Delightfully done. The one thing we should talk about Mertens, she had a good run last year in singles. She actually changed her racket, Jonah, from a Technifiber at the back end of 2024 to the Yonex that obviously Rebecca is using, but that she's using. And that definitely gave her a little bit more juice. She got a little more power. She needs all of it today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big change for any player at that stage of their career. Mertens currently, 30 in the world, but in your late 20s to make a switch in your equipment, not always easy.
Love 42.
I mean, it's been a good start to this season for Mertens in terms of wins. Obviously, getting to this 4th round here. And also won her first 3 singles matches of the year at United Cup. Come in with some confidence. If ever there was a time she would feel like she has a good shot, it would be here today.
That confidence right now, though, probably evaporating in the Melbourne heat. And not just because she's missing first serves, although that is definitely not aiding. It's because Rebecca is hitting the ball about as clean as we have seen her, and that is an ominous sign for Mertens, but also for the other players left in the draw.
Yeah, this is an incredible start, even with as well as Rybakina has been playing. A couple of tight games, and she has stayed the course. This match could have still been very different in terms of the scoreline, and yet Rybakina just having the answers when she needs them.
Just the 5th second serve that Mertens has even had a look at here. It's 13 out of 18 first serves made from Rebecca. So good.
And I think part of the challenge for Mertens is that she plays Rybakina a little too straight up, forehand, cross court, backhand, cross court, and isn't able to really disrupt Rybakina from the ground enough. And she hits the ball beautifully, Mertens, but she almost plays Rybakina into an even better rhythm. I mean, she almost has to go for a few chances that way. Maybe early in the rallies, try to change and go up the line, just create some openings, especially with how well Rybakina has started. It's a little bit better. Mertens able to open the court up. Instead of going back cross court, going down the line, not giving Rybakina the ball to the same side more than a couple of times until she had that little extra spacing.
Absolutely flawless. No other word for this. Has not put a foot wrong. 5-love. I mean, the good news in some respects for Mearns is that she can definitely find a first serve. That will make her competitive as we head towards the second set. But when you've got a serve like this and you move it around as well as she does, and you can see there from the numbers a little bit more out wide, which actually is even harder because the angle takes you outside the doubles court. But Chana, the graphic at the top there is the most impressive.
Yeah, it's beautifully distributed, and you can see the aces down the tee, a number of them, because that is her fastest serve. But 43% of her first serves unreturned. Mertens can't even get it back in the court. That becomes a little demoralizing as well. And we look at how well Rybakina hits the wide serve. That opens up the court immediately. And so Mertens, she doesn't know where to look right now. She can only hope that maybe Rybakina falls off her percentages a little bit here.
Mertens with a little bounce in her step. She's always been a fighter. She's talked openly in the past about that part of her character. She was actually born a couple of months early. She was actually also a twin, but sadly the other twin didn't make it when she was premature. And her parents and her sister Lauren, who's a pilot, always have talked about how Elise is somebody that is always going to dig in. She's going to need all of that character right now. Love 5 in the opening set.
Love 15.
Time for a serve and volley here from Mertens. I don't know. I mean, you're literally running through every kind of possibility, but nothing seemingly is allowing her to get out of the riptide.
15, 13.
It's difficult when something that is usually a strength in your game against this opponent, you are getting nothing from it. And that's the first serve of Mertens right now. I mean, even when she gets it in, winning very few of those points.
Talk to me a little bit, when you lose rhythm as a professional server, what can you do to regain that rhythm in match?
I think normally the way I would look at it is you keep hitting and you give yourself bigger target areas, and then you work out from there. Obviously the match is ongoing. You may hit yourself out of points, or the person may have winning shots as a result of it, but you got to start somewhere. That's nicely done.
If she didn't have bad luck at this stage, she wouldn't have any luck.
Well, you know, we talk about good servers, and even if your serve is not necessarily your strength, you've got to find ways to win points when the balls are in your hands, when you have control over where that first ball is going. So even if it's serving for patterns to open up the court, whatever you need to do, that's first order of business in just about any match. Never gets easier. Mertens trying desperately to get on the board, and she went for that second serve just a little more, try to put a little more oomph behind it. It was a body second serve, but still couldn't get it to fall. Such a good feeling when you can get a quick point that way when you are swimming uphill, upstream, whatever you call it. Like those easy ones.
Just making sure there wasn't a malfunction on her side of the scoreboard in this opening set. Gets it ticking over, and that will allow her to settle. It was a better game from first serves going in there. And you just never know if she can tuck into this particular return game and just keep herself involved in this opening set. Even if it is probably a lost cause, she'll feel better as they start the second. Can she go back? Does that help or hinder her?
I think with how well Rybakina is hitting the wide serve, it probably would hinder her. But I think you do have to just try some different looks. I mean, you're getting beat already, so why not get beat a different way?
That's unlucky.
I think it's also okay, sometimes you got to guess or cheat over and force your opponent to have to serve the other way. Just don't give them as much space out wide, and then maybe you can, if they serve down the tee, you can make a break and just throw them off somehow. So that is one solution. It's just to change the looks on the return.
Oh, it's amazing.
She gets it.
Problem for her is even on the return at the moment, and Rybakina's looking so comfortable even on her two-hander as her +1.
Yeah, Rybakina's playing well. I mean, that is, you never know where your opponent's going to start, but that has to be something Mertens was hoping wouldn't be the case.
Already the most aces that she's served in a match, and these 7 coming in the opening set. Yeah, trying to force things, has to do something to try and change the tide. But that was a set of tennis from Rybakina that sets her up nicely, not potentially just to win this match, which she still has work to do, but for the title here, that was how good it was.
There's not a lot you can point to that Rybakina needs to do better. Lisa Mertens stepping off court, understandable, just trying to do anything a little bit differently here. That was
just to slow things down, Chanda, isn't it?
I can't say for certain, but in all likelihood,
Our commentators there pretty much summarizing it. It's just so beautiful from Rybakina there. The 5th seed really proving why she is in the position she's at, how she's gone undefeated in terms of sets, how she hasn't lost a single one of them. And look at all of that. The serves are amazing, and being able to convert them into points the way she's able to as well is just phenomenal. So let's see if it continues or if Mertens is able to find something and change it up for set number 2.
Perfect a set of tennis as you can play, and maybe for Mertens, if she tells herself that and she recognizes, look, we'll see what the second set holds, I'm just going to fight because that was too good, maybe that helps her in resetting after this first set.
Yeah, it's really hard, as we see the last few highlights of the opening set, to kind of really feel what Mertens can do. Yes, she can serve. I wonder whether, and I was obviously asking about what she can do on her serve to find rhythm.
first serve in. You understand? But pay attention, a lot of attention. So extra footwork now. Extra footwork. Okay? Everything else is great. You're doing everything perfect. But a little bit of intensity. I understand, but that means we need to have more attention, more footwork. You understand? We have to swing blind if we have to towards the ball. It doesn't matter. But the most important thing is that we're 35 minutes on the court. You gotta move. Yes? Yes, it's fit because you're not moving. You gotta move. Activate it. Jump, 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 jump. It's okay. It's hot. I get it. Hey, deep high. Breathe. And some motivation. Hey, let's go. Come on.
That was about as good as it could be, but Stefano had a lot to say in terms of activation, stay busy, 35 minutes on the court. She's saying it's hot, understandably so. The shade's probably got about another 15-20 minutes before it has completely made its way across this Margaret Court arena. Danislav Komarski is the strength and conditioning coach that was sitting next to Stefano. Stefan Duels, the physio that was sitting at the back just behind Stefano. Adol Chiari is the hitting partner for Rybakina. As for Mertens, she was off there on her own. Christopher's in the corner, and whatever they thought was a plan certainly hasn't worked out as well as they would have liked. And the fact that Rybakina stayed back a bit has almost lost access for the body serve for Mertens. You wonder whether she could kind of try and slide it in, as you've talked about, Channa, and try and lock her up a little bit and put a higher percentage of first serves in, which would obviously help her cause.
Yeah, I think she tried to do it on a few of those second serves later in the set. See if she starts throwing that serve in a little sooner here.
Second set.
Ball.
It is warm. We heard Rybakina say it. We know what the temperatures are. And for Elisa Mertens down a set, it's not easy to maintain the energy level, maintain positivity, but that's what she needs to do here. Tried for the body somewhat, body backhand. And Rybakina still doing a good job of fending that ball off of her.
Great front runner, won her last 20 matches when she's won the opening set. Have to go back to the match in Montreal against the incredible Victoria Mbuku that she lost when she had won the opening set.
That was one of those surprising losses of last season for Rybakina, where she was up, she had match point, served for it, and did not close that out. But what a run by the Canadian teenager.
Imperative that Mertens got off to a good start. That's exactly what happened. The only slight concern for the Belgium there will be the fact that not much of that game felt as though it was on her racket. The errors came from Rybakina.
Yeah, you know, the beginning of these sets, the second set, it's like a redo, and you can start fresh. It's almost like a new match if you could put the first set behind you. The problem for Mertens is finding ways to dictate a little more often, and especially on her serve. She's held, that was the first order of business, but she's still got some work to do in terms of figuring out how to completely turn the tables. But you never know, if she gets a little lapse from Rybakina, she's ready to capitalize. That's kind of what you look for against big servers. Just a little letdown that maybe gives you a shot.
And you would think it's going to come. Throughout the course of last season, she only had 4 matches, Rybakina, where she was at 70% plus with first serves in.
Laver Arena.
5-1 at the Australia, 15-1, I should say, at the Australian Open when winning the opening set. Just again underline what a great front runner is. That was a good play from Mertens. She got some pace and it stayed low. Extracted the error.
And we also heard Rybakina mention to her coach that it's hot. She's aware of it. She's obviously feeling it, even though you wouldn't be able to tell by the score line of that first set. But if Mertens can hang in there, just lengthen some of these games, some of these rallies, you never know.
Real opportunity here. Has been serving extremely well, but hasn't been under pressure.
And again, she comes up with a big serve to get herself out of a little bit of a jam. Mertens had just the one break opportunity the very first game of the match, and Rybakina came up with an ace to save it.
Always look like kind of unforced errors in inverted commas, those kind of shots, but Mertens knows that if she doesn't get it in that final third of the court, then she's going to be second best.
Rybakina again, just finding a little bit of shade. Little surprising she didn't go off court after the first set, since Mertens did. Even just for a few minutes to get your body temperature down, that could help.
That is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And she's doing exactly what you said she should do, Janet, is extending these rallies. That was a very smart kind of +1. Didn't try and crush it.
She's got excellent feel, Mertens. Beautiful volleys, as you would imagine for a former world #1 in doubles. And that time, the drop shot came out of nowhere.
And it will be encouraging to her to see how far Rybakina was from the drop shot.
Little by little, a lot of positives from Mertens here, the first few games of this second set. And that's all you want, is to latch on to something that is a slight improvement, and maybe run with it.
Brendan's doing a good job of getting back inside the world's top 20, given all the successes that she does have on the doubles court. Wimbledon champion again last year. She has 5 titles at Grand Slam level in doubles. Also won the Tour End Championships, but hadn't been ranked back inside the world's top 20 in singles since January of 22. Doing well in singles and doubles is never easy. She's doing well now. Very much a part of this 4th round match here at this year's Australian Open. 2-1.
Mertens has done a good job of adding a bit of pressure into the match in terms of the scoreline, where Rybakina doesn't feel like she has this big lead here in the second set. Sometimes a player doesn't swing as freely. A little more tension in the muscles, and all of that is what Mertens would be wanting to take advantage of here. Got to remember to hydrate.
You got to remember to hydrate.
I keep forgetting that, actually, and it's warm today. It's supposed to be warmer tomorrow. That's another thing that is part of what players are dealing with.
It's been a record-breaking tournament for fans pouring into Melbourne Park.
Time.
Hasn't found her first serve yet, so that's still encouraging from Mertens' perspective. Just 4 of 11 in this second set so far, but everyone she has landed, she's won the point. So if she can find a bit more rhythm, maybe she can keep Rybakina at bay for a little bit longer, and that will allow her an opportunity to apply a little scoreboard pressure. Rybakina had it all her own way in the opening set. Lovely early preparation on both sides, Rybakina.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting with obviously the backhand. That is such a money shot for her, but with the forehand, when she contacts it consistently, it's still a very solid shot. She can add the pace to it. And the good part of that early preparation is you can adjust sometimes, react a little bit better than if you're late with that take back. All of a sudden you've got a lot to do and you're still trying to figure out how to catch up to the ball. So I think that gives Rybakina just a little more safety on her forehand with that early setup.
So good. A little more work up the back of the ball there and around the outside of the ball to come around it. When you watch the racket work on that, it was almost, yeah, almost stayed on her right side, the racket.
No panic with Rybakina at all. I think that's an area she can continue to improve, her comfort at the net. She's been willing to make more of these moves. She was forced in on that one, but it's an area with how big she hits it from the ground. She can take some of those floaters out of the air. It just would add to how devastating her game is.
Do you think that she doesn't trust her transition speed, footwork-wise, as much because she's tall, and if you hit the ball as quick as she does, you don't have as much time to necessarily get to the net?
I mean, maybe. I can only assume. I mean, at her height, at 6 foot, it's not easy, I would imagine, to get down and get behind some of these balls. I also think, you know, her hands, sometimes they get a little bit stiff. They're not as supple. And I mean, you've had tall players in tennis that can volley beautifully, but that's not as comfortable for her. But I do think the more she makes those moves, the better it will get.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a decent steal.
15.
And it may just prove to be a very valuable point for Rybakina.
That's a very big difference between 30 love and 15 all, and especially with Mertens missing that last backhand. All of a sudden, it's a slight opening chance for Rybakina here. That's not bad. A little more heat behind that serve, 173, but the placement is really what stands out as well.
Second quickest serve of the match for Mertens. Has fired one in at 181. Incidentally, 193 is the third fastest serve of the tournament on the women's side of the draw that Rybakina has fired in this match. Alicia Parks, 196. Madison Keys, 194. The Americans know how to serve big.
Why are you looking at me? She's becoming better hitting her targets here, Mertens, and it is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Let's first serve.
She's made 6 out of 7 first serves in this game.
Can understand the presence that Rybakina presents on the other side of the court, and when she steps in just a little bit further into the court, can feel very suffocating as a server.
Scary good. It's absolutely incredible that she can hit it with that much pace, that short.
Advantage, Rybakina.
Mertens so comfortable with her backhand, almost ran around a forehand to hit it. And perhaps that started her getting a bit out of position, but Rybakina able to take advantage. Can't hit an angle a lot better than she did.
Ouch. That was absolutely brutal. There was nothing that Mertens could do apart from wait to see that ball hang in the air. And to her disappointment, it dropped in, and Rybakina breaks free in the second. And it was just going too slowly and too vertically to really do anything other than just have to wait for it, wasn't it?
It's such bad luck, and then it was a mishit, so the spin is a bit funky on it, and you can't just get into it the way you would a shot that's hit cleaner. So a lot of bad luck for Mertens at the worst possible moment.
Did so many good things there in that game as well. Suddenly found her first serve, but credit to Rybakina, when there was an opportunity to fire that diagonal dagger of a backhand cross court, she absolutely lasered it. And that's the problem against somebody like Rybakina as well. Warm afternoon, but another beautiful day in Melbourne. It's not so beautiful for Mertens at the moment. She's got a lot of problems trying to return this serve, trying to create some chances, yet to do so in terms of being able to get a break. Has had one chance. It was erased with an ace.
Let's.
The other problem with Rybakina as well is when you kind of take her onto the perimeter of the court, she's arguably even more deadly because she's not looking to come back. And we saw that in the last game. It sounds so counterintuitive, Chano, I know, but...
I love it. I wouldn't have thought of it that way, but I get exactly what you mean. I mean, she's really focused on hitting something that you can't reply to. And she does it so often that it's not an anomaly either.
15
Would have liked to have got a little more width to the attack there. She is relentless when she's in the middle of the court, but absolutely deadly when she's outside. I agree with you, what you said earlier about just trying something. I agree, you know, with the whole description that you gave and the whole rationale. Going back opens up the angles for Rybakina, but you can't airbrush reality. You look at the numbers that she's just posting behind her first serve right now. You've got to try something.
Either move in, way in, or move back. I would have looked to move way in. Now, then you're more susceptible to the kick or the body serve. But you can deal with that if you are at least getting into rallies. And I think Mertens, she's done a good enough job making some adjustments here in this second set. It was a shame she couldn't hold on to her serve, because that really is the key against a big server. You cannot drop your serve. And then you maybe then look for opportunities to break, something to fall your way.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad point, and Rybakina had to come up with something a little bit more to win it. But if I'm Mertens on that second serve, that's where I'm moving in, and I'm just crashing the boards, even if I'm hitting hard and down the middle. But something to try to throw Rybakina off at any little opportunity.
Oh.
And then went to do it on the game point, but you're absolutely right. She was a point late, really, trying to put a little bit more pressure on, because if you carve out the break point chance, you could maybe play a little more conservatively, because Rybakina will not want to drop her serve for the first time in the match. Mini opportunity missed there for Mertens.
And we are talking about really small things, but when an opponent is playing as well as Rybakina is, that's all you have.
love.
I'd also be curious to see if Mertens started throwing in a few more slices, some balls in difficult positions. I mean, at this point, you're down a set and a break. That's kind of break the glass alarm. And you've got to try some different things at that point. And that's something different. Just ace your way out of the game.
Bit of a gift.
She had committed to the down the line, the inside in forehand, and maybe saw Mertens running that way and just overplayed it.
Stays in touch. Any frailty from Rybakina, and Mertens is certainly playing well enough now to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think that's part of what's kind of remarkable about this match. Mertens is not playing badly. I mean, she has been fairly clean against anyone else. She would have been in the thick of this match. It's just that Rybakina is playing that much better. That being said, one or two little openings like that last forehand that Rybakina missed, and all of a sudden it could be a different set. Rybakina still very much in control, but this next game is still an important one.
One of the many hundreds of thousands that have made it through the gates here at Melbourne Park. They came prepared. There was always going to be a warm one as we head towards a Tuesday that is going to be even hotter than the day that we had on Saturday. So it's going to be interesting to see from a tournament perspective what they decide to do once that heat arrives, whether they keep the roofs open or what happens. At the moment, the roof is very much open here, and a route through to the quarterfinals for Rybakina beckons. But it's certainly not a nailed-on certainty at this stage.
Mertens has been trying to test the Rybakina forehand a few more times, and this was the perfect chance for it. Got something a little shorter, a little more hittable, and she didn't hesitate.
What a second serve. What a second serve.
15
And Mertens is not a short player. To get it out of her strike zone, you got to have some kick on it.
Circle back to the comment you made about just you would have come in and maybe Mertens needs to come in rather than go back. That was a great example at sort of love 15, just come in and at least there, okay, you might force Rybakina to serve big into your body, get rushed, maybe you get a double, but you take away that serve because you can catch it on the rise. Where she's locating herself is allowing access to that second serve still for Rybakina even now.
And the other thing to remember is sometimes you make those moves, you're not successful with it, but it pays dividends later because it puts something else into your opponent's mind that they have to consider when things are a little tight. That's where you may get the miss, or you may get a serve that's not hit quite as cleanly. Playing the averages at that point.
then she does that. It's kind of an interesting delta of difference for Mertens today. So sometimes she's gone for that. Other times, and it feels like at the wrong time, she's been a bit conservative with her shot selection. And when you look at data, as you've just correctly said, sometimes it will say you've chipped and charged on 2-second serves, you've lost both of those points, but somewhere along in the match, you've got a double fault because the person felt the pressure. But on the stats, it says you lost both points when you came in.
Yep. It's not zero sum at that point. It still can pay for itself later.
Get a sense here that Rybakina may be looking for a break to finish this off, rather than just relying on her own serve.
It's always interesting for me to watch the difference between Rybakina's forehand. We talked about how she gets an early take back. Sometimes with the early take back, it stops her swing, and then she's got to get it started again, and it's not as smooth, it's not as fluid. That's the one problem you can have if you take it back too early and you don't keep it continuous. Backhand, she stays continuous with that swing.
I almost feel at times with Rybakina, you're better off when you're rushed like that to hit a slice forehand. Keep the ball down. When you defend like this, that's exactly what she's looking for.
It plays into her rhythm and her perfect timing.
It's a defensive shot anyway, the one that Mertens hit. You might as well go full bore.
And she has that squash forehand. That is very much a part of her arsenal. There's no in-between in a match like this one, and Mertens went after his last couple of ground strokes. No hesitation.
Well, you set the table right at the start of the match about what we were going to see all the way through this, Jannik. That was one of the things you picked up. The second serve was at times is just going to drift long.
Je kin gaat naar beneden. Je kin omhoog. Omhoog. Naar die bal toe. Come on.
And when you do have a little bit of an Achilles heel in that department, it can put a little extra pressure on your first serve, and we've seen it today. She's still under 50% of her first serves landing in. Season last year, she was at 57% of her first serves going in. Today, she needed to be even better against somebody as dangerous as Rybakina down the other end of the court. Hasn't been able to produce her best consistently enough. And a chance for Rybakina to move through to the last 8. What a save.
Juice. Advantage, Mertens.
Fight is real, and Mertens is showing every bit of it here.
Such a clean hit, isn't it? So pure.
Now, when she lines it up that way, it is very difficult to catch up to it. And so often we talk about with these players, you know, playing one side versus the other. It's the weaker side. It's relative to the other side, but it is still a very good shot.
You can always look at it as a double fault that is delivered by the server, but it's also the pressure that she's feeling from the other side of the court, more importantly right now.
Dat moet je weten, hè. In de baan, kin omhoog, explosief. Ga ervoor. Ga ervoor. Geen twijfels. Go.
Let's. First.
Unfortunately, for Kristeva, Elisa couldn't go. She's gone. Rybakina through to her second quarter-final here in Australia and her first at any major since Wimbledon in 2024.
When you look at how well Rybakina played, it's tough to imagine she hasn't been to this stage since then. I mean, her game is so clean, and on these hard courts where the ball is quick, bounces up a little, it is tailor-made for her game, and she showed it again today. Serve was working, no real holds in her game. She was big off the ground, so few unforced errors, even with all the winners that she was going for, and it just gave Elisa Mertens very little room and space to breathe.
It's been a great tournament for Mertens. She would obviously love better, but I think when she looks back, maybe she could have served to it better. I'm not sure that it would have changed much apart from the numbers on her side of the scoreboard being a little closer. She was a little overpowered today, and when Rybakina is in that kind of form, she can win majors, no question about it. Has been to the final here before, and the kind of last shot was really telling. Confident, pure, and just no answer to it.
Yeah, there was no relief at all for Mertens there. Really struggled to be able to get something going for her in the first set. The second set looking a little bit better, but either way, Rybakina getting it done in straight sets 6-1, 6-3. And I got to say, 10 aces for herself. We knew that Rybakina could do big serves, and that was one of her biggest strengths that's shown throughout the Australian Open. But to get 10 aces today, and that's what was such a big step up in her able to secure the quarterfinals for herself. It was phenomenal to get to watch that. And we can have a look at exactly who she will be going up against in the quarterfinals as we get to see our draw that, well, I guess not yet decided, right? It's either going to be Aussie's very own Inglis there or coming up against second seed Swiatek. Those two are still yet to battle it out. That's going to be later today on the Rod Laver Arena. But for now, it's going to be a very quick break, a little bit of a turnaround, and we're going to come back here at Margaret Court Arena with the men's singles round for the Italian standoff. I told you you wouldn't be waiting too long before the tennis was to kick off again here at day number 9 for the Australian Open. We're still at Margaret Arena, but we've moved on to the men's singles round number 4. And as we're seeing the walk on out now, it is 22nd seed Luciano Didari up against two-time defending champion Jannik Sinner here. He's coming in as second seed, but by no means does he feel like that at all. He's been putting on an absolute display, being able to get so much done for himself and just changing up a lot of his play style through the last 3 rounds of this Australian Open too.
3 in a row continues for Jannik Sinner. It's been an eventful Australian Open already for the Italian. What will this 4th round match have in store? He's up against a fellow Italian. It's the 4th all-Italian men's singles match here at the Australian Open in the Open era. Just the 31st time Grand Slam level 2 Italians have met. It's starting to happen more and more. In fact, we had another Italian matchup this year. Sonego against Musetti earlier in the tournament. Colin Fleming in the commentary box alongside John Fitzgerald and Fitzy. Very interested to see how Jannik Sinner plays tonight after the events of his previous match.
Yeah, thank you, Cole. We're great to be with you. Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. He's come out onto Margaret Court Arena. We wouldn't have expected that. Must have had something to do with the sort of the heat that's coming tomorrow. Maybe he didn't want to play in the heat of the day again today. I'm not sure. And he negotiated, I don't know, how to get out here, but it's strange seeing him on a court that is not Rod Laver Arena. But anyway, he gets to play later in the day. And it will be interesting to see if these legs hold up. I'm sure they will. It's had 2 days to recover.
Is that a whoop underneath? Can you take it off for me? Yeah, thank you.
Greg Allensworth, the umpire.
He's going to be, Luciano, he's going to be helping me out. All right, guys, so just a few reminders. Toss, or a photo facing that way, please, after the toss. Live ELC video review. Take the white, please, for your towels. White, blue, please, for your towels. Besides that, any questions? Nope. AO or player? Player? Okay, go ahead, buddy. It is player. Receive. Quick photo, please. Right in the middle. Yep.
Luciano Darderi winning the toss, selecting to receive. What a moment for that young man. Right in the middle of these 2 gladiators.
Fantastic.
Here, don't forget your coin.
And Jannik making sure he does not forget that coin.
He'll head home and eat pasta tonight for sure. Good for him.
Sinner just asked to remove I think his tracking device from under his wristband.
Every time. I love watching the faces on the young superstars getting to take photos with obviously our big superstars here at the Australian Open. He looks so starstruck. I love it. And honestly, rightfully so, getting to stand between 2 players like Jannik Sinner there and Luciano Didari. We're looking at their bracket and what it could shape up to look like for them as well here. Whoever goes on to win and advance on to that quarterfinals will be facing either Shelton or Rudd there for themselves, and it feels like it's a tough one to always come up against a fellow Italian for one of these 2. But Jannik Sinner a couple days ago obviously really struggling in the heat. To be fair, a lot of us were. It was that day that we had to have the roofs closed, outside courts play suspended as well. And so the commentators briefly mentioning, has he had enough time to be able to recover? Is he going to have the same sort of effect now? Because the heat is still creeping up. They're nowhere near as bad as it was a couple days ago, but definitely by no means easy at all. We can see exactly what it is, 30 degrees. See, I thought it was going to get a little bit cooler. You'd think so, as the the evening progresses, or as we move into the evening, I should say. But no, it's still very sunny, although inside that arena, it looks like it was covered with a little bit of shade. So maybe not feeling the full brunt of the 30 degrees, but definitely something to be mindful of on how Jannik Sinner himself has recovered there. But I'm really excited to see what these two are going to bring to the court, whether it's going to be really heavy on the serves like we just saw beforehand in the women's singles with Rybakina being able to get 10 aces for herself, or if we might be seeing some medium to long rallies, either or. I do have a fun fact for you guys. Jannik Sinner's childhood nickname was the Fox, and I can see why. I feel like you have to be a bit cunning, a bit quick to be able to become a two-time defending Australian Open champion here. You're definitely not going to get there if you're not a little bit like a fox. And we can see if he's got that fox-like nature still in him after having a couple of days to recover. As, yeah, second seed, two-time defending champ Jannik Sinner is going to be coming up against fellow Italian here, Luciano Dodari, as 22nd seed.
Grand Slam tally of 4 to try and finish this year as the world number 1, but an eventful third round, that is for sure. He was really struggling in the heat 2 days ago against Elliot Spizzirri, the American. Looked like he was on his way out of this tournament. Fitzy struggling with cramp, 3-1 down at a set all, and well, then the heat index hit 5, the roof was closed, and the rest is history.
He probably got unlucky playing in that, or getting told to play in that exact time frame. In the beginning, he probably got unlucky, and in the end, he got very lucky.
But I'm glad you made that point, because a lot of people are quick to say how lucky he was with the roof, but he was unlucky to play in that heat.
One minute.
This is pretty much always the case, I would say, with Sinner. Very pragmatic, very sort of candid and honest in his post-match interview and post-match press. He admitted that he was lucky. He's not going to hide from that fact. He knows he needs to get better in the heat. And the heat could be a factor tonight, because we're not as hot as 48 hours ago, but we are well into the 30 degrees. The heat index is at 4.5. I should get that housekeeping out of the way. If we get to 2 sets to 1 either way, there'll be a 10-minute break.
Yeah. And if it did happen to get to that index of 5, they would close the roof.
They would. They would.
But I think now it's unlikely.
You would think so. Local time, 12 minutes past 6 p.m. So chances are the index will start to slide back down. Certainly hope so, because you know, the physical element is a big part of the sport, isn't it? But you like to see the tennis do the talking the majority of the time.
I think so. Yes, you want the better players to not be. You don't want equal playing fields as much. You want it to be a one-on-one contest with both in good physical shape. But look, it is a physical ailment if you get cramp, and the guy that's fitter and stronger deserves then to have the result. But he's what a player he is. I love watching this guy play. He's something else.
So the final preparations for Jannik Sinner and Luciano Dodari. 4th all-Italian meeting in the Open era here at the Australian Open. It's a round of 16 match. First meeting between the two. Some familiarity between them. Not a lot, I would say, but they have practiced once together. That's all, believe it or not. And it was in the pre-season. They were both in Dubai putting in the hard yards. Dodari won the toss.
First set.
Elected to receive.
Jannik Sinner to serve.
So the 2-time champion
Ready?
will get us underway.
Play.
Oh. Well, that's an impressive way to start the match.
15.
Dodari has spoken during this tournament about the work he did in the pre-season, wanting to be more effective on hard courts and wanting to use his big serve and big forehand. He certainly used the forehand there.
15 all. Ball.
Sinner looking to go backhand to backhand, and
15.
he ends up making the mistake. There's the team. Simone Vagnozzi, front left. Darren Cahill, of course. Back row, Alejandro Reznikov on the left. That's the physio, and his physical trainer as well, Umberto Ferrara. Tight-knit team. I'm sure they've been putting in a lot of work in the last 48 hours to help Jannik recover.
Let's for serve.
Gee, that's a dangerous looking forehand, isn't it? And he's pulling no punches. You know, if you make the round of 16 in a major, you can play. No one can doubt or question that. And he's got some firepower.
A little surprised to see Sinner taking the second serve into the forehand at 15:30, and he paid the price. Couple of break points here for the underdog.
Playing a countryman can have an effect on a player too, on occasion. Works in favour of some and not in favour of others.
Well, I think Jannik Sinner hasn't minded it, Bitsy. He's 17-0 against countrymen at tour level. Seems to deal with it pretty well. Well, let's be honest, he beats most players regardless of where they're from.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I'm delighted to say
lose too often.
We got another man courtside. I think we can say good evening to Ryan Harrison, who got a bit of sun on you there, Ryan, but how are the conditions overall?
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit of sun moving into the shade. It's pretty warm, but not blistering hot as it was the other day. I was sitting here when the players were walking out, and there was still a portion of the court that had some sun on it, and as I've been sitting here, the shade has been coming across further and further, and there was a pretty substantial temperature drop once I got in the shade. I actually stopped sweating a bit. I feel like I'm starting to cool off now.
Even when you were sweating, you look cool, Ryan.
Ball.
Well, Fitzy, not as cool as you cruising down the road in your Harley. I know the stories of you and that legend, how you just give off all that energy, but Sinner gives off this incredible, cool, calm, and collected energy as well. Even when he's in trouble, as he was here in the opening game, he keeps it together and faces adversity as pretty much confidently as you can get.
Ryan, thank you for the compliment, but in honour of these two gentlemen on the court, they're Ducatis. I'm sticking to the Italian motorcycle.
Very nice. An Italian flair, Fitzy. Plenty of it on court.
Yeah. Oh, they're there's certainly a Rolls Royce at one end here and an awfully good player down the other as well.
Let's first serve.
Faces a bit of adversity, but ultimately comes through in his opening service game.
Well, it was a good start there from Luciano, just getting into that service game. I think that the feeling here in this match is that Darderi's forehand is a weapon. He can do some damage with it. He likes to use it as much as he can. It's that backhand side that's going to be the big question mark, and Sinner will be looking to pick on that as much as he can. So I'm going to expect to see Darderi looking to try and find forehands as much as possible, and then whenever he's able to step in on the backhand, he's a lot more effective than when he's playing defense.
Well, there's no doubt that Sinner starts this match as favourite. What do you think the win predictor is going to tell us?
Well, I can honestly say I haven't seen it, but it's got to be 80-20.
Oh,
there you go.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
No, I promise you I didn't know that. But it's just logic, isn't it?
It's hard to argue with.
Although, I'm not sure the win predictor is that logical.
Guys, I hate to say it, but I think that win predictor is actually even a little favorite to Darderi. I'd put it more like 90-10 or 95-5 if I had to guess.
Does the win predictor allow for cramps in the previous match? Or?
That did enter my mind.
Oh.
Harrison gets it right too. He's tough to beat in this sort of stuff.
So Luciano Darderi. He's born and raised in Argentina till about the age of 10, moved to Italy. And he plays an awful lot of tennis, as I say. No one in the top 100 has played more than him in the last 12 months. Really worked his way up the rankings. Seeded spot, seeded 22 here. 3 titles last season alone. Marrakesh, Borstad, Umag, all ATP 250s on red clay.
On clay. Well, that's significant. That's a significant stat when you look at this match on the hard court.
And another significant stat is that he's played top 5 players 3 times in his career, and he's never won a set. So it's a big step up for Darderi today.
Can I add an addendum to my guess at the win predictor?
Please.
Now that I've thought about it a bit longer.
30 all.
And I'm influenced a little bit by Ryan Harrison. Over 3 sets, maybe you could justify an 80-20. Maybe. But over 5 sets, you can't. And so I think Ryan's right. I defer. 5 sets, it's exponentially harder to beat these top guys.
Yeah, the longer you play, the more often the house wins. And in this scenario, Jannik Sinner is the house.
Yeah, he is. And look, the asterisk is probably the cramp in the previous match, but only an asterisk.
Oh, that is so early, so accurate.
Yeah, beautiful strike there. He took that on nicely. Split step, got in the court. Short backswing allows for him to absorb the pace and redirect it in a hurry.
3 wins for Darderi to reach this round of 16. Beat his good friend and, in fact, his doubles partner here, Christian Garin, in round 1. Took care of Sebastian Baez, the Argentine, in round 2, and got a great win over Chanov, 15 seed in round 3. And that has clipped the line. So Sinner Had to save some break points in his opening service game. He's generated one of his own here. Great pictures. Just about as linear a strike as you can imagine. He got a look at 4 second serves in the game, Jannik Sinner, and he won all 4 of the points. And that is the perfect start.
Ryan, is that backhand going to be able to stay with Sinner? That's the question for me.
No, it's not going to be able to. And I wanted to ask you, Fitzy, as we take a look there at the coaching team for Sinner, Darren Cahill obviously leading the way with Fagnazzi sitting next to him. With the way the last match shaped out, what message would you be saying to Sinner about the start of this match and how you want to play the beginning based on how the previous match played out?
I would probably risk a little more in the early stages, see if you can hit more winners and finish the points a bit quicker. That's the first thing I think I'd think of. I mean, yeah, he doesn't want anything physical if he can avoid it now at this stage of the tournament. I mean, you know, I never experienced what it was like to go deep into one of these, but in singles. But surely there's a cumulative effect if you continue to have 2 or 3 long physical matches in a row, and that will affect you at the end of the second week.
Well, Fitzy, that's what my line of thought is there. If you get to the semis or finals, I think that time on court stat plays a big factor. If there's a substantial difference in hours on court between 2 players who are relatively evenly matched, it can play a factor. So for me, if I was in the coaching corner with Aaron and those guys, I would be thinking that the no mental lapses, no free points. Let's make this as efficient as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly going about consolidating the break pretty efficiently here. Jannik Sinner, quick out the blocks on Margaret Court Arena, and he skips into an early 3-love lead. Seemed to be any sign of a hangover from the previous round for Sinner. Sharp start. That's exactly what he would have been looking for. Playing in his first tournament of the season, of course. Chose not to play any warm-up events.
Now, without the sun, it drop off. I think also the humidity
Guys, a pretty intense group conversation going on in the center camp right now. Everybody involved.
Bit of discussion from Sinner's team during the sit-down, just with regards to the conditions, playing in the shade here. But I have to say, Fitzy doesn't look like he's struggling at all from his recovery.
No, it doesn't look like it on the face value, does it? On the face of it, it's maybe he's, you know, maybe he's still very stiff in the areas where he was cramping. I mean, that can happen. They need a lot of work between then and now.
I think maybe just the team discussing how they all felt the conditions were. Sometimes it's with regards to the hydration, the nutrition, any advice they might pass on.
They're probably looking at the index too, and I don't know how they've got access to that, but they may well.
Yeah, from the referee's office, I'm
Yeah.
sure. The heat stress index was at 4.5 to start this match. Which means if we do get 2 sets to 1 either way, there'll be a 10-minute break. But it also means that the roof is open. That heat stress index has to hit 5, as it did 48 hours ago, for the roof to be closed.
$15-30.
As I mentioned, it's the 4th All-Italian meeting here at the Australian Open in the Open era, and just the second in the second week at a Grand Slam. I think we're going to see a few more of them in years to come.
That's in the Open era, isn't it? Since 1968.
Lorenzo Musetti, of course, already through to the quarterfinals today with his win over Taylor Fritz. Looked very impressive.
He did, yes. There's some flair, isn't there, coming from the Italians?
I think that's ever been in doubt.
They have a lot of events. And I love that. If you can throw players into competitive environments and let natural attrition take its course, it's not a bad way to develop players. So I mean, it just makes sense to me.
The cream rise to the top. They've invested a lot, as you say, in competition. They've invested a lot in coaches. And they are reaping the rewards, as is Jannik Sinner here for a focused start to this match. Simply too good, too hot to handle. Team on their feet, and that is the double break for Sinner.
Well, the tough part here is that that's as big and accurate as Darderi can hit the ball into the forehand corner there for Sinner on the dead run, and he's able to turn defense into offense so quickly. It's not like he's striking the ball badly. Sinner's just really focused and dialed in, and just off both wings, there's absolutely no let up.
I think we just saw Darderi send the racket back to the stringer, maybe looking to adjust the tension. Fitzy, I want to come back to a point you made. I think it's a good one. Playing a countryman, but particularly in this dynamic. Sinner 17-0 against Italians, but for Darderi, everyone in Italy is watching. They're having their breakfast, their espressos, the cappuccinos. All eyes on this match in Italy. Not just Italian tennis, but I'm sure Italian sport. So for him, you know, it's a daunting task, isn't it, to take on Sinner? You think that just adds to the tension, maybe?
Well, look, he's won 3 matches here. He's a heck of a player. He's world class. He's around that mid-20s mark. And look, yes, I mean, nowhere near the experience, obviously, that Jannik has. Maybe it has an effect, but I think right now he's just getting overpowered. And that racket that he's sent to the stringer, my guess would be he'd look for something a bit looser, because I don't think it's control. So if he felt like he didn't have control, he might get a new one a bit tighter. But he's just getting overpowered here.
40-11.
Ryan?
Yeah, guys, I mean, listen, there's just not much that Darderi can do as far as going through the sides of the court here. Sinner moves so well, and he changes direction so well that when he's extended, he's actually at his best. I've actually got the luxury here of former top tenor, a friend of mine who I played with a long time, Diego Schwartzman, sitting next to me, and we were just having a little discussion about the strategy behind playing center, and we were both in agreement that when he's on the move, he's at his best.
There's Diego. Now working for Tennis Australia, I believe. Player relations.
Yeah, what a player he was.
Oh my goodness. Pound for pound. Incredible.
Game center.
And this has been pretty incredible from Jannik Sinner. Making the game look very easy here on Margaret Court Arena. Just 21 minutes on the clock and he's a game away from the opening set. He looks pretty happy, doesn't he, in these conditions, Fitzy? I mean, what a stark contrast to 2 days ago.
Yeah, this is one-way traffic right now. I'm not quite sure between the three of us if we can come up with a strategy that can slow this progression down. You know, it's a long way, 3 sets to win 3. But right now, it's been about as easy going as you could expect, or that you could hope for from the Sinners camp.
Bottom half of the men's singles, of course. Sinner, the second seed.
Time.
Winner of this 4th round match will take on the winner of the second of the evening session matches on Rod Laver Arena, the match between 8th seed Ben Shelton and 12th seed Casper Ruud. Yeah, nice combination there.
That's a great combo there. And yeah, you know, guys, to try and make some progress in the match with Sinner, and one thing that Spazieri was able to do so well is he was able to back him up a little bit off the baseline at different points in time during the match. As you see, a beautiful change of direction on return there. He's got the ability to change direction, and when he's standing up on the baseline and dictating play, he doesn't just make random mistakes. So you have to be able to get the ball deep in the court and force him back before you can open the court up.
Well, it always makes a difference, I think, to your approach and your mentality if you can get on the board. If you're down 6-love, 2-love, you start thinking, gee, how am I going to win a game here? So it's important that he closes this game out for his sake.
And that'll do it. Some impressive ball striking there from Dardery. Gets himself on the board, and he should feel an awful lot better about things, as will his father and coach there, Luciano Enrique. A bit of Spanish, I think, between the two. Of course, the Argentine background, bit of Italian.
We might need Diego Schwartzman as an interpreter down there.
Send him in. He's got to stay impartial. He's working for the organisers, Fitzy.
There's an Argentinian connection here.
In the coaching teams.
He was born in Argentina, wasn't he?
Yep.
Garderi.
And he also in the off-season did a bit of work with a
30 love.
Former Argentine top 20 player, Guillermo Perez Roldan. So we see Diego Schwartzman again. Perez Roldan was 13 in the world, as you know, Fitzy.
Yeah, he was a seriously good player. Had that big forehand. He was modern baseline player with a good serve, big forehand.
Yeah, I think brought into the team during the off-season to try and
40 love.
help with specific tactics for playing on hard courts. I think it's fair to say the work has been successful. Through to the fourth round here, but it's been a tough first set for Darderi. Clean as a whistle for Sinner.
Set, Sinner.
12th winner flies past Darderi.
New balls, please.
And that is a very comfortable opening set for the second seed. Hard to pick too many holes in that set, Fitzy. He was up under a little bit of pressure in the first game, saved a couple of break points, but once he did that, there was no looking back.
Yeah, it was clean running, wasn't it? He hits the ball cleanly, and the power is obvious. When it hits it, Colin, it stays hit. And look at that yellow. He's dominated the first set, as you'd expect to see on a summary.
12 winners, just the 4 unforced errors. That is a clean ratio, isn't it? Particularly when you consider how hard he's hitting the ball. He's not exactly rolling it in, is he? Darderi really struggling on first and second serve. Needs to improve both of those numbers.
If we had questions before this match, how Jannik Sinner was doing after what was such a marathon in the extreme heat of Melbourne a couple days ago, well, he definitely put those to bed. To come in and have an opening set like that for yourself, for anyone, is crazy. Getting 6 aces, 93% first serve points won there. You really cannot fault anything about what he is doing on the court right now. Jannik Sinner just bringing a whole nother level, and Luciano Darderi is going to have to bring something new for set number 2. Maybe a little bit of a warm-up needed for himself. Who really knows? Either way, that set number 2 is coming our way right now.
Far more straightforward for Sinner in round 4 than it was in round 3. What can Darderi do about it?
15 left.
New balls, and that's a nice start.
Let's for serve.
Ryan mentioned the match with Elliot Spizzirri, who did such a good job of actually, going toe-to-toe with Sinner at times. The other thing he did well was he managed to create opportunities to go forward, get to the net, play a different tempo, a different style of point. But I don't know what you guys think. I'm just not sure we're going to see that from Darderi.
Well, it looks like his backhand here is giving him some problems against the quality that's coming at him. I mean, he's fine on that side.
Well, Colin, you hit the nail on the head there, and to me, the number 1 thing you have to do whenever you're trying to get forward is gain court positioning and take it away from Jannik Sinner. If you can't get up in the court, then you can't get forward.
Oh, very nearly stole that point.
How good is he at changing directions, Sinner? That skiing background and the balance
15.
and the strength of these quads.
I don't think his movement gets enough praise. And one of the reasons he's so good on hard courts is his ability to slide into both corners, isn't it? And be as good, if not better than anyone at doing that, you know, hitting big on the full slide.
I just wonder whether it's his appearance. He looks...
40-30.
He's tall and lanky, isn't he? And you don't relate that to fast twitch as much as you would a musclier version of a tennis player, I think. But, gee, he's strong, and he pushes off and changes directions. And he's got long reach at the end when he gets to the ball.
Game done.
Well, that is a good start to the second set. Some big serving.
First game, second set.
Gets himself in front for the first time in a set. Fitzy, you mentioned it's a little unusual seeing Jannik Sinner out here on Margaret Court Arena. It's actually the first time we've seen the Italian on this court since 2 years ago here at the Australian Open, 2024.
That is.
Good guess. You're one round off. He played the second round here against De Jong. Played the third round here against Baez. But he also played the fourth round here against Sachanov. 2024.
Well, that was before he was a global superstar. He was pretty good by then, by the way.
He was on his way to his first Australian Open title. And for Dardery, it's his first time on Margaret Court Arena. So that also is in the cocktail of things that he's having to deal with.
How do you find out all this stuff?
I've got to give a shout to our stats guru, the Shark.
Oh,
Greg Sharko.
Guy's a genius. You must be paying him a lot of money. That's all I can say.
I'm not, but someone is. Yeah,
yes, sir.
He's catching a few haymakers.
Whoever's paying Greg Sharko, they need to lift his wages. That's what I think.
Well, you've got the power around here, Fitzy.
No, I don't have the power.
His Shark Bites email comes out about 3 a.m. every night after hours and hours of research daily.
That's a good sign for Dardery. 4 winners already in set 2. He's up in the ante here. He had a chance to come to the net there, Dardery. Didn't take it, and, well, that was his last chance to win the point.
30-15.
Well, he's a different player, I think, if he's attacking or defending. Look at that speed there on the forehand.
I mean, that is ginormous. 145 kilometers an hour Dardery is averaging. The last 10 points on his forehand. So he's come out in set 2, and he is leaving nothing to chance.
Yeah, going after it. The last 10 points didn't surprise me as much as the whole match there, actually. But what that told us was that he's decided to go after it even more. So he's going to the max on his forehand wing. That'd be coming from the coach's box, from his dad, I'm sure.
Which is good to see, Fitzy, because sometimes you see a player wait till they're 2 sets in a breakdown before they really start to go for it or change it.
Well, he knew, and his coaches know, that he was being pushed around. You know, bullied a little bit around the court, and by a very nice guy, by the way. But in terms of tennis, he was doing some bullying, Jannik, and pushing Dardery around the court. And if he allows that, then we know what the result's going to be. He's got to take a bit more risk, I think, and he's done that by hitting his forehand heavier, trying to dictate from his terms more.
Game Sinner.
So bigger hitting from Dardery.
1 game all.
The same result from a Sinner service game. When he missed the drop shot at 40-15, you could see the team still applauding, still nodding, acknowledging that that's the variation that he's been working on post-US Open final. I think that was a sore one for him, Fitzy. The way he served, the way he was outplayed by Alcaraz on that day in New York. It's back to the drawing board, wasn't it? And he's made some adjustments.
Do you think the US or the French hurt him the most last year?
That's a great question. What do you think?
Well, I don't know, but I remember the disappointment after the French more when he had match points. What a classic match that was.
French Open for me, for sure.
Yeah.
You think more disappointed or more, I would say definitely more hurt by the French Open, you know, the pain of that experience, but he played well, didn't he?
Well, the French...
US Open, he didn't play well.
You know, Cole, there's 8 players in the history of the men's game that have won all 4 majors. We've got 2 more knocking on the door. You know, that's obvious. Guess which one Sinner hasn't won?
The one that he very nearly won last year, Roland Garros.
And in Carlos's case, it's the Australian Open. So that creates some interest here.
But he followed the Roland Garros disappointment up with a title at Wimbledon, his first, of course. Great response.
That's my point there, I think, is that in retrospect, the French Open, you know, being as that career Grand Slam goal, that would have to be the one that looks back. And if you're thinking about it now, which one lives in the mind more?
I'd like to ask Ryan a question. And you're not allowed to use your phone, Ryan. I'm watching you.
I'm way off my phone. I'm not like these new generation kids. Hit me.
Good man. When we've got time, just maybe after this next game. Or maybe you can just quickly, can you pick the 8 players in the history of the men's game that have won all 4 majors in singles?
The big 3, Roger, Rafa, Novak.
Yes.
Then we've got Rod Laver.
Yeah.
Andre Agassi.
Yeah. That's 5.
Emerson. Roy Emerson.
Yes, that's 6. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew there had to be some Aussies on that list for you.
Yeah.
Borg?
Nope. Borg only won the French and Wimbledon. Only, I say.
Yeah.
He won the French 6 times and Wimbledon 5.
Tough school.
I'll give you a hint. Oh, there goes a racket.
Yeah, it's a big racket smash there from Dardery.
Advantage. Sinner.
Things were looking good for him, weren't they? 40-15, he made a better start to the second set. All of a sudden,
guys,
drift away.
This is interesting here. That racket cracked. He's about to play this point with a cracked racket to try and avoid a fine.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be worth taking the fine and getting a good racket right here, because this is vital that he holds his serve for me.
Yeah, too true. Taking a risk here. And that is just brilliant from Sinner, and Dardery needs to be careful here.
Well, he's just gained another fine, I would imagine.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, the fine he just saved is now in play.
Code violation, ball abuse, warning, Mr. Dardery.
So he's got a warning there for the ball abuse. Got away with one for the racket throw, which could easily have been a warning in itself.
Well, I don't know him personally, but is he renowned for?
Well, he's He's Argentine-Italian, so there's a bit of fire in there, I think it's fair to say.
Okay. Gee, that racket will need to be changed for sure.
But why are you playing a break point down with a cracked frame, Fitzy? What's the thought process there?
Well, I don't think there's any thought when you're seeing red. I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, I think he's just snapped twice.
Magnificent technique on the ball launch, though, you have to say.
It went out over the top of Margaret Court Arena.
So just when it was looking like Luciano Darderi might be getting a foothold in this contest, he's slipped off the cliff again.
He has. And we can get back to the little question in a while, but it's important stuff right here now. If Sinner can consolidate here, he's really on his way, isn't he? Darderi, you'd think, has to make the stand quickly. I think Ryan's checking his phone, by the way.
I don't know. I mean, you're tough. You're going. You're not just open era here, are you? You're going.
It's like Big Brother watching you up here, Ryan. I'll give you both a hint after this point.
Are they both Australian?
No.
15 all.
One of them Australian?
No. There's 2 Australians in that list. You've named them. You've got to go way back.
Way back. Oh, man.
So there's
like 1920s, right? There was a guy who just won everything. I'm blanking on it. I remember seeing his name at Wimbledon on the list all the time.
There's 2 players in history that have won the 4 Grand Slams in 1 year. He's one of them.
Well, Sinner won't budge off that baseline. Is there a guy by the name of Budge on that list?
Sir Donald Budge, and I'll give you the other one because we need to put this to rest. It's he's from Great Britain.
Fred Perry.
That's it. So these 2 players, Sinner and Alcaraz, have the potential shortly to join that elite list. That's how good they are.
Well, Alcaraz is trying to do it right here.
He is.
These 15 days. Trying to be the 5th man, of course, open era. As well as the big 3 in Agassi to win a career Grand Slam. Get himself a kangaroo tattoo to go with his others for winning the 3 other majors. Sinner. Well, the procession continues.
Right now he's just too good.
Sinner leads 3 games to 1.
Right now, this is not a good matchup, is it, for Darderi? He's not sure, and it's happened to all of us. Absolutely, it has. You play someone who's not a good matchup for you, apart from the fact that he's as good as this guy is.
Love.
Well, here is a perfect example of the point you made, Fitzy, about this being a sport of matchups. So, previous round, Sinner against Elliot Spizzirri, making his Australian Open debut. Spizzirri, a player that likes to use pace, redirect the pace of his opponent. He likes to get up the court. He played Luciano Darderi in the 2nd round of the US Open last year. And Darderi won in 4 sets.
Right.
So you go, okay, Darderi's better than Spizzirri, but Spizzirri very nearly put Sinner out of this tournament.
Well, there was a heat factor in there as well.
There was.
But it's a style of game, isn't it?
Fundamental difference for me is Spizzirri likes to use pace. Dardri wants time to generate his own, and he's getting none of it tonight.
He's mentally not 100% here either. He's angry. He thinks, to me, it looks like he thinks he's lost. He doesn't know where to go, what tactic.
Well, this is the tactic that's been a morsel of hope to cling on to, hasn't it? If he can land the first serve and big strike on the forehand.
Game done.
Well, that's a good effort. Gets the nod from
Sinner
Dad.
leads 3 games to 2.
And Dardri keeps it to just 1 break in the second. Well, we spoke of the US Open final where Sinner disappointed with his performance, not enough variety, didn't serve well. So got straight back to work on the serve, and I have to say it's looking pretty good since.
Oh yeah, look how accurate that is.
Well, those blue zones are 2 feet from the lines.
Yeah, yeah. He's consistent, and it sets up his ground strokes as well, but gets a lot of free points from it. He's only lost a couple there in the red.
Look at the ad court, all first serve points won, 87% of first serves within 2 feet of the lines.
Yep, he can go everywhere.
I used to put the cones down and miss them all day. He'd take 2 minutes, he'd have them all knocked off.
You know what the modern players don't do as much is serve at the body, which I wonder about. I mean, if you serve this well, you're going to get free points if you hit it within 2 feet of the lines and it's that big.
Yep.
So I understand.
Just 48 minutes on the match clock. Sinner in control. Sinner looking
15 love.
to win here for the 3rd straight year. Only other player to do that. The Australian Open. Open era again here, Fitzy. Novak. Done it twice. 11, 12, 13, and then did it again 19, 20, 21.
You are a font of knowledge.
Try my
You
best.
Oh, what a shot. I mean, he made that look so
30
easy.
love.
He had his body weight going to the left, and he controls the racket face so much with topspin down the line over the high part of the net. That's a magnificent forehand.
Love.
He'd be happy with that one. Just carving inside the ball. An update on the weather conditions. Moving into evening, 7 p.m. local time, down below 30 degrees, which I'm sure will be welcome for all inside Margaret Court Arena, but Jannik Sinner in particular.
Let's first serve.
That's one of his better backhands. He had a target there. Dardery. Don't always get that target with Sinner. He wins so many points so easily from the back of the court. He comes in occasionally. He's capable, obviously, but Dardery there unleashing a two-hander down the line. That'll give him a nice feeling, you would think.
Fitzy, an area of specialty for you. I don't think Sinner the finished article at the net. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's got a good man in his corner who can help him with that, Darren Cahill.
Quiero que ganes el saque, Luli. Vamos de saque. No, dale. Quiero el saque, Luli. Vamos. Saca bien. Vamos.
Okay, trying to encourage the young fella. Oh, look, I just think these great players, when they need to make it, they just make it. They're so good at just at the right time. Ooh, there's something different. A tactical change. Good to see.
Yeah, he's hit a lot of big forehands after the first serve. So Sinner, understandably, on his heels there.
Seemed like he felt his left leg a little bit here after this, just flexed it a bit, just, yeah, bit of stress on that.
Well, he's in uncharted territory for his own career, first Grand Slam.
Yep, after that picture, he just flexed his left one.
Yep.
He's got some soreness in that left leg, I think. Dardery. And he's playing, he's getting pushed back and muscled, isn't he? I mean, it's normal against Sinner. He's so heavy from the back of the court. It gives him a chance to stand up in the court when the rally gets going and the opposition gets pinned behind the baseline. So you can't hurt Sinner so much from back there.
He's really starting to struggle by the looks of it.
He's just asked for a physio.
He's had 2 hours, just over 2 hours longer on court to reach the round of 16 than Sinner.
Umpire just made a call there. There he goes.
Oh, shortening the point there. That's the way to go if he's struggling. You'd have to assume it's some kind of injury rather than cramp at this stage of the match.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Game started.
So he's held serve, but all doesn't look right in the world of Luciano Dardery. 4-3 Sinner, second set.
Dardery, they're doing what he can to try and keep in that second set, especially after a potential mild injury there. But we're looking at Rod Laver Arena. They're getting ready to start off their evening matches, and it's going to be the last round 4 women's singles matchup that we have. Aussie Madison Keys, who came through qualifiers, and in the last round got a walkover from Naomi Osaka, is now going to be coming up against second seed here, Iga Swiatek. And so there's a lot going for her. It would be amazing to get to see the Aussie English here make it to a quarterfinals, but it's definitely not going to be easy coming up against Swiatek.
Who is courtside and can just tell us a little bit about the atmosphere, the anticipation, and what you've noticed from the body language of these two players, Renee.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Maddie Inglis walked out onto the court when she heard Madison Inglis from Australia. She had a huge smile on her face. She really took in that moment, which is really important. You don't want to come out here overawed by the situation.
Play continuing here. No sign of the physio at the change of ends for Darderi, possibly end of the set. We'll keep an eye on things.
Led for serve.
Yeah, guys, I think that was a request for the next changeover to get an assessment, whether that's end of set or just 5-4.
There's a fair chance it'll be end of set if they play 2 more games, Ryan.
I never quite understand why he wouldn't wait and get the physio. You know, you don't want to wait till you're 2 sets to love down, do you? Surely has to try and salvage the second set if he can. Puts the arms out, 2 aces from Sinner, but you've got to expect that. Guy's the 2-time champion. 10th ace. Make it 3. Come on, let's have the perfect game. Where's he going, Fitzy?
I think he'll go wide. I have no clue, but I'm just going wide.
Oh, brilliant. Wasn't too much wrong with the serve. He hit the line, but Darderi read it.
Well, he did well, because you don't want to be ace 4 times in a row either, do you? That's it. He's just indicating, I think, that this guy's just serving too well. I can't get, it's serving out of this world. I can't get a racket on it normally.
Game Sinner.
Well, it doesn't go down as a perfect game, but it's 4 aces, and that is impressive from Jannik Sinner.
I wonder what that feels like.
He's a serve bot, this guy. Yeah, he's just a serve.
That's all he's got, is it?
Well, in his match against Duckworth in 3 sets, he set a personal record for most aces in a match at 18, despite it being a straight set win.
Okay, we're going to hunt down that figure tonight, I think.
He's completely at sea mentally.
And
Darderi.
That's assuming Darderi finishes the match. But I think at the moment there is a question mark over.
Absolutely. So both players here think that it's probably long. It felt long, but it's dropped in. It's caught the line. In fact, it's caught both lines.
Now, this is unfortunate for Darderi because he's clearly struggling physically, but since being broken from 40-15 up at 1-0 in this set, he's lost control of his emotions as well, hasn't he?
Yep.
Head spinning at this stage.
He'll start bombing his second serve here in a minute too, probably.
Brilliant. Rare occasion when he's been able to outmaneuver the world number 2.
30 all. .40.
And the legs, always so important for the serve. Struggling to push up there. Set point Sinner.
Game and second set. Sinner, 6 games to 3. Sinner leads 2 sets.
Getting away from Luciano Darderi in a hurry. Jannik Sinner.
New balls, please.
Straightforward so far. He's a set away from the quarterfinals once again. Well, here now is the physio, end of set. The doctor as well. We're going to get straight into the left quad, it looks like.
So this is where we think it happened, where it's the quad. So we think he tweaked it on that first run. Then he went wide. The first time I noticed it was this one. That was after. He stopped and propped and then, yeah.
Yeah, look, Darderi potentially having a mild injury for himself, definitely getting some treatment there, and he's still going to fight to the very end here, despite the fact that Jannik Sinner is now 2 sets up on him, having won the first one 6-1, this second one 6-3, and you know, there is still a lot going for Darderi. He had a much better set in terms of first serve points, 1 percentage for himself, taking that one off Jannik Sinner there. And I do just want to mention Jannik Sinner up to 12 aces now across the 2 sets for himself, so rivaling that all-time record of sets in a match. But also today, Musetti was able to get 12 for him, 13 for himself. So let's see if Jannik Sinner is able to beat that as they are moving on to their third set.
And Fitzy, Ryan, it's hard to think of a more contrasting match for Sinner from his last one, which was one of the most eventful in recent memory. This couldn't be more straightforward.
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier. The quicker the match, the better it is. It won't have the same cumulative effect on his body if he gets a quick one. It's just working perfectly for Sinner at the moment. This gets him back on track after that physical battle he had the other day to get through and the recovery he would have needed. This is turning into a practice session.
It's a great point. Potential for a reset physically. Context of the tournament.
Oh, yes, sir. He picked the right way. So right now, Darderi, we feel like we're inside his head, don't we? I mean, he's just He's confused. He doesn't know how to win points. And even this goes against him when he should win this point here.
He's not the first player to struggle to win points against Sinner.
And the instincts for Sinner are so good. Even when he's playing defense, I think it's underrated how well he reads the game.
Well, the team do an awful lot of hard work. Fitzy, I want to take anything away from them, but it's a nice place to sit and watch Jannik Sinner play tennis, isn't it?
You took the words right out of my mouth. You can make a song about that, by the way.
Admiration as he hit that passing shot. And another ace, a 14th, flies off his racket. And it's not just the
Tremendous rally. But it's Inglis who buckles first, and Świątek has the early break.
Świątek leads 2 games to 0.
I think perhaps, you know, for Inglis through qualifying previous rounds, some of these balls that wouldn't have come back against the previous opponents are coming back tonight. She's having to work very hard in these early stages.
Well, and
down the net now. When he's rushed, that is.
The interesting thing for me, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't a medical timeout. It was a treatment during the set break, which, Ryan, I don't know if you agreed, does that suggest a bit of cramp to me rather than an injury?
Yeah, so I'll have to double check my reading on the rules, but I believe that you can get treated on a set break or a changeover for cramps, but you can't take a full medical timeout for cramping, so I think that's what that was.
Yeah, agreed. That's what makes me think it's cramp rather than an injury. An injury, you take the 3-minute medical timeout, surely.
Well, you guys are probably right, and I'll defer, but it just didn't look like cramp to me. It looked like he'd tweaked a muscle to me.
And it feels early for cramp.
Yeah.
But this has been a new experience for Dardery. And the other thing I would add, you know, we mentioned it, 4 career titles, all on clay. You know, this guy known as a dirt baller. So it's new for him playing at this level on hard courts. And it's a different style of movement, different demand on the body.
Game done.
Well, that should help his mood.
It should.
Even just a little.
Game on.
Still stretching out that left quad. Both legs, in fact. Okay, that's number 15. Ryan set himself a PB early in the tournament, 18.
Oh.
Too good.
Wow. If you're a baseliner and you're predominantly a, you know, like a serve forehand type player, and I say that with ultimate respect, I mean, it's still hard to know for me how you attack Sinner. And you've probably got to get up in the court like Ryan was talking about earlier, but gee, he defends well.
Well, Fitzy, the thing is with these guys who like to play with their forehand and they back up a bit to get the forehand, they typically creep over to their left so they can find more forehands, but that opens up that space to the right side of the court. And someone like Sinner, he can play fast enough and change directions well enough that it just really exposes them.
Oh.
What? He missed one?
It's a glitch in the matrix.
The algorithm went wrong.
The algorithm doesn't miss often, does it?
Game Sinner.
Ace number 16 flies off the Sinner racket.
Sinner leads 2 games to 1.
And he continues to look seriously impressive.
Time.
Kia Arena on the left, Grand Slam Oval in the foreground, and to the right, that's where we are, the Rod Laver Arena. Plenty of places to pick up some merch. Excuse me, we're on the Margaret Court Arena, of course. Sometimes those shots are so beautiful, you forget where you are. Oh, he got there eventually. Darderi, despite the pain that he's in, putting in a fight.
11-15.
And speaking of physical struggles, I just want to revisit Sinner's previous match, the win over Spizzirri. You know, extreme heat. Let's recognize that. You know, 36, 37, 38 degrees as the match went on, and you know, we know that he's fit as a fiddle, Fitzy. You know, I don't think you can question the work that's been done, the fitness that he has. So clearly it's the heat. I just wonder, in your experience, you know, you're a man that's a lot of experience in the game. Is that something that Sinner can work on? Can he spend more time in hotter conditions? He spoke of doing his second preseason in Dubai, but it wasn't that hot this time round. Does he need to do a hotter preseason, or is it just something he's going to have to fight and battle with?
Well, the first person I think of is Patrick Rafter.
30-15.
He sweated bullets, Paddy. You know, he sweated more than most, and he had cramping problems too. He was so fit.
Yep.
So I'm not an expert in that field, that medical field, but I think some people grow out of it as they get older. You know, is my experience, but if you're in extreme conditions, it's pretty hard to emulate it, isn't it? And some people suffer from cramps more than others.
completely take your point, you know, with Pat Rafter in terms of the extreme sweating. I don't feel like it was sweating with Sinner. It was more just the temperature, the core body temperature, wasn't it?
Colin,
I mean, it's a similar struggle.
I've got a theory for you,
Ryan,
Colin.
you're a warm weather beast. What have you got for us?
All right, so for me, the match nerves you feel, it's something you can't emulate in training. So that nervous energy that you feel, it puts a different sort of emphasis on the body when you start playing.
He plays a lot of matches, though, doesn't he? A lot. Oh, can't come in on that. You're a sitting duck if you do that.
Beautiful pass, but Fitzy, how many matches does he play that are long and extended? He wins a lot of matches quickly and swiftly where he doesn't have to get to that point of endurance where he's
and not many in 37, 38 degrees.
Exactly. So, you know, I would say 90% of his matches that he's winning quickly, under an hour and a half.
Daugherty just engaging with a few of the fans here. Nice moment. They're trying their best to cheer him up.
I don't think Sinner's wanting to get involved with any of that. He's got a game face on.
Brilliant.
He wants to put this guy away as fast as he can. And I just wonder, maybe I shouldn't ignite a flame when I don't need to, but I just wonder whether he's appreciated the match so far, Jannik. Like he's not engaging at all with the opposition.
Advantage, Sinner.
But I quite like that. You know, you mentioned it early. Sometimes playing a compatriot can be slightly awkward. He's just playing the ball here, isn't he? He's ruthless.
Deuce. Advantage.
You can hear the effort in Daugherty's grunt there. Knows that he has to stay on serve if he's to have any chance of making this third set competitive.
Let's first serve.
Doesn't look like he's limping now either.
Game started.
Ryan, how does he look physically to you? To me, he looks like he shrugged off that issue.
Yeah, he looks all right. I think that was just trying to stay loose, and obviously it's physical out here playing these long points against Jannik Sinner. So sometimes after a few really long physical points where you're digging in the corners, you can get a little grab, maybe not a full cramp, but just enough to kind of make you think if it goes a little bit further, that's when you can really seize up. So it looks like he's okay at the moment.
All systems go for Świątek.
Can't really play this point any better. Iga Świątek just absolutely flawless.
Yeah, this is just too good from Iga Świątek here in the beginning phase of this match. Maddie Inglis is not doing many things wrong here. She's playing well, she's playing solid. It's just the lack of firepower facing somebody like Iga Swiatek, who is clearly seeing the ball well, was always going to be an issue for her.
The crowd are living every shot, every step with Maddie Inglis.
4 games to
get the percentage up. You also use the green as the first one on the ad, just no, but not super flat and like don't go for the ace. Just a little bit more margin. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, this was a conversation about the serve because Iga Swiatek is at a 33% first serve percentage, has only made 4 first serves out of 12. So the conversation here was how to get the margins up a little.
This is how I felt when Sinner played de Minaur last year. De Minaur was not playing badly. It's just he just doesn't have enough power to push Sinner back off the baseline. Maybe this year, but I just feel like Maddie just, as you already said, Petko, not enough weight of shot on her ball.
Go to 15.
Iga Swiatek on a roll, looking unstoppable here. A 5-love lead and in full control of this first set.
75 k's an hour, second serve. It was into the forehand, which hurt him in the end, but it was deep as well. And he won the point in 2 hits, Sinner. Very high quality backhand of his own there from Dada.
15 all.
Good to see he's back on track anyway. It looks like he's mentally got his nose to the grindstone again, rather than he was all over the shop there for about a set and a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, the mental and physical turbulence is past for now.
housekeeping. Now a hold here for Australia on Australia Day, and to send the Rod Laver Arena into raptures. It's not much to ask, but it's all that Madison Keys can hope to take from Iga Świątek in this form, this devastating form.
Cain. Lights. Close. Cain.
Is she hitting a bit harder?
Yeah, she definitely had better depth here. And on the forehand, I don't see that much issue as on the backhand side. That's where she drops short, and that's where she gives neutral balls.
These points last a fraction of a second when Świątek makes contact. One more point.
Now, if she could go big into the forehand body or the forehand, that's where the return can go. I will just give her a little bit of relief to get on the board. Yeah, that's a smart serve.
She's just got too much to do, too far to run.
Yes.
To stay in these points. A look of desperation towards her box. And Świątek has clawed her way back into this game.
Well, and Inglis's coach just motioned to serve to the forehand. Let's see if she listens to him.
edge of your seat stuff.
Advantage, Świątek.
So the answer to your question, Petka, was no.
No.
Did not listen to
She
him.
almost got away with it,
Yeah.
but then just couldn't put it. But I agree with him on the break point. She should have stuck with the forehand, because that's where you might get an error from Świątek. She wins 70% of rallies when somebody serves into the backhand. Those are outrageous numbers for Świątek. And that's first or second serve from the opponent.
And with one devastating backhand,
6 games to love.
Iga Świątek is really putting a downer on Australia Day here. 6-love in just over half an hour. She takes the first set.
Well, and I can't wait to throw this down to Renee Stubbs, our tactical guru courtside, and to come up with a game plan after we look at the numbers for her compatriot Maddie Inglis, how to get on the board, maybe turn this around. But this is the one issue for Iga Świątek, is the first serve percentage. We saw her have a chat to Wim Fissette. Other than that, she is looking almost flawless. She's at a +4, 11 winners to only 7 unforced errors. At the pace and power she is playing, with the power that she's creating, this is going to be a
40 love.
Just 23 years of age. Luciano Darderi. He's growing in stature as this third set progresses. Confidence building.
4 games all.
Got himself into the sharp head now.
Dale, vamos. Cubrirle por atrás el late, ¿viste? Sí, dale, vamos.
What a journey, father and son. 4th round of a slam. Sinner just an ace away from his personal record in a match. He's currently on 18, and the fact that he hit 18, as Ryan said, in the second round here against Duckworth, that's his current record, equal record as today. He hit 17 against Baziri in the last round, despite his physical struggles. So his 3 best serving performances in terms of aces have all come in this very tournament. I mean, the numbers really started to show how much the serve has improved. Previous best before he started these championships was 12. So really starting to get more bang for his buck out of the first serve. And they're the sort of margins that he's looking for when he looks at the rivalry with Alcaraz.
They're fine nuances, aren't they?
Get a few more aces every time he plays them. That can help make a difference. Oh, he's got it. Clips the line.
Well, he's getting to the stage where he's just knocking on the door for this set. And that's a mighty comeback, because I wouldn't have picked this at the end of the second.
And by the look on Jannik Sinner's face, I don't think he appreciated that return. This tennis from Darderi is starting to become a bit of an inconvenience.
Wait, please.
Well, would you believe it? Dardery outlasts Sinner, who's starting to look a little fatigued here.
40.
Maybe there is a bit of leftovers from 2 days ago for Sinner.
That was a very slow walk back to the towel there, as you guys noted. And that second serve, only 123 Ks there, showing a little signs of nerves.
Dardery gets a look at another second deal. First break point since the opening game of the match.
30,
got into the rally but couldn't
40.
make it count.
Yeah, and I didn't think he'd be able to match it with that backhand when in the first set, maybe, and then at the end of the second. But he's really going after the backhand as well, isn't he? I mean, it's not his biggest shot by a fair margin, but he's really hitting that hard now, living on the edge. Now that was an incredible shot. Over the high part of the net from so low and short with control and enough forward speed to put Dardery on the back foot. Incredible shot for me. This one.
Hand is so loose to get the whip, isn't it?
If you're at courtside where Ryan Harrison is, he would have seen the whip and the topspin there to make that work.
That ball was so low off the ground. For him to hit it that fast with that much spin, I can't overstate how difficult that is.
Like he was trying to add a bit extra to his own forehands there, Sinner, but ultimately makes the error.
You know, if he is thinking about this cumulative effect, and they would have talked about it, you know, get a win here and get out of town, or off the court, I should say, as fast as you can. This will be wearing on him. He doesn't want to lose this set, but he's getting perilously close.
Maybe a rush of blood to the head there on the forehand, but that's what's got him to this stage.
It is.
Going for it.
Yeah. In this country, we call it Sydney or the bush.
All or nothing.
Yeah.
I'm sure the bush is very nice as well, Fitzy.
Advantage, Dardery.
Well, here's another break point. With a lot of averages. He's 0 from 5 so far. Can Sinner save another? does he do it.
Yeah.
From absorbing 2 colossal hits to hitting a beautiful little drop shot.
Pure class.
Guys, who does this little drop shot look like? That's a little Carlos right there.
Are you putting it in that category?
I mean, the deception and the timing of it to do it at 4-all down break point. Most people don't play those types of shots when they're in such critical situations.
Great point, Ryan. It's one thing playing it at 3-love, 40-love, another break point down, set on the line.
Advantage. Sinner.
Allora normale, forza.
Dale, Toro. Vamos, Toro, dale.
Well, they should be encouraging their young charge. I mean, he's been gallant here. Before the 3rd set, I couldn't have said that, but now you can. He's knocking on the door and doing everything he can to take this to a 4th.
Oh, what a player. What a player he is.
What an adjustment. Mixes in the serve and volley, comes through the game. And Jannik Sinner is now just 1 away from the quarterfinals.
Sinner leads 5 games to 4.
And it's not just the fact that he saved break points, he came through the game.
And Świątek snatches back the hope that Inglis had built in this 2nd set.
Game on. Start in the backhand, open up to the backhand, and then when you have more time, you start moving her around. Come on, it's not serve training, so if this first set isn't working, you do it with the 2nd serve. Come on. Just compete here, every point.
Tylko reset i tylko ta piła. Come on.
All right, come on.
Swój tenis, malujesz.
So still looking for a better first serve performance. The Iga Świątek coaching team. 43% of first serves in.
This match, and that was a relief. And they were impressed with how he got out of that, Sinner.
Luciano Darderi
15.
playing a top 5 player for just the 4th time here. 2nd time in a Grand Slam. I think he's finding out in the last few minutes, 5 or so minutes, you know, just about the quality when it matters most.
15 all.
Can't help but be impressed with his efforts here in this 3rd set. Match, 2 sets to love, felt over.
It did.
But he's hung around and he's fought. First time he's made it to the round of 16 in a Grand Slam. And now starting to show his full potential. Statement volley.
30 all.
Not been holding back, have they? 70 winners between them.
I tell you, he did well there too. That return of serve, how deep it was.
40,
the half volley was
30.
Exceptional from Dartery. Could easily have been match point here.
Deuce.
Well, it's inevitable if you press this hard, but he should continue with it. He has no choice, really.
First double fault. First double fault in the set. Just maybe pushing slightly too hard there to try and get out of the game.
Gee, the new ball's helping him here. So first game with these balls, they're faster through the air, and that wide one has helped him in this game.
202 Fitzy, with a bit of swing on it.
Yeah. I think he has a little bit of trouble with the speed of the court sometimes here. It's, I think, known to be fractionally faster this year than normal. These new balls will come off even quicker, and a couple of times he's been caught out with his timing, I think. He's won all his 4 tournaments on clay, where he's got more time. But he'll mature into this surface as well, no doubt.
Oh, just paints the baseline. How good is that?
Yeah, his depth has been extraordinary this game, has Sinner on the return. Off some very good serving. Here we go.
Well, as great champions do, from break points down at 4-all, Jannik Sinner has locked in. And he's got himself the first chance to finish the job here.
Let's for serve.
Good catch, Ryan.
Let's for serve. Get the ball, please. Thank you.
Tried to finish it there and then with the return.
Did you guys see my catch there on that ball that went out, or was that, did that just go out the window?
We gave you a shout out, Ryan. Come on,
thank
this
you.
is now, you know,
My
wasn't that good a catch.
My earpiece came out, so I didn't hear it.
It bounced first, didn't it? Well done, though.
I'm impressed he didn't even need a glove.
They normally need that big mitt, don't they? Those Americans.
Yeah, so
Advantage, Sinner.
there's a bit of byplay here between these two, I think. Between serves there, and look, Dartery has a point. Someone, I think, was saying stuff that was annoying Jannik, and he asked if they would stop it, please, but he did it between first and second serves.
Yeah, just disrupting the rhythm a little. Second match point. Second saved.
Deuce.
Just getting a sense, Fitzy, these two might be getting a little under each other's skin.
I am. I'm interested if Ryan does. Maybe not right now, but I'm keen to hear because it feels like there's a bit of tension.
You guys are reading that correctly, and Sinner is understanding that this guy is really coming at him with everything he's got. So there's a seriousness in the air and definitely a little bit of small animosity building.
That is a fantastic effort from Luciano Darderi.
5 games all.
Refusing to go away. And he's earned the right to extend this match.
Yeah, showing some really good resilience in this set.
If there is a little bit of needle between the two, Fitzy, I'd be interested to see what it's like if Darderi can win this set.
Thank you. Players are ready.
And at the handshake when it actually happens.
$15 love.
11 of 16, 69% net points won. You'd be pretty happy with that percentage, wouldn't you, if you're Sinner?
I think so.
You can't expect to win every point.
Not every
Come
one.
in.
Call. $15 all.
Not often he gets caught on the baseline. Maybe just not quite as sharp with the feet again. Still waiting for that record, personal record, 19th ace, Fitzy, from Sinner. I'm not sure we're going to get it. Maybe not quite as much pop if the legs are tired.
Took me a career.
Might depend if we if we get to a fourth set. I was just trying to bring it into reality there.
I thought you talked him into it.
Reverse psychology. Feel on the ball for Sinner again, giving Darderi the runaround.
40-15.
Well, all of those ground strokes pushed Darderi way back behind the baseline, and then he goes to work, Sinner.
Ball.
Thanks for coming.
Sinner.
It wasn't the worst move from Darderi, but this is Jannik Sinner.
Sinner leads 6 games to 5.
And after the break, Darderi again will serve to stay in the tournament.
Still have representation in the men's and women's doubles. And in the men's singles, of course, thanks to Alex de Minaur, who will take on Carlos Alcaraz. in the quarterfinals. But so far this evening, it looks as though Australian interest in the women's singles will be snuffed out by Iga Świątek.
Love it. Cain.
It's amazing the way he loads up on the legs on that forehand, isn't it?
15 love.
Yeah, it's as big as almost any forehand you'd see.
Talk about getting your power from the ground.
Well, he's certainly not missing like he was in the first two sets. He's hitting the ball harder with more consistency. So he's matching it with Jannik in a lot of these points now. Impressive. What a turnaround, actually, when you think about it.
Is there a bit of Fernando Gonzalez about the forehand?
Yes, I just thought the great Chilean. I thought that.
Just the way he can load up and you know, change the course to a point with one big hit.
Good call.
Guys, I was literally thinking that 30 seconds ago. You're in my heads.
Rent-free. We're living in there, Ryan.
30 seconds would be sooner than we thought of it, actually.
Oh.
That's as big as a forehand as I've seen for, you know, sustained in a game.
I'm so happy you mentioned it because it's similarities. Okay, here we go.
Well, the biggest thing is going to be if he can hold up with that second serve. That's the one thing. The forehand he's nailing right now. So Sinner's going to do what he does, and Darderi's going to take the risk. Can that second serve hang in there and continue to get him positive positions, because he's had a massive uptick in those second serve points won.
Yeah, not much between them. Percentage of points won on first and second. He lands another one. And look at that, Fitzy. Average for the match, 134 kilometers an hour. That's big. You know, that stands with the biggest forehands in the game. But the last 10 points, 153 kilometers an hour on average. I'm not sure I've seen that before.
Gonzo.
absolute gonzo on the forehand.
Fernando Gonzalez. Well, if he continues at this level, he might. It looks like he might be a good chance to snatch this set.
Big point here, you feel. He's got the mini break at this stage. Seeing the funny side of the very young fan getting a little upset in the crowd. I think doing the right thing, just catching the ball, taking his time.
Guys, the Sinner fans, they start young.
As long as this doesn't break his concentration here.
Yeah. It had a little of the exhibition about it, didn't it? Got to stay focused. So quick up to the short ball.
That speed was incredible, getting up right here in front of me. And just before that point, after all the back and forth, Darderi looked up and gave Sinner a little bit of a smile, and he gave him absolutely nothing. It was just a stone cold face.
Yeah.
This is a guy in pursuit of his third straight Australian Open. He's got no interest in fun and games here and going to 4 sets. And there it is. A 19th ace for Jannik Sinner, the most he's hit in a single match in his career. Passes previous record set in round 2 against James Duckworth. No coincidence that he delivers it in a tiebreak in an important moment.
And they sometimes come in bunches.
Now's not the time to get emotional again.
I tell you what, Sinner did well there, though. When he loads up on that forehand, you start backing up, but his defensive skills, Ryan, were incredible.
And the ball placement, he got that slice so far out of the middle of the court that Darderi actually had to move into the alley, and that's what opened up the space to the open court.
Just when it was starting to look a little worrying for Sinner, he wins 4 points in a row, 4 good points in a row, and takes control of the breakup.
Sinner.
Again, Fitzy willing to come forward on a big point and get the job done.
The guy's a complete jet. I mean, he's been made to work for this now, and it's impressive what Darderi's doing here, pinning him down to it. But then he's good enough just, you know, even when you think he's under the pump, he finds small areas in the court, directed his forehand magnificently. Doesn't overplay the volley, just hits it where the other guy ain't.
So Darderi not smiling now as he steps to the line, 2-4.
Yeah, well, he needs this point. That's why he's a Rolls Royce. What a player. Not just keeping the ball in the court. Look at that satisfied look on Darren Cahill.
5-2, Sinner.
Well, he's frustrated, but in truth, I'm not sure he did too much wrong there, Dardary. That was just too good. Sinner taking it up at least one level here in the breaker.
Yeah, it's like having a V10 when everyone else has got a V8.
Let's for serve.
And for some reason goes to the body, which he doesn't do too often.
Six points in a row.
6-2, Sinner.
Talk about putting the foot down. Already had a couple of match points in the Dardary serve. 17.5 minutes since. Here are 4 more. Jannik Sinner is through to the 14th Grand Slam quarter-final of his career. After a very eventful third round win, he comes through in pretty straightforward fashion here. Made to work in the third set, but in 2 hours and 9 minutes, Sinner gets it done in straights. Well, it was an impressive performance, Fitzy, but never more impressive for me than from 2-love down in that tiebreak.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, incredible. Glad to see a nice embrace at the end and a congratulatory message from Dardary and applause there. That's nice.
Yeah,
not easy to play your countrymen.
Absolutely not. Sinner's fellow Italian, just the 4th meeting in the Open era here at the Australian Open between the 2 Italian men. Dardary, great run to his first ever Grand Slam 4th round, but he found out just what Sinner is all about this evening on Margaret Court Arena. It just seemed towards the end of the match there like there might be a bit of lingering fatigue for Sinner, but he dug deep and got through it in straight.
And how precise are his ground strokes when he gets into top gear? I mean, he needed to find it actually at the end there. This set was in the balance all the way, really, especially in the back half of this set, and he needed to produce something pretty special, and of course he's capable of doing it. Some of those forehands at the end were just top shelf, like picking small parts of the court to keep his opponent running, hitting it flat strap, you know, flat out, but controlling it. That was good form. They'll be happy.
As he signs up for his place in tennis history, his profile is looking pretty complete, isn't it? Ability to mix things up with drop shots, come to the net. That really came to the fore in some big moments today. Showed his ability to play with power, to attack, to defend. And I'm sure he will be happy with a much more straightforward win.
Height, you get depth.
2 holds of serve. And now it's over to Świątek to try to close it out.
Wow, that's an amazing stat right there.
Hasn't been all that many upsets here this year.
30-11. Love.
Iga shows no mercy. There'll be no quarter-final for the qualifier. Instead, a third Australian Open quarter-final for Iga Świątek, a 14th Grand Slam quarter-final in total for the woman who is searching for that final puzzle piece to complete a career Grand Slam. On absolutely devastating form here and breaking Australian hearts. But Świątek just too good.
She was too good. This was a splendid performance. If we take the first serve percentage out, it did get better in the second set, but still nowhere near where she needs to be if she plays somebody like Elena Rybakina. But take a bow to Maddie Inglis, who played a tremendous tournament.
The dream run comes to a close for Madison Inglis through qualifying and through to the last 16 for the first time in her career at a Grand Slam. And what lessons and memories she'll be taking away with her. She tries to build her ranking towards the top 100, gain entry into these major championships on her own right without having to expend all that energy in qualifying. And I'm sure this isn't
That is the wheelhouse that Casper wants to operate in. 9+ shots, try and extend the rallies as long as he can.
Interesting, the couple of errors that Ben has made so far in this game. Casper just hits with such shape, so much spin. And Ben's instinct, he wants to flatten that backhand out in particular, but he's got to recognise that a lot of times he's hitting a dropping ball. He's got to give it that respect. Wait till he can get up on the rise. And there's the difference. He played that point inside the baseline, taking it on the rise. And that's the investment he has to make in the rally.
Advantage, Shelton.
That's it. And now when you change line, you can sneak in too. Oh, that backhand. Cool. Let's go.
Just hearing Coach Brian in the cans. Don't be afraid to sneak in on the backhand when you go line. If he sees Casper going to a slice at any point.
Oh.
What a start this is.
Well, from where we're sitting, that shot does not seem like it's on, but for Ben, with the talent that he has, he would rate himself a chance of making that. It wasn't too far off. Seemed ambitious, given the scoreline, but that's just the way he plays.
So good.
Advantage.
184, second serve.
That was a second serve. That's incredible. I do believe this jack-in-the-box motion, if you want to maximise your pace, this is the way to do it.
Yep.
Everything's coming together quickly. I personally find it a hard serve to be accurate with, but Ruud has certainly mastered that.
Cain, Ruud.
7 minutes. High octane stuff right out of the blocks. One thing we should touch on is changed his racket. Not the frame, but actually just the kind of head size. He's gone from a 100 square inch to a 98 square inch. He said that he felt that he was almost in the summer last year in the US. He's got a very fast arm, but because it was 100 square inch, he felt that the courts over there were so quick that he couldn't get the racket through fast enough to catch up to the ball, and therefore he felt as though he was going to get a little more control if he went to the 98 square inch head, which is what he's done. the numbers would suggest, and we're going to show those at some stage, but the numbers would suggest he's absolutely right. He feels as though more spin these days is not helpful. He's trying to get more pace, less spin, and that's why he's changed tonight. He has said that he's left the door open, though, that when he gets back on the clay, that he may well go back to the slightly bigger headed racket on the clay courts. And I think we may see a little bit more of that from players as we go through kind of this tennis regeneration in terms of what players think they're capable of or can use, or what changes they can implement.
And wouldn't that be interesting over the course of the year, that you're changing frames based on surface? So he retreats at least 6 meters behind the baseline to deal with his second serve.
Changed at Laver Cup last year to the slightly smaller head to Casper.
Well, you'd sort of describe that more of a player's racket, wouldn't you? Like the smaller the head, slightly tighter string pattern, and that's the shank. He's a long way back. He's obviously aware that he's got to play that with some depth. Just lifting off the ball.
And the last thing on that remaining point is he plays with a slightly longer racket, for those of you that wonder how he gets as much pace as he does, maybe even on the serve. Not the tallest out there, but it's an extra half an inch longer.
The extra Ks you might get if a racket's half inch longer. Hard to say, but definitely.
I think more out of the corners, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well.
Well, you've got to like that play, don't you? When he has such a negative court position on return,
30-15.
Shelton can just fire a heavy kicker in. He buys a lot of time to get in close, split his step. Still just 23 years of age. These players, they achieve so much at a young age.
What you will see is a lot of toggling of speeds from Ben's racket. He obviously does have the serve that can get up in the 220s, even 230s, but you would see him, as he just did there, just drift one in at 166 to keep Casper guessing.
Oh.
It's 9 o'clock in the evening here, but the air is still lively.
Yeah.
All is flying on the Shelton forehand. And you want to hit it hard, you better be in good position. You want to be balanced, keep that head still.
He's one of those players that's more than happy to mess around with his tension to try and sort of suit the conditions. He will go a little bit tighter if it is heavier. Does have his crosses strung 3 kilos lighter than his mains.
Oh. Oh.
Gee, if Casper comes any further back, he'll be in our commentary booth. We can give him a mic. It's extraordinary to think that you can return effectively from back there, but he can. And I think it must provide a weird visual for the server. There's no target when he retreats.
Yeah. Advantage, Shelton.
Well, the thing for me with Ben's serve is the action he gets through the air and then accordingly off the court. A lot of movement through the air. The ball is doing plenty.
Well, was helped by his 50th ace of the tournament to get through the opening game. Ryan Harrison will also be alongside for this one. Always important to settle in, isn't it, Ryan? And Ben's just done that.
Yeah, both guys just settling in here. A couple tight opening service games. Both guys make their way through. It's perfect conditions down here courtside. No wind. The temperature's dropped. It's really in a nice playing condition. So these guys are going to be buckled up and ready for a perfect night of tennis.
Well, I'm happy for Ryan that it's perfect conditions, because I actually called the producer. I tried to get us flipped. I wanted him sitting there in the heat of the day when I was there against Musetti, and I wanted myself to be out there in the cool of the evening. I mean, Ryan's a young buck. He can handle the heat. I'm an old guy.
Yeah, well, I saw that. I turned my phone off just to make sure that nothing changed and everything stayed the same. So
I said, Ryan's from Louisiana. He can take this.
That is some heat there in Louisiana, that's for sure.
We
were just discussing the Ben Shelton serve. Have you had the pleasure, Ryan, or the displeasure of trying to return it?
I have, and I have also been in the coaching corner when coaching against him plenty of times. The biggest thing is that he'll vary the speeds, but even when the speeds drop, the spin rate stays really high. So the movement off the court is really difficult to read. And even if you feel like you're on the serve, sometimes the slice will bend into you or the kick will jump away from you. It has the ability to move both ways, the slice action and the kick action.
Game, Rude. A little more comfortable answer for Rude second time around. Both players holding serve as they have been throughout the course of this tournament. Just touched on what Casper's been trying to achieve by changing the racket, and basically this is it, Wally. You can see here been a nice little sort of uptick, 5Ks on the backhand speed. It's a little bit of a drop off on spin rate. Actually, the guys that kind of study this all the time say that when you generally hit faster, as he is doing, there should be a higher spin rate, maybe 100 RPM. So that drop off there would almost equate to about 300 RPMs drop off, because he's actually gone up in pace.
Yeah, and I guess that's the point you make. He wants to be a little more linear, a bit more direct, get the ball quicker through the court. So it's all making sense by the numbers, isn't it?
Time.
Ben, who has an almost 20% better win-loss record in the majors than he does out on the main tour. As I said right at the start of this broadcast and this match, he does love the best-of-5 format. Gives him a little bit more freedom. Ryan Ben said in his press conference the other day that he feels as though he was playing a little bit better in the summer last year when he picked up his big title in the Masters 1000 in Canada, made the quarterfinals of Cincinnati prior to obviously having to retire in his match with Adrian Mannarino at the US Open. Felt like he was in a better flow then. You agree with that?
Well, I think from a confidence standpoint, definitely. But as you're building up confidence, I think it's easy to forget once you've hit that rhythm how many of these wins you had to work through something that wasn't feeling great as you're building up that momentum. Here's another example of that heavy serve that gets in on the body of Casper Ruud. So just finding a way to win and looking ways to sort through problems and still progress in the tournament, such an underrated part of tennis. Everyone's always chasing that beautiful, perfect feeling, and that doesn't happen that often. Maybe a couple times in the year where you feel perfect out there. A lot of times you're having to work through something, and so he's done a good job here in Australia, making his way through the second week already.
Classic Ruud. Even if there was a moment's hesitation from both players about where that ball was going.
15-14. Well, I'd just be a little depressed if I had the serve of Ben Shelton and I find myself in this position when Casper was returning that deep into court. I mean, surely make him hit to a target at this point of the match, serve and volley. I mean, he's 6 meters back on that second serve. Well, Casper, he's trying to crowd the baseline on this one. Doesn't catch it quite cleanly, and therein lies the problem. He's got to backtrack. Hard to change direction when you're backtracking.
Ready to come forward.
Ready to come forward, says Dad.
Yeah, just the 5th break point that he's faced in the event.
Cain, Ruud.
But for a 3rd time, he's broken.
Ruud leads 3-1.
Back to work first time.
Ryan, I think you made a great point before. It's funny when a player plays the match of his life, all of a sudden he thinks that's the benchmark. And I spent a lot of time just in and around Leighton Hewitt through Davis Cup when he was at his best. And, you know, I would describe him as a player who found a way to win with what he had on the day. He never thought about what his best tennis was. It was the situation he was in, the opponent that he was playing. How am I going to find a way to win? Just making a lot of balls, but you know, it can go a long way to giving you a career.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think that one of the overall feelings is that players have that belief that they don't need to feel great or perfect to win. And you can see Ben is obviously unsettled after getting broken. He doesn't get broken very often. And just to speak on that, the conditions being cooler. The cooler conditions are going to help Casper, who likes to return way back there because the ball will not jump off the court as much. It won't push him as far outside the court for that lively arm serve. So a cooler night match will definitely help Casper get into more points.
I feel for Craig Tiley, the tournament director, because everybody comes in requesting first night match at 7 o'clock. And he's like, well, I can't put 20 of you on at once. We've got to spread it out over the course of the day. Nobody wants to play in the heat of the day. Nobody wants to play second at night. It's not an easy gig being a tournament director. We'd almost end up with a 1-point slam, wouldn't we? Just get them all out at once.
Well, it was almost Sheldon that made the fastest start in this one, but it is Casper Ruud who extends his lead, 4-1. It's very comfortable in the baseline rallies at the moment, Casper.
Yeah, when he flips that ball up high and Brian plays the slice, Ben plays the slice, it tends to float. It's not a knife. It's got a lot of revolutions on it. And Casper's very quick to turn that into a forehand, and a heavy forehand at that, so he kind of dominates the point from that moment on. So how Shelton uses that slice is going to be pretty important, because it hasn't really paid dividends yet. Saw Musetti today use the slice, but it was genuine. It had bite. It stayed low. That's a pretty shot. Looking back to the Melbourne skyline. Perfect evening.
I did say that he likes to change his tension probably a little bit more than some other players. 2 rackets just going off there. He plays with a hybrid of Poly, does Ben, just before his run through to semi-finals of the US Open back in 2023. He was mixing it around, and that's when he went to the slightly less tight crosses compared to the mains. In fact, on the clay last year, he went to the same Poly string all in his racket, whereas back here in Australia, in fact, that experiment didn't last long. He's gone back to the blend.
Petch, I was on a phone call prior to the Australian Open with the statisticians that were going to be working the tournament. One of the questions I asked was, is there a database of all the rackets, tensions, grip size that the players use inside the top 100? And they said no. And I said, that'd be good to get. Would the players give it away?
No.
But you seem to have quite a bit of that information. How do you do it?
Some of it's out there, some of it's offered up. But no, in reality, it's incredibly difficult to get hold of. A lot of the players do not want to tell you if they're playing with a longer racket, what kind of swing weight they have and everything else. But I kind of feel like it's a big part of the game. It's a big part of the reason why you look at somebody like Francisco Cerundolo and wonder why he's got such a massive forehand. And so much of it comes through the technology in the racket. I do think it would be nice to be given out.
Well, I think it's very interesting. That's the play, I believe, that he should persist with until he starts getting beaten with it.
Guys, all you have to do is look at the Carlos Alcaraz serve motion change, and you'll see how much players are paying attention to what everyone else is doing.
I mean, I'm a mug golfer, and at the golf course I play at, everyone's talking about the club they've got, you know, the swing point, the kick point, the size of the head of the driver.
I think the fans would be pretty interested.
Yeah, that's the body serve that he's going to use a lot when obviously Casper is up on the baseline trying to return the first serve. Yeah, it's wild. Some of the players are quite open. Casper's quite open, to be honest. He talks about it. He only wants his racket to be 314 grams. He quite open. He tells you he's not entirely sure where the balance point is or the swing weight is. But
just the weight.
Just the fact that it's unstrung at 315, he'll take it.
Okay.
One thing about Ben, when you watch him, Ryan, and maybe it's not an issue, and Wally, you can chip in here. I always feel like at times when you push him, and we've seen it a number of times already today, that was with the serve, but we've seen Casper direct a lot of forehands into Ben's backhand fast. He turns almost down the court. He steps across, and then his back is almost facing Casper.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that you'll see from Ben. He's very fast. He's very athletic. But I think that there's some room for efficiency improvement. You have some other explosive guys that seem to be a little bit more efficient with their movement. And he seems to get a little bit out of control sometimes. And we talk about this a lot as far as some of the best movers in the game, and because he's a massive server, people don't really give him the credit he has for the athleticism and the movement that Shelton has. He's one of the best movers in the game as well when it comes to explosiveness and foot speed.
He's trying to take away that serve for Casper by firing that forehand down the line on the second serve. Hasn't quite landed it often enough. Ruud moves closer to this opening set. Yeah, I say it. Fitzy, Wally, sorry, first time in with you.
That's almost
yeah, that is that you can leave the commentary box. Yeah. I say it because I do think that because he is so quick, which is obviously something you want to be, you can almost get away with certain things that aren't as efficient because you're so quick. You can kind of dig yourself out of holes. But I do think in this sport where you need to have offense when you're in defense, as Novak does with his open stance backhand, Jannik and Carlos, that part of it, that piece of the puzzle isn't quite there yet.
And I take your point. I hadn't thought about it in those terms. I've always thought about it more in terms of what does his racket face look like. You know, the tip of your racket should be slightly ahead of your wrist, so you're carving the ball. But when he turns, as you say, with his back to the court, the blade is open and up.
Calmness around Melbourne Park on the other courts at the moment, but certainly not inside Rod Laver right now. Ben Shelton trying to survive in this opening set.
We were just having a little discussion in the break about the defensive slice of Ben Shelton and the slice in general. I called Leonard Tien yesterday, and he gave a masterclass in exactly what we're talking about, the ability to carve a slice when you're in a little bit of trouble, find an interesting part of the court, keep it low with some genuine bite. And that is a challenge for Ben Shelton today. Casper has been peppering that backhand side. And Ben's got to turn a few of those defensive points back into his favour.
And guys, just to put a pin in that, he also does the same thing at the net when he's volleying. He seems to turn his back and lose balance a bit. So there's a lot of things to improve on, which I think is a good thing for a guy who's been as highly ranked as he has already.
Couldn't agree more. There's a lot of hours in the lab. The more you can find to improve on and keep you interested in those moments as well, it's going to be great going forward. Love the fact that Casper stood up there. He's giving Ben a lot of different looks, a lot to think about before he delivers the serve.
Holchi 15.
Love to see it. That is so smart. The last volley from the American.
Shelton.
That's a nice little passage of play, isn't it? And good skills from Ruud as well.
5-3.
He was in a difficult situation. He asked the same question of Shelton.
No press. Come on, come on, smooth. Go to work and set it up. Come on.
Beautiful little block return, and that is a clever shot. Doesn't beat himself, Ruud, does he? And that's exactly what Brian Shelton is asking of his son. Don't press. Be patient. Go to work. Earn the right to go for it.
Always looking to spread there. Good job. Come on, right through the middle.
$15. $13-15.
It's been the perfect blend of tennis from Casper after getting out of that very tricky opening service game. He's kept Ben guessing. Been different slices, different positions on the return. That ball there just drifting up a little quicker into Shelton, and his timing is just off. Former world number 2 playing exactly like that ranking right now. That was impressive.
6-3.
You said it, Petch. Ben is just off. He is just off, and he's got to work a little harder to extend some of these rallies. It's not happening for him, and he's pulling trigger pretty quick. And I think, too, you know, Casper hits with such a vicious topspin on the forehand. He's got to contemplate that. He's got to think about that and respect it. We'll just have a look at the numbers here. Look at Casper, 77% of first serves in, winning 74% of those points, and second serve points, 186. So he's very comfortable on serve, as you said, apart from that first game where he was under the pump a little bit, early days with a few break points. But nice little stat sheet there, 9 winners, 5 unforced errors. Just have a look at a few of the highlights here. And Ben, of course, when he had the break, there's the defensive slice that balloons as another forehand winner. But Ben, of course, served a double fault on the break point. And at this level, serve being so key, that hurt.
Just never let Ben settle into any kind of patterns behind his serve. Well, he'll be disappointed with that from the perspective that he's lost it, but I think he'll have a little nod of the cap down the other end to Casper Ruud, who has played a magnificent opening set. And if Ben can kind of keep everything in perspective, when you look at the kind of numbers that Casper's just posted, particularly around the first serve percentage of 77%. If he was on tour last year, that would have been his 6th best performance in terms of first serves in. So there's a good chance that that drops off a little bit.
Oh. Oh. 15.
Well, guys, obviously Casper played unbelievable in that first set and backed up his second serve really well, but that is one area of the Shelton game that there's a consistent trend. Against top opponents, he doesn't do well enough on second serve return points won. You can see a trend if you go look at his versus the top 10, what happens there.
$30-15.
Yeah, just backing up what Ryan's saying there. Generally on the tour, he wins around 54% of his second serve points against the top tenors. He's under 50%, 49.
Shelton.
Touches that on his own second serve or his second serve return?
That was actually on his own second serve.
So I bet if you take a look at second serve return points won, it's even more drastic. I've seen him with many matches where his second serve return points won is below 30%.
Well, the break percentage don't have quite that sort of granular detail as we take a look at the win predictor, which is able to swing around pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it started off well in favour of Shelton, and they just lack confidence, don't they, the win predictor? They get swayed very easily.
Very easily. Yeah, again, it's a very positive start to the rally, which means that Shelton can just never get back to neutral. Just finishing off that thought, yeah, 23% of the time he breaks on tour, normally does Ben, but against the top tenors, that drops to just 15% of the time. That's why we haven't seen that many serves from Casper through the tee on the ad side, because it just brings Ben back to the middle of the court nice and quickly. Easier to square the racket face up on the two-hander return and get himself into the rally.
Oh. $13-15.
And they're the little things that hurt, aren't they? And 154, I mean, it's decent, but I just don't know why he's giving it that much respect and playing it so deep in the court. He almost let it get up high on him. Got a pretty linear backhand, just get up and thump it early. He just seems to be quick on the ball tonight, Shelton. It's not smooth. He's not letting it come to him. He's lunging. The arm is fast, but the balance is not quite there. So there's definitely some improvement in his game, I feel, as the night goes on.
No more improvement surely is possible on this serve from Casper Ruud. It's been absolutely magnificent.
No, he's come out sharp, hasn't he? Executing beautifully. Battle of the fathers, isn't it, in the coaching box?
Yeah, Joachim Bjerke is a former player that is helping alongside his dad. Did talk, of course, prior to the Australian Open about the fact that he doesn't see his dad being his only coach throughout the course of his career. So there'll be a period where maybe he explores another option.
Guys, pretty incredible as well of the round of 16 here. You've got Zverev with his dad, Darderi with his dad, Casper Ruud and Shelton. A lot of father-coach combinations here.
I don't know about you guys, but I just couldn't imagine it working with my father.
And if you've watched the American enough, you know it can take just one shot like that just to light things up in terms of a recovery. Ruud leading by a set, Shelton up 2-1 in the second. Right, Ryan, ask and you shall receive. The guys at Bolt 6 have just gone and done a nice deep dive for you, because that's what you said was happening, and that is exactly what is happening in terms of second serve return points.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It's a massive difference there. If you're looking at, 37.3% to 45.9%, 8.6% variance, that is massive in our sport, and it's a telltale sign as why that number of breaks goes down 8% from 23% to 15% with his overall break.
Do you think the fact you couldn't work with your father is more of a reflection on who you are, Wally?
Yeah, possibly, I guess.
Not possibly.
Take a good look at myself. Just an interesting dynamic.
Just a magnificent Grand Slam tournament this. It has grown and grown and grown in stature, prestige, and in fans. Record-breaking opening week. Sharp.
Well, Ben, just prior to Casper serving there, he made a little hop to cover the wide swinging serve, and Casper had all the answers. Flat bomb down the tee. Ben actually did well to make him play a couple more balls. We don't see him at the net too often, but he's pretty capable there.
That's what he's been looking for. Maybe he's found it. Certainly going to give Ruth something to think about.
Well, athletic players like to do something athletic. That can spark them. Ben Shelton's got that wild forehand, and we saw the incredible cross-court to finish the last game, and maybe that has just lit the fuse. We saw a second serve return missed in a previous return game. That ball there, I mean, they're just little things. But in tennis, you've got to build pressure. You just can't let the valve off with those errors.
It's just so good. He's got such a clear plan, and I know it's quite simple for him. The more often he can get his forehand into play off a mid-court ball, he's going to dominate proceedings. But it's the fact that he swiveled his serve all the way around the service box at the moment that's keeping Ben guessing, and therefore he's not getting a return of serve that's troubling him.
(40-13). Deuce.
Question of balance, isn't it? Just he lifts, his head lifts, takes the ball with him.
Many opportunity slides by for Shelton.
2 games on.
Casper going for a new racket here. Trying to maybe get a little tighter string as he plays with newer balls. Although these
no, they're
balls
not.
Are, yeah, these not newer. These are, you know, 7 old, so he might just be changing up the tension. That threw me off a bit. Generally, guys will go change whenever new balls are coming, but he just went for the full change after they've been playing with these.
Interestingly enough, he talked again in an interview with Gil Gross this week. I think it was actually last week. He was talking about how the balls drop off so dramatically. They degrade so quickly that it actually affects him massively. Probably like the 3rd game through to the 7th when we have to warm up. And then obviously from the 2nd game.
So do you think maybe this is a looser frame?
I'm actually wondering that. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wondering based on what he said, that he feels that the ball drop off is so big, he's maybe gone to a looser string at this stage.
We're just talking about both players, their defensive block. Casper does it really well. He actually, for a guy with an extreme grip, he finds a really good grip on return. I mean, it's a great serve, but look, it at least makes him play probably a waist-high volley.
Just signs that he is warming up, particularly on that forehand side. Seen a couple in the last two games. Ruud needs to be vigilant. Shelton, 3-2. Just interesting to see whether Ben decides to change or he'll change on the new balls. Looks for the time being that he's just going to stay with the same stick that he has out there for the moment.
Lendl, of course, was one of the first guys to implement this, the idea that you would change to a new frame every time there was a ball change. And but I often asked him about the tension. He said, I keep the tension the same throughout the course of the year. I'll adjust. Was his answer, whether it be clay or grass, I'll make the adjustment. But obviously these days, as you're suggesting, the players are tinkering, forever tinkering, even throughout the course of a match, sending rackets away, getting rackets brought back, maybe just a kilo or two to give them that little added advantage.
Two, 3, second set.
Spent
a lot of time in the off-season working on his return, understandably so. Said that he played tennis twice, did a gym or track session in between. Interesting, says that he feels like he breaks serve more often when he goes into lockdown mode, when he doesn't miss balls and extends rallies, rather than, as you say, well, he maybe looked to kind of crush and rush a bit, but every match is different.
Yeah, his dad did suggest to him earlier, just be patient, don't overplay. I guess it's hard when you've got a Ferrari, you want to drive it, don't you? I mean, that forehand, you can hit a win from anywhere.
I wouldn't know.
No, I'm just assuming, but he's got this incredible forehand. He wants to let it ride. But the unforced errors are, he's not building any pressure. There was 2 in the previous game. We just saw that forehand, and I mean, it didn't clip the tape. It was well down the net. I mean, these are not errors you can make at this level. And Casper's sharp. Casper is not going to beat himself.
Game rules. 3 games all.
Jerome Bianchi is the man sitting behind Casper's dad, who's the physio in the yellow cap.
There's the athleticism, and it's not the serve volley point. Well, he's playing it on his terms. He's not allowing Casper to move him around at the back of the court. just like to see a little more of that. I mean, I'm not suggesting holding serve is going to be a big part of the problem for Ben going forward, but you've got to start to dictate proceedings. It's an amazing serve from Shelton. He's got that lively arm, but so much of the energy is up. When he lands just inside the court. It's an extravagant knee bend, but it's up and over.
Moves through the volley beautifully while he does it.
Yeah, he does. He probably cups it a little bit. You know, there's a lot of revolutions on it. Sometimes you just got to give it a bit more stick, given the speed of Casper. Just there. He puts quite a bit of spin on it. I mean, you don't want to give Casper too many bites at the cherry, but I'd like to see him there a little more on serve and definitely a little more on return.
Energy,
man. Come on.
What do you reckon Casper would say right now? You know, if you said to him, would you prefer Ben coming forward or staying back? What do you reckon he'd say?
Staying back.
Yeah.
Cain, Shelton.
He's a great competitor. Maybe getting a little advice here.
Shelton leads 4 games to 3.
This tension to find it. You're okay with it. It seems like you're okay. You just gotta just wait a little bit longer on the ball. Come on, find that rhythm with your feet.
I concur. You heard Brian there. Wait a little longer on the ball. Be patient. Be patient. Find rhythm.
Yeah,
Find the
Ben's
middle
got
of
to
the
back
strings.
himself in these rallies. He's got to trust that he can get in the rally here and make something happen. It feels like on these return points that he feels as if though he's got to play a little bit more aggressively than Casper does, and he tries to play over aggressive. I think he's got to build the point, get in the point, and then obviously when the ball's there to be hit, the opportunity to transition is there. But you've got to back yourself in these baseline rallies and put some balls back in play.
Time.
Highly competitive second set between these two. Shelton trying to problem solve out here. Casper continuing to do the things that served him well in the opening set.
So Ben, he's made 21 unforced errors to date. Casper's made 8. So we all make some technical errors based on being under pressure and how we produce our swings, but I would say a lot of them are just shot selection errors. Gotta love Casper's feet. He just gets himself in the best possible position for every ball, which gives him options.
That's one of those points where you just chisel it out against the runner play, and who knows what's on the other side of it. Just isn't getting a look at any second serves, and even when he does strike a pretty nice return, Casper very quick to get on top of the rally. 80% of the first serves finding their target from Ruud in this second set.
40-15.
It's pretty impressive as well, because he's not dropped any pace on his first serve. 195 on average from Casper.
You remember the night we covered the match? There's Casper just off the back foot there. Ball staying a little lower than anticipated when Casper played Alex de Minaur in Sydney. The second set, he made 92% of first serves.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a roof in Sydney, so no variables. But he's been on a pretty good rhythm ever since he arrived in Australia on that serve.
Quick to change direction. Get out of a rhythm that Shelton was building in that rally.
4 games all.
Well, you can't really blame Ben. There was no real unforced errors in that game. It was just the quality of Ruud's ground shots.
Love. Love.
It's been shortchanged on that serve. That was not 135.
Love.
An extravagant miss by Casper's standards there. That was out of the middle of the strings, well wide, but maybe at 30 love he didn't want to engage in anything too strenuous. Pulled a trigger pretty early.
He's controlled what he can control in this second set, and that is his service games magnificently. He's dropped just a couple of points, Shelton. 5-4.
Time.
Delicate stages of the second set. Casper looking to serve to stay in it.
Love 15.
Don't go too close to the back end. Let's change direction, get what you want. Let's go.
Brian keen to see Ben move the ball quicker than his opponent in the baseline exchange. Yeah, that's where I just think sometimes he gets a little bit out of sync with his footwork. It's not the stroke, but he was very tall on striking that rather than having the right leg go wider and kind of be open stance.
Gee, he'd done well there, hadn't he? It was really just strength that had kept him in the point. And then when he finally had the ball, there's that. I mean, I'm not sure that's necessarily where Casper wants to be. There, look at the follow through. It just, he folds so quickly on that forehand. There's no extension, just folds. Just stay on the board a little bit longer. Wow, would he like that pass back again?
Yes, he would.
My lordy, we're just getting a couple of little openings from Casper. Double fault there. We saw a couple of errors in the previous game. Miss-hit forehand, a backhand wide. Just not quite as crisp as he was at the start of this match.
May get the break, even with missing the forehand pass. Chance to level up proceedings.
Second set, Shelton.
He's a player for the big occasion.
6-4.
And he has come to the fore once again tonight here in Melbourne. Centerpiece.
Did not quite see that coming.
Scoreboard pressure?
Yeah, well, there was two shank forehands, wasn't there, at the back end of that set, and a couple of backhands that came out of the middle of the racket that flew on him. So he'd been just about perfect up till that point, the very back end of that second set. And have a look at that. That is a sea of yellow for Ben Shelton there, leading in all statistics. 94% first serves won, 80% second serve points won. So certainly taking care of business on the serve. 14-8, that's clean. Winners v unforced errors. He's got one break point, bang. But there's a couple of points in that final game where he just kind of muscled up. It was the strength of Shelton that kept him in the point. But unforced errors, I mean, we talk about the brilliance of these players, the power, all the things they can do that are exceptional. But, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, an unforced error at an untimely moment can bring you undone pretty quickly. Ben just clipped the tape with his backhand on the way through there. Whether that unsettled Casper, Dad's happy. Come on.
Time.
Talked about it before, the match. He is somebody that loves this format where he has a little bit of time to find his game if he needs to. Left it late in the second, but it was there in the end. Goodness, how fast was that? Not just talking his foot speed, the forehand was an absolute laser.
15 love.
This crowd is really getting behind Shelton here, and he's using that energy, and it's upping his level, not just one level, but like 3 full notches here. He's going up.
So he's got a plan, hasn't he, when Casper comes in. If the line's open, maybe he'll take it on. If it isn't, and he's in any doubt at all, it's nuclear through the middle.
So Coach Brian's saying to him, look, you can serve volley. Casper, since he's arrived in Australia, 84% of first serves on the forehand he's chipped.
13-15.
So you almost want to make sure that you don't just allow him the luxury of chipping the ball back and starting the point as he did in the first point of this game. Just keep him honest. If you're going to chip, I'm going to serve volley occasionally to that side.
Yeah! 40-15.
Getting started, man. Let's go.
Let's go! Game, Shelton.
Starting to move through the gears,
First
and
game,
one of the great
serve.
luxuries of having a phenomenal serve is that it can keep you equal while you find the game off the ground. And that is what's happened tonight. Casper needs to be very careful here at the start of the third. And it was a quick rise. I was actually looking back when Ben sort of jumped out of uni and went pro. He was outside the world's top 500. In fact, he was almost 550 at the same time that Casper was teeing it up for the first ever time in a major final against Nadal. They'd actually never met on tour at that stage. That was the first time meeting in a Grand Slam final since Novak with Joe Wilfred Tsonga here in Australia back in 2008. But their paths had diverged at that stage. But by the time Ben had beaten Casper in Cincinnati in 2022, and that's sort of mid-August, he was already inside the world's top 200. World class, Ryan. That was world class, wasn't it?
Oh, it's beautifully done. He's hitting that backhand with so much more confidence, getting it through the court, and he's looking for those opportunities to transition. Watch the way this backhand gets through the court, deep in the court, comes in, puts himself in a good offensive position, and with his frame up there, he's a very tough guy to pass.
His movement just seems so much more electric as this match has gone on.
He really loves energy, you know, when he's able to create positive energy and give himself momentum. That's why he plays so well at the majors. He gets up and he loves to lean into the crowd support. He's very comfortable here. He's always played well with this Australian crowd supporting him, so he loves to channel that energy.
Cain, Rude.
This is as good an opportunity as Ben's almost had in the entirety of the match there. He could have maybe capitalized on the momentum that he'd built up at the back end of the second.
Well, watching the court level shot selection and the ball flight, Casper's dropping the ball a little bit shorter now, and that's what's allowing Shelton to step in on the front foot, particularly on that backhand side. So Casper, that forehand cross court to the Shelton backhand, he's got to get a little bit more depth on it, because if Shelton's able to get on the front foot, he can create power. Everyone knows off the forehand, but he can still hit the backhand big too if he's stepping into it.
Oh.
Don't know whether it's a change of racket that's given him more confidence to take the backhand line, but one of the other sort of changes that we've had, apart from the fact he's gone up 5Ks on his backhand and slightly flatter ball, is that he's more willing to go down the line. Maybe with the flatter trajectory, it's staying a bit lower for other people's forehands and it doesn't sit there so invitingly.
Kind of makes sense when the return is that deep, certainly at 30-15. And Ryan, it was sort of interesting, you know, at the start of this match, you could see pretty clearly what Casper was up to, but as this match has gone on, I mean, he's just really reacting to everything that Ben is throwing at him. It's almost like survival as opposed to tactics.
They went full exhibition mode.
Shelton.
No damage done for either. Good entertainment for the crowd.
2-1.
Shelton 2-1, third set. This is what you want, Wal?
Occasionally, yes, Petch, I do. And why wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want to come in behind this? Volleys nicely. This was a clever point, really, from both men.
He's been very under control when he's coming in, and that's what Brian was talking to him about in the corner. And I would assume they're looking at the stats there in the corner as well. He's only lost 1 point at the net this entire match. He's obviously volleying really well. He's also been really selective about the times he's coming forward. Then, as you said, Casper, he's electing to return in a way where he's just trying to get the ball back in play. He's not doing a lot of damage with the return. And Shelton, whenever he notices that someone's just getting it up, that's a nice, high, eye-level volley. It's a really comfortable volley for anyone moving forward.
Well, he's 7 from 7 moving forward, so long may it continue.
Well, he's very modern with his outlook on life and the way that he plays this game, but he's loves his cars, a little vintage. Got a very rare, unique 1986 Mercedes F6 560 SEC in the off-season. I don't know if you've seen that, Ryan, have you?
I have not seen that, but I've heard about it. I've heard a lot about it from the American guys. He's got that car collection.
Alex de Minaur is into his vintage cars as well.
Yeah, isn't he more into his minis?
Yeah, I think he's got an old Mercedes G-Wagon as well. Like, why wouldn't you just buy a new car pitch?
Yeah, some of the guys like the cars. There's a couple of guys that like the watches. Some of those vintage things. Shelton, I think that the car suits him, though. He's got that kind of fiery personality, explosive, so I can see him with the cars.
You'd be electric, wouldn't you, Ryan?
We're still talking about cars.
Well, Ryan's electric in all areas, but
I think that
certainly cars.
post-playing days are different than playing days.
Brian said it to Ben just at the back end of the second set. He's losing his backhand.
Yeah. And that's one of those things that he's got to continue to stay aggressive with, because Shelton will recognize when you're being uncomfortable over there and just continue to put the pressure on. And you've seen what's happened with Shelton's backhand. The flip side of that, obviously, both these guys love to play with their forehand off the ground.
Oh. Oh. 15 touch.
If I was Casper, I would make 2 adjustments here. The first adjustment would be I would focus on a little bit more depth within the rally. Doesn't have to kill every ball, but if he's able to get some depth, then Shelton will pull those triggers, and you can see that Shelton will continue to go massive, even sometimes on the run out of position. And that's what you want him to do. And the second thing I would do if I was Casper is I'd have to start hitting over some forehand returns. You've got to start establishing that you can get that ball through the court. If not, Ben's just going to keep eating him alive.
That felt a bit more reminiscent of the opening set.
40-30.
Swiveled a few more forehands down the line rather than going powerfully into that backhand side on the 3/4 angle.
It's always interesting when I see a guy miss a bounce smash. How often do you reckon somebody practices a bounce smash?
I would like to think often.
I don't think they do.
Not enough, guys. Not enough.
I mean, it's a hard shot, to be fair. When you're deep in the court, you've really got to come around the side of the ball, probably play it into the Shelton backhand, but I've seen quite a few miss this week. To me, Ryan, you know, I'm sitting in a bunker. It's virtually soundproof, but it feels like Shelton is just bullying him. It's just a big man bullying a little man at the moment.
Well, we were talking about cars earlier. I think that this is obvious who's the driver and who's the passenger right now.
So we've got a V8 playing a 4-cylinder at present. Well, that'll feel good for Ruud. He dominated. A few more ground stroke points in this game. Dad just reassuring Ben that he is on the red line. You're nearly there.
Advantage, Ruud.
Come on. All night.
I like that play from him. There's just not as much sweat on the backhand side. Sometimes when he opens up the line, and he has gone down the forehand a bit more down the line as the match has gone on, gets Ben right back into it.
Well, Shelton's so dangerous on that wing, isn't he? Even on the run on the forehand side. But Casper on the previous point on this side, it was a backhand every day of the week. He tried to turn it into a forehand. He's definitely trying to hide that backhand wing.
Pressure relieved eventually, yeah. And everyone inside his box knows that was a huge hold. Ben looked very menacing there.
When you get your opportunities to change there, go with it. Come on. Have a good game on serve. Make sure serve and volley, Ben. It's working.
Man after my own heart, Brian. 7 from 7. It's working. Keep mixing it up.
Wally, were you a serve and volley both serves guy?
Did you see his forehand?
Did you see my backhand? Careful.
Guys, that's actually nearly what happened when he got hurt there in New York. Did you see the U.S. Open fall he had in the back corner like that when he was chasing down a ball? That was when he landed on the shoulder and he had to withdraw about a set later against Manarino. It derailed his season last year. He's got to be careful in some of those positions.
Yeah, even that, you just don't want to put your hand out behind you as you fall. You know, Ryan, I guess I bang on a little bit about the serve and volley, but I guess sometimes I just shake my head at, you know, the quality of the serve or the quality of the ground shots, and they won't take advantage of it. To me, it's just like, it's just another facet of the game today. I call Taylor Fritz. And as good as he is from the back of the court, Musetti was better. And Taylor just needed another dimension, another string to his bow, but it wasn't there. And he's got a tremendous serve. And I'm not saying had he served volley today a little more often, that would have turned the match around. But you know, for him to just keep improving, I think it's got to be part of his repertoire. I mean, I think basically whoever's got the better 80% rally ball wins the match, basically.
Well, this is a great debate now these days with the coaches and players trying to figure out. Everyone wants to be aggressive, and you hear nearly every top player talking about wanting to stay aggressive, but how much to force the initiative, and when do you come in behind building the point?
And you can only, you have to feel it. You just have to do it in practice. You have to do it in some of the lesser events. You have to be determined that that's something you want to improve.
30-40.
Things may well improve here for Casper Ruud.
Yeah, Casper, massive hold in the last game, and then it was the first time you could see a little pep in his step. He had an audible vamos toward his corner, and he's been able to carry that momentum here into this return game. Crucial moment for Ben Shelton.
Wow. 224. Thanks for coming.
Just 3Ks under his fastest for the tournament, but that was the most priceless ace that he's hit. Had enough spin and gravity to drop down viciously on the baseline.
Not letting them sit anywhere. Love it. Love it. Take your time. Let's get another target.
Shelton.
He actually loves the battle. He genuinely craves it, and it fires him up.
Shelton leads.
Ruud better be careful on the other side of this sit down. 3-2. Interesting from Casper's point of view that maybe he just needs to kind of have a little bit of a reset, not a full factory default setting on the serve, because in the opening set definitely felt that he served a little bit wider on that ad side, and I kind of feel as though Ben's double-hander brings him into the middle of the court on the ad side, but it's also easier for him to hit flat and get the racket face square. That was set one. Where's he gone from sets 2 and 3? He's been a little more predictable. You can see, I mean, it's dropped in half the amount of times he's landed that serve out wide compared to the one down the tee. Ben will be feeling that, even if he doesn't know it from what they're looking at in the coaching box. He'll know that he's getting a lot more serves there. Makes it a little bit more comfortable.
And he's looked a lot more comfortable, hasn't he?
Time.
He's finding the middle pretty consistently.
Coming in and speeds is going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, we see the kind of tick up in speeds. There's been, what, a sort of 10-mile-an-hour increase on the average first serve speed as we've gone through kind of this particular century so far. Same on the second serve, probably 2000. I can tell you here in Australia it was about sort of 135 Ks. It's up around sort of 150 now. Everything just getting a little quicker for these players. Very close to players averaging around 160 on their second serve.
But isn't it strange, Petch, when you're in it, you just move. It's like a shoal of fish. You just move with it. You practice it every day. You play it every day. And somehow you just evolve with the sport.
Guys, the first set and a half or so, Casper was playing unbelievable tennis, and Ben was trying to find his range. And toward the end of the second set, beginning of the third set, you could see Ben was really energizing himself, and now it feels like both guys have started to simultaneously find that form.
I always feel like to serve well, you've got to serve within yourself, but Ruud does not serve within himself. I mean, he's right. I'm not saying he's on the red line, but he's not far off it, but he maintains a good percentage.
Thirty 15. Forty 15.
Get the sense that that's the kind of point that Casper was talking about when he's been sort of searching for solutions to some of the problems he feels he finds these days than when he first came onto the tour. The ball's just not jumping quite as high up the other end, and the players are struggling. They're just kind of leaning on it and flattening out back to him. Forehand into Benz early on in that rally did nothing.
Game.
That did something. 8th ace.
3 games all. New balls, please.
And both players heading to the changeover for a new racket.
Well, Wally, I think a good time to pick up that conversation about the serving and volleying and how you can use coming to the net effectively. To me, the volleying still has to be used quite often in the game today. But the thing that changes a bit is with the strings and the balls and the court speeds. Now when guys come in, if they get a ball that's low, shoelace level or off the bounce like a half volley, they don't win those points nearly as often as they used to. It's more about being precise and timing the approach shot and your moves forward to make sure you get volleys that are pretty much waist level or higher. That's when you see guys finishing the move. So I think it's got to be well timed.
Yeah, no, it's not something you can necessarily coach. It's something you have to feel, isn't it? But you have to be willing to look.
Yeah, because I see guys who, like you said, Taylor Fritz refuses to come in and the ball is high and it would be a relatively comfortable knockoff volley. And I don't necessarily agree with that either, but does that mean that I think he should serve and volley on both serves off of his racket? No, I don't. I think it's got to be a healthy balance.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But I think too, the idea that you're not going to win every point when you come in, even if you're get it just right. You know, people are going to hit a spectacular pass. You're going to make a hash of it, as you do at the baseline. But it's got to be, you know, a part of a complete sort of outlook as to how you want to proceed, how you want to be the very best player you can be.
40 love.
Well, the last part of that is just your court positioning. You know, if you're 8 to 10 feet behind the court and trying to come in, and it's impossible to get in that far and get in close to the net, you have to be moving forward from building your court positioning to make that accessible.
Oh.
But go back to your point, you talked about
15.
whether players practiced something the other day. Right at the start of this match, Wally, you said to me, do they practice? I said, I hope so. I have actually worked with somebody, and when I asked us, do you practice topspin lobs and drop shots? And they were like, no. Yeah. And I was like blown away. I was like, there's a lot of hours in the day where you can practice your skill set. And maybe that's what you're alluding to sometimes in the forecourt as well, where players perhaps aren't there as often as you'd like. 4-3.
Casper's a little annoyed about something. I think Ben's trying to ask.
Just asking about the time. Casper was asking about the time Ben's taking.
All good.
Seems pretty rapid fire to me.
Ben kind of peeked over toward Casper's bench a couple times, and Casper was just head straight down.
I mean, that can only be out of the changeover, right?
Is that what it is? Because Ben plays quick. He's pretty quick between points. There he goes. He's having a
Are you seeing this going on right now?
Well, a little bit of a look down the court from Ben to his opponent there. Casper Ruud, who was just complaining to John Blom that he felt as though Ben perhaps wasn't getting out of his chair as quickly as he would have liked on the call of time. He just went from 1 chili to 2.
Would that bother you if you were in control of the match? Or is that a sign that he's just feeling pressured?
Love 15.
I think that sign that Casper feels a little bit annoyed, but I also think that he's a savvy veteran enough that he knows what he's doing.
Shaking it up a bit, you reckon?
Yeah, plenty of space there. John Blom was just explaining to Ben that he needs to get out of his chair nice and promptly on the call of time. Casper feels as though he's having to wait a long time before his first service point of his service games.
Here we go. This one, Benny. Stay there.
Well, it was Casper who kind of initiated that, right? And that's where Ben was looking down the court and almost trying to create some eye contact.
$30, 15. $40, 15. 40-13.
Gee, Casper must have thought he'd get another shot at that with the forehand line that he hit. It was not a bad shot. Just shows what Shelton can do on the run, and that is right through the baseline.
If he can hug the baseline like he's just done on the last couple of points, he's going to be very difficult here for Casper Ruud.
It's pressure, isn't it? He's feeling the pressure, even that little comment to the umpire. If you're in control of the match, you feel like you're winning. You don't make that request to the umpire.
Thank you.
Is he staying with his formula of trying to serve more tee?
Shelton.
What a way to turn
Shelton
things around.
leads 5 games
Brilliant
to
from
3.
Shelton, a couple of wonderful shots to take him back to deuce, and then Ruud felt the pressure.
So you remember he previously hit a forehand line and Shelton thumped it back cross court for a winner on the baseline. So then you just see he's holding his head in his hands. So then he gets the same forehand. He thinks, well, I can't drop it too short. There's a real implied threat from Shelton at this end of the court. So Casper overserves at deuce, overplays the forehand down break point.
Love 15.
By the time he committed to try and run around his backhand, he didn't really have any other options but to try and hit a clean winner with the forehand, because he wasn't going to make it back in time.
I just think Casper feels really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was unusual that he started to turn the match into momentum, and then he kind of ignited Shelton a bit. I thought that he might be able to use it to his advantage. Because sometimes players will do something to kind of probe and then settle down, but he's continued to show that he's unsettled himself, and now it's a crunch time moment for the American.
Yeah, I just think when you're getting bashed up, it's not a great feeling. I mean, he's just lunging for returns, trying to guess. As soon as he gets a forehand, he's pulling trigger because he feels like I've got to make something happen. It's just being out-muscled.
he's got a more diverse toolbox, there's no doubt about it. The American has got more options at his disposal, particularly on this hard court. 2-1 to Shelton. Another conversation for Casper and John Blanc. I'm not entirely sure what that one was about, whether that was a little more just isolated in terms of him personally, or there was another little issue. But there are certain players on the tour that you kind of feel that maybe when you say something about them, they're not going to react so positively, or they're going to get a little bit in their shell. Ben's, for me, is one of the people, when you go after him, he's only going one way.
Yeah.
And that's harder at you.
Yeah, I think a guy with that kind of firepower, you just don't rattle his cage, do you?
No.
But I think he's intimidating with his energy, he's intimidating with his movement, his ball striking. Obviously, the serve has just gotten Casper tight in knots. And once again, it's a sea of yellow on the side of Ben Shelton, just in complete control. Having a look at some of the highlights. And Brian did mention that at one point there he felt that Casper was on the red line.
Yep.
He felt that Casper was pushing the envelope. He didn't believe that he could just stay with Ben in a lot of these rallies as he was in the first set.
Doesn't need to ask for the love. He gets a lot of it. He is one of the most energetic, entertaining players out there, is Shelton. And there's an awful lot of charisma about the way that he goes about his business.
You know, Petch, have you ever felt impotent on the court?
Unfortunately, too many times.
Because it's just, you know, that last pass or attempted pass from Casper, I mean, I feel like even if he hit that ball out, Shelton would have got a racket on it, if you know what I mean. Shelton's just physically so imposing at the moment. I mean, Casper's passing shot attempt probably finished halfway up the net. He just can't win the physical battle at the moment.
Pains me to say it, Ryan, but it's been a good tournament for the US.
Thanks, Patch. I appreciate that.
And how good has Ryan been in the commentary booth? I mean, it's been a good tournament. It's been a good tournament all round.
It's been a good tournament all around. It's potentially going to get even better for the USA. Right now, it is USA 2, Norway 1.
Hey, the key to team sports is pick a good partner. So partnering with you two, it makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, but Ryan, you just kill me. You just stroll out, you do a smooth interview, courtside in the booth. I mean,
what was that Brad Pitt selfie I saw this morning on the group chat?
Hey, that was to show the heat on the court side. That was that. In no way was that self-love.
And he looks good, Petch. I mean, he's a complete package.
I'm only jealous because it wouldn't have looked so good. It's an uncomfortable rhythm that Ben gives you in a match.
Yeah.
It's fast, it's furious, and then sometimes he just goes down and uses athleticism just to lock down and make balls. Suddenly you feel as though you've got to force the pace, but you've had a 5-10 minute window where you've never really been allowed to put the foot down on the accelerator. So therefore your rhythm is just constantly oscillating. Start of the match, that's why I was so impressed with the opening set. It felt as though it was entirely played on Casper's terms.
Game.
Obviously, for Ben, he didn't start as well as he would like, and that was courtesy of Casper being very sharp when he started. But do you remember he hit a running forehand cross court right in front of us, and he smoked it cross court. I think it was to hold serve, and you saw any big fist pump, and it was almost from that moment on that things started to roll.
Well, he hit that running forehand at 40-15 when Casper was serving, and then he proceeded to break following that. That was right after Casper had said something in the chair and built out 40-15 and continued on the momentum through the end of the set. Shelton was able to capture that momentum.
Yeah, everything just seemed to... lift.
And the thing I really like about Shelton is his understanding of the pivotal moments in matches, that it isn't just tiebreakers or end of sets. He knows that early stages like this to try and put the match away, you'll see him fire up even though the scoreline is 1-0.
Class. Watch for Casper to try and grip and rip a little bit here. Just looking at the way that he went over after the first game, he quickly went around the other side. That was something new. He went up to his dad and they had a little conversation, and then after the first point he was kind of flicking his wrists on his backhand as though he's trying to hit it a little bit harder, try to drive through that return.
Game,
the most precious commodity on a tennis court is time, and you've got to try and buy it some way. Whether he can or not is another matter. That's equal fastest for the tournament for Ben.
That's probably faster than his vintage car.
Well, apparently it's been modified.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, that serve's been modified. It's a rocket. 227. That's awesome. And we're talking about the cool night air of Melbourne. He's just disregarded that. Oh, come on. I was just about to say, this will feel good. Casper can clock a winner.
Love 15.
Just got smoked.
Misled him by the jump to his backhand side to Shelton, and then quickly recovered. Razor sharp. Almost feel like Casper would be better off trying to hit that backhand cross court. Once Ben's got him deep on the backhand side, he's almost waiting in the backhand corner, expecting Ruud to take it back down the line into what is, in inverted commas, his weaker shot.
That'll feel good. Just Casper wants to get back to that feeling of controlling his share of the points. You know, Petra, on the Casper backhand, and you're right, he has air swung a few times and tried to rehearse that backhand wing. I think sometimes if you're just struggling for confidence, just hit the ball back where it came from. Don't try to change the line, and just try to find some sort of rhythm and confidence in the shot. Okay, that was unusual because, I mean, only unusual in the sense that when Ben hit the long, Casper looked at him for a little while before he took off. Have a look at this.
Well, he was cheating whether he was coming in.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he's coming in, you've got to get the ball. Like, just go. That was most unusual. I mean, it was always going to be a tough position, wasn't it? But he was looking at Ben. What are you going to do? Maybe he was thinking, well, if you come in, I'll go the tweener lob.
That was still a really good tweener.
Everybody plays the tweener so well now.
So good from Sheldon, so secure.
This is the best I've seen him hit his backhand since before the injury.
What was the injury? What did...
Shoulder. He fell on the shoulder.
So it was like a bruise?
Yeah. Bone bruise.
Bone bruise,
Deep
okay.
bone bruise. He landed that big frame, and it was a sudden jolt that happened in one fall.
And he never retires. That's the only time he's retired from a match. Got a feeling that Brian would have rather have gone line there, either 2 shots before that.
That's exactly what Brian was just shadow swimming, a former top pro himself. He was kind of insinuating, take that to the backhand.
Well, once again, goes down as a double fault because of the quality from Shelton in this match.
Be patient.
And then you get a sense that Ben felt as though he should have controlled his own destiny off the return. We've seen a number of times him try and flash a forehand winner off that kicker serve down the line.
Advantage, Ruud.
That's it, Shan. That's it. Come on. Let's go.
Question that he's trying to inject a bit of pace. He's trying to hold his court position better, Ruud.
2 games to 1.
He survives the onslaught. 2-1. Scoreboard can be pretty fickle at times. While it can fall out of love with you very quickly, and as much as it feels as though Shelton is dominating here, those breakpoint opportunities, they slide by and you never know what's on the other side.
No, you can only hang in as best you can. But, you know, there's just a telling moment for me there at deuce. On one of the points, Ruud hit a first serve at 205, was about 2 foot long, and Shelton returned it with ease. It's just that feeling that the big man has got things covered. But as you say, Pedge, you know, you only get so many opportunities, and if you don't take them, it can come back to bite.
Time.
It's been an explosive start to this third set, even though no one's managed to get the break advantage. There's been a lot of good shot making. There's no doubt that Casper trying to turn things around here. A little harder for him, obviously, to inject the pace off the ground when Shelton is serving. But that's what he's looking to do. I'm surprised that when he drops back, how many suboptimal returns he's actually hit. I mean, right at Ben. I mean, at least if you're going to miss it. I mean, we've seen how clean Ben is when he just has to pop it over the net. At least miss it wide and go for a bit of width.
Yeah, and maybe it's just the element of surprise. Ben's not overdoing that play, so he just thinks, I'll just make it. So what is that, just sweat?
Yeah, this is just some sweat falling off of the player as it gets close to the baseline. And if you land in a position that's near one of the sweat patches, even though it's small on the court, if your shoe, when you're trying to grip right off the court, it can cause you to slip. And obviously you don't want to have a slip here. It could be dangerous.
Third shot.
See, there's that feeling of just getting bashed up. You hold your serve after a couple of break points, you come back around, try to build pressure, you lose your serve to love. Sorry, lose the return game to love. You're not in it. So you're just playing to survive. You're not playing to control the situation or play to any great pattern. Terrible feeling.
Well, I like that Shelton is doing a good job here of having not broken in the previous game, but still continue to apply the pressure. He puts Casper at a deficit again right away, so there's just been no let up.
Oh, there it is again, Petch. But how impressive is it that he could hit the ball that hard from that deep in the court?
And get it that low.
Yeah. Just straight at him, and that's a tough volley. Got no angle to work with. Extremely low. Must have almost looked like it was going to clip the tape on the way through, but yeah, Casper looking a little at 6s and 7s on that second volley.
Yeah, you kind of feel like after the first volley, he should have closed the net down as Ben was on the charge rather than coming back, and then he was on the defense. But this is another blistering attack from Shelton off the return.
He's on the ropes, Petch. Basically, it's what he needs, isn't it? He just needs to find some first serves, sneak out of this game.
And as big as Casper's forehand is, it kind of beats you on points. It doesn't really land the knockout blow like Ben's does.
No. That's brave. And I'm sure Brian is wriggling in his seat saying, can you just find the backhand on return? Well, there was one backhand previously, and that forehand there, that's the little escape valve that Casper needs. Ruud is 10-0 at the Australian Open when he has won the first set.
Survives another siege on serve.
3 games to 2.
Shelton getting closer. No credit to Casper. He's got himself out of trouble there with the serve on the 1540 and then the big forehand. He's actually got the advantage of going into that backhand a little bit more at times with the first shot, and then he's found one into the forehand and Ben was covering.
So is that's 4 break points in the last 2 service games that he's wriggled out of. So he's fighting. And sometimes, Petch, you just got to wriggle. You got to squirm. You got to slither. You got to do whatever you can.
Time. Line.
So good with your feet there, Ben. Good rhythm again. Good job.
15-30.
It's unlucky. He didn't win the point, but that was fantastic from Ruud. Great counter from Ben.
It was a tremendous half volley, wasn't it? Because he was under pressure. Got to consider that was 15-30.
And he hasn't seen this play before.
No, and he wouldn't have contemplated the score, obviously. And not a bad volley, and Ruud does the right thing. He covers line, but...
I think you got to take that back to his backhand, though, right?
If possible. He's got a lot of options on that forehand wing.
And he's hit it well on the run throughout this entire match.
There's one thing about Casper up at the net that you feel at times that he over covers one way and just leaves a bit too much space, doesn't shrink the space visually for his opponent.
Cain Shelton. New balls, please.
Not the wrong shot. The right shot, he's just got to execute it better.
But you've got to take your hat off to Casper because he wouldn't be feeling comfortable out there, but he's trying things. I mean, that was a great play, crush and rush. I mean, he just took the backhand on the rise, and we know he's not overly comfortable in that, but he's willing to take a chance. He's not going to leave any stone unturned here to try to get a win. Sort of interesting, Petch, you make that comment how he overcommits. So the only way you can really learn how to cover the net is to keep coming, and you've probably got to do it as a junior. But with the technology today, what junior is going to come to the net, given the quality of the ground shots that will be available to their opponent when they're not big? So it's not going to be a real feature of any junior's development, is it? Spending a lot of time at the net. It's not something you can learn necessarily on the run on the tour.
Love that. $15-30.
Good try. Right here. Come on. Good height there.
$15-40.
Looks a little devoid of confidence on his most important shot. More chances for Shelton. It was the bounce smash that you were talking about earlier. How many people do you think practice it? And he clearly didn't feel confident about taking it on.
No, well, that was a great defensive lob, and it was not easy to deal with. And the thing for me, Ben was not extreme. When that ball bounced, he was really flat-footed, and he just never got back on top of the rally after the defensive lob. He should have been back another metre or two, just electric, waiting for the next ball.